It is your PrisonPlanet.tv memberships that fund so much of what we do here on this operation. And then we're more than happy for the TV show after it's aired live, then be leaked out onto the web to tens of millions of people. That's our goal. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing right now is just unprecedented here in the United States. Again, my friends, it is Friday, April 19th, 2013. I just talked to our reporter, Dan Badandi, that is at Lexington Green. We're Oath Keepers. We're trying to get through to Stewart Rhodes right now. We're Oath Keepers. Go ahead and get Dan Badandi on if we can't get a hold of Stewart Rhodes. Where they're being told the police have revoked the permit for them to have a oath-taking ceremony to defend the Bill of Rights and Constitution, because that is the enemy now that the occupiers hate. And, of course, they revoked their permit to demonstrate, but the anti-gun group that got their permit revoked, they are allowed to take Lexington Green and make all sorts of redcoat, Bloombergian announcements. That's happening while Boston and surrounding cities in Massachusetts into Connecticut have martial law declared. They're calling it a civil emergency, but they're going to people's houses with machine guns. I was watching the news. I mean, you've seen it. They're sitting there aiming guns at people as they drive down city streets. The police are acting like the killer is under every table. And again, people die every day of automobile accidents, you name it. It's just, oh, okay, somebody died. But when somebody's shot, oh my gosh, it's over-dramatized. And obviously, we feel bad for those that have been killed. It's just that, when they kill a whole bunch of people in a drone strike who were innocent, they're like, oh, it's collateral damage, no big deal, because it's our loving government doing it. And AP reporters reported that if they try to go out anywhere on the streets, basically in a multi-state area, in large areas of Massachusetts and Connecticut, the police come over and aim guns at them and say, you want to die? Don't you film us. You go back inside. So we don't know if any of what we're being told is true. Not by the uncle, not by the media, none of it. Because we have footage of Navy SEALs and other special ops just everywhere around the bombing, right before it happens and right after, in control of the situation. And they've lied about the drill they clearly had. Witnesses said that they heard announcements of be calm, it's a drill. We know they're lying about that. And here's the New York Times. What does an inside job mean? It runs a spectrum from provocateur, it runs the spectrum from knowing something's going to happen and letting it happen, to provocateuring it and arming and aiding the people, to having globalist crime commanders who are over actual terrorists who think they're fighting a jihad, to an absolutely staged event. And that's the continuum it runs. And standard procedure to have Arabs, to have Muslims, to have right-wingers, to have everybody in a false flag. Same thing with Oklahoma City. I said this on Monday. Minutes into this happening, I said, you'll probably end up having Muslims there, you'll have right-winger rednecks there, and you'll have military there, and you'll have intelligence agencies there if it's a false flag. And then we will, basically not know ever really what happens. It's the signs of the drill and the cover-up of the drill. And now they can tell us whatever they want. But remember, the CIA for the last decade or more has been funding radical Chechens, Al-Qaeda-affiliated groups all over Chechnya and surrounding areas. These guys were getting scholarships and stuff. It's always the same MO of double agents, triple agents, we don't know. And I mean, there is a 1% chance, maybe a 3% chance, maybe even a 5% chance that they're real organic Muslim terrorists who kind of pick up on the hype of all of this war on terror and go out and basically copycat. So that is a factor. This could be a real terror attack, as I've said from day one. It's a very low probability, but then why do you have the big drill with guys with backpacks everywhere right around where it happened staring? And then you had another patsy they said they arrested, and it was going to be the redneck. and then they had to abandon that and go with Plan B. And you've got meeting with the Saudi ambassador, their foreign minister, and I thought it was the right-wingers, the media said. If you go back to Monday afternoon when I went into overdrive on air to break down what I thought was going to end up happening at the Boston Marathon, you'll find that, as usual, we were on target with the spectrum of analysis, because I've seen this over and over again. I said, if there was a drill and if there's a bunch of federal agents around where the bombing happens, I pulled this article up and I read it on air. Terrorist plots, FBI hatched by the FBI. Terrorist plots that were hatched by the FBI, New York Times, April 28th, 2012, which we've reported at on nauseum. The FBI cooked the bomb, trained the driver, gave him the detonator with the first World Trade Center attack. Did it mean that the guys that did it weren't radical Islamist nut jobs? No, they were. And they had like 75 IQs. And instead of just stinging them and setting them up, they gave them real weapons and let them go ahead with it, so the government could get more funding and take more of our liberties. Our government, on record, has been funding for 20 years the Chechen rebels to bomb the Russians. That's declassified. Just like they created al-Qaeda and the Taliban. And they're putting al-Qaeda and Taliban in charge in Libya and Syria. I have predicted, and it's actually happened over in the Middle East now, shooting and firing missiles and high-caliber rifles at passenger aircraft. I predicted the 10,000 heat-seeking missiles that Obama helped give al-Qaeda in Benghazi in their takeover of Libya. I am predicting that you will see in the next few years, they will shoot down Western aircraft with those. Real nut job groups will, and the government will grandstand during it, and I will come out with the articles from 2011, 12, and 13, mainly 2012 and 13. I'll say, look, here's where our government helped them get the missiles. This was wrong. Don't take my rights. And there will be articles like there are in the LA Times calling me an anti-American dirtbag. Now remember, we got Stewart Rhodes on the line. We're about to go to him from Lexington Green, and he's there with Larry Pratt. Larry's going to pop in the next hour. Ladies and gentlemen, they were going to go with the right-wing Tea Party. Axelrod on Tuesday night said it's going to be right-wing, it's lone wolf, it's one guy. That's on record. We're going to play those clips later, in case you missed them. Then they had all the Democratic operatives on Wednesday come out on MSNBC, CNN, you name it, and they said, ladies and gentlemen, it is the right-wingers. We're not at liberty to say exactly yet, but yes, it's a right-wing, probably a soldier. I watched CNN and MSNBC last night before I went on air live on the Nightly News at 7, and I saw CNN with 3 different hosts and guests all say it's going to be a veteran, it's going to be a Navy SEAL. Now, do you understand that? Where'd you hear Navy SEAL first? You heard it here. 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 And then you saw it on Drudge. We didn't say the Navy SEALs did it. The Navy SEALs were called out there in case they wanted to set them up to be standing out in plain view in their unofficial uniforms, which looks like Kraft International, a sheep dip group, just like McVeigh. And they were looking at setting up veterans in this country. And that's what all the scum. You saw it on CNN and everywhere else. They were all saying, by Tuesday night they were saying, we've confirmed and found the quotes. They were saying it might be Navy SEALs. Wow. Whoa. So they were looking at setting up the rednecks in the audience with the big backpacks. They were looking at the hillbilly types, the achy breaky heart lookalike guys. They were looking at setting up the military. Because this is how they always run this. I've learned this from the first World Trade Center, had multiple groups there. I've learned this from Oklahoma City, where I've interviewed the police, the detectives, all of them. They had 4 different groups there. They had Iraqis, they had Iranians, they had CIA, they had German intelligence. I guess there's more than that. They had Elohim City white supremacists. They had Army Special Forces. I guess that's 6 groups. And we know their names. We know who was there. The FBI good guys went public and said, we've seen the footage of McVeigh with all these guys. So I'm going to go to Stewart Rhodes to get his take on this as a constitutional lawyer. And because I'm going to get more into this and walk through it all today, but we're being censored all over the place. Officially, this is pouring in, and we've tried to post our articles on Facebook, and they're being blocked. People are getting errors posting our stuff to Facebook. You cannot publish this link because it contains a dangerous link. They're now saying we're dangerous. Users tried to publish our article, Navy SEALs spotted at Boston Marathon. We're getting all the screenshots of this, wearing suspicious backpacks. We're showing this so they don't set up the Navy SEALs. And I said that day one when we discovered this. What was it, Wednesday? Went up on Drudge. Drudge was like, hey, look at this. This is important. And the LA Times is out saying there are no Navy SEAls, and they have a graphic of me as a giant rat with my listeners as rats coming out of a sewer. Okay, listen, there are dozens of videos and dozens of photos now of people with Navy SEAL insignias that look like Navy SEALs. You know, look like the, you know, the high school star football players. You know, it looks like any star football team. They're all out there. They were told, be there for a drill. We know went on from the eyewitnesses. We know that, and we have the police scanners and all of it. The drill happened. They were put out there as cannon fodder, as a smokescreen. And there might have even been explosives in those backpacks. Here, hold this. We don't know, but we've seen this before. That's how they set McVeigh up. And they tell you, play the part of a drill to find bombs. They set you up. Again, this is done over and over again. But then they weren't able. They said, oh, make sure Stewart Rhodes is there. I'm going to him right now. They've done this over and over again, where they'll have multiple fallbacks. So we released these photos when they didn't think anybody noticed them. Right as they're announcing, we've got our person. CNN's like, we're told it's a right-wing lone wolf, one man. We've got the right-winger. It's going to come out. He's arrested. He's at the courthouse. Then they panic and go, no, forget that. There's no arrest. Forget it. And let's all go to sleep. And let's evacuate the courthouse and forget you ever saw that. And I said, they're going from the right-wingers probably to now they're going to go with a Muslim. And I said that. Because why'd they have all these Muslims clearly crawling around there, obviously part of it with their body language and everything, probably thinking they're patriots, you know, who've been recruited out of colleges. And these guys were clearly recruited out of colleges. Now, could they be double agents for some Muslim group? Yes, they could be real. The point is, over 100 cases the last 16, 17 years, I guess longer, since 1993, that's 20 years, that are on record where the FBI finds mentally ill people, gives them the weapons, and then orders them to carry out the attack as their imam. As their imam. They have FBI agents and officers and minions that are fake imams that command these guys to do this stuff. So they can take our liberty and set up martial law all over Boston, all the way into Connecticut, aiming guns at people at checkpoints, threatening to kill AP reporters, AP's reporting, going in houses, house to house, a giant martial law exercise, and now there was a shootout. They're going to blame the Second Amendment. Now, he's leaving Lexington Green. The police were going to block them, but, I mean, Larry Pratt and Stewart said, you know, you're violating our rights, and so they backed off. But I want to get, as a constitutional lawyer, the head of Oath Keepers, and, of course, worked for Ron Paul in Congress as well, I want to get your take on, is it not martial law when Fourth Amendment's suspended and they're pointing guns at everybody in a multi-state area and going in houses? Stewart Rhodes, what are we seeing happen here, sir?
Well, it is actually the exact upside down of how it's supposed to be. In the Founders era, if there was someone like that running around, you know, killing people, there would have been a hue and a cry gone up, and the entire community would have turned out.
If that guy was outside shooting at cops, if that guy was outside my house shooting at cops, I'd slide my M4 out and kill him. Exactly.
Right, exactly. That's what should happen. As I said in an alert I sent around a little while ago, we hope he shows up at Lexington Green because we'll either kill or capture him. So this is what we're supposed to be doing. It's really sad. So in response to this, it should be we all turn out and we hunt him down. You know who your neighbors are. You know who belongs and who don't. In pretty short order, you could have found him. But instead, the message is, there's a wolf around. Now all your sheep must stay in your pens, stay in your barns, and let us professional sheep herders and sheepdogs hunt down the wolf. You stay in your house. We'll come into your house one by one and search it to make sure, you know, us authorized professionals will do it. That's exactly
and make a giant scene and make a giant scene out of it. I predict that if he was in an area of Texas, he'd already be dead.
He'd be dead. That's absolutely right. What you do, the answer is, let us have guns so we can turn out and go hunt him down. And the same goes for our gathering at Lexington Green. It was absurd. You had the town selectmen arguing that they can't provide protection to a bunch of current serving and retired military and police, a bunch of combat veterans standing on the green as though we need their protection. It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, like you're not even allowed to be on the green, as if one guy is omnipresent and multiple states have to fall to their knees, and
You know, Alex, this morning we were at Concord Bridge, and there was a reenactment there. A large crowd of folks watched the reenactment. We were able to walk all over the place and do whatever we want. Apparently, there wasn't the same emergency at Concord that there was at Lexington just down the street. So it's absolute pretext. This is the same argument that was used by Bull Connor down in Birmingham to stop the civil rights marchers. They said, I can't protect you against the Klan, so therefore you can't march. And if you march, I'm going to stick my attack dogs on you and spray you with water hoses. So it was a nonsense argument to shut down their free speech. This was the same. The town selectmen used the exact same argument. We petitioned Blake Felipe at the 10th Amendment Center, filed an emergency petition yesterday for an injunction with the court. The court ruled this morning against us, saying that because of the emergency situation, that we had no merit in our claim. Total nonsense. We're able to take care of ourselves. And when we went to Lexington, there's nothing going on in Lexington except we're standing there to do an oath ceremony. And luckily, the captain in charge, Captain Farrow, was sympathetic and respectful of our rights and let us stand in front of the tavern there on the green and do our oath for the
despite
ceremony.
The fact he'd been told, despite the fact he'd been told not to let you.
Well, we were not allowed to do the rally, but he let us do the. We said this morning, we're going to go and do this. We're going to go on Lexington Green. I went there prepared to be arrested, as did a bunch of other veterans. And our message to the police was, look, you can either let us take 5 minutes and do our oath ceremony on the green, or you can process, arrest and process all of these veterans and retired cops.
I mean, is this a free country? Is this a free country? Stay there.
You could say they blink, but I think the rank and file cops, I think in fairness to them, they are respectful of our rights. In fact, one of them...
All right, Stewart, stay there. Got to go to break. Stay there. Well, the father of Zarnave says that if anything happens to his son, ABC News is reporting, all hell will break loose. He says that from the country that's right next door to Chechnya. I mean, this is ridiculous. America shakes in its boots over one guy running around, and multi-states basically have martial law in place. Can you imagine if a real civil war actually broke out in this country and they tried to take our guns? I mean, you'd had just police everywhere in groups trying to engage us. I mean, that's why 100,000 U.S. troops couldn't keep and hold Baghdad. That's why they had to stir up Shiites and Sunnis to kill each other to control the area. And ladies and gentlemen, again, they bring in these foreigners at record numbers, give them scholarships, wind them up, allow them to attack, and that's a type of false flag. You have this full spectrum from where they know something's going to happen and let it happen, that's a false flag to get what you want, to they provocateur it and nudge you and fund you, to where they purely provocateur, where they command you and give you the bomb, give you the detonators. FBI's done that over 100 times on record. To the government does it all itself or uses contractors and then blames a patsy. And most of them are where they provocateur and wind the person up. But the big spectacular ones like 9/11, that's a manufactured deal where they had some double agent cutouts. And that came out that Muhammad Ad and all those guys worked for the CIA. And that came out in Newsweek. But people are ignorant and go, oh, right, conspiracy theorists. These are facts. Let me ask you this question, Stewart Rhodes. You clearly got what looks like Kraft International. It's their skull with the red Kraft on it. And it looks like trucks they use. And they're trying to keep this off the web everywhere. And the FBI said in this press conference, do not look at anything else but this. And you've got the Navy SEALs all standing, 20, 30 feet from where the bomb goes off. We've confirmed there was a drill, witnesses, the police scanners. So they used the drill. One could argue they were trying to stop the bombing, but why would they then lie about that? They would say we tried to stop it. Plus, they weren't in the bearing of searching people. They said, never mind the backpacks, this is a drill. So did they use a drill to make the cops stand down so the backpacks could get in? Again, whoever made that order, police, that's who is in control of this. Stewart Rhodes, what do you say about the false flag angle of this? Because they don't want us to look at these Navy SEALs and what looks like special forces of other branches crawling all over right before the bomb happened. What do you say from your research?
Well, I mean, I can't, like I said the other day when I was talking to you, I can't tell by someone's clothing who they are. But as you said, this has been the pattern. This has been a well-established pattern of our government to set these up, or to set up people that they fund to go do something, and then they want to stop them before they commit the act. And sometimes they get through. That's happened before. And so that's all I would want to say about that, though.
Exactly. I mean, sure, there have been real events. I mean, you got to say to the FBI, it's immoral that they go find mentally ill people and try to train them to blow stuff up, and 99% of the time, they stop them before they do it. But Oklahoma City, there was a drill and a bomb sting they claimed went bad. And of course, we know that's not what really happened. So that's why I'm saying we need to look at this as the number one. Who stands to gain from this? We know we're going to lose liberties because of this, Stewart.
Well, that's the thing. Like I said the other day, you know, whether it turned out to be foreign or domestic, they're still going to use it's a pretext to clamp down more on our freedom. That's what we just saw. Like I said, it's the exact upside down of how it's supposed to be. Constitutional homeland security is you and me, with our guns in our hands and our eyes and our ears wide open, and going and finding out who the guy is. That was the whole point of a militia. That's the whole point of a posse. That's the whole point of a hue and a cry. Not to go close your doors and stay inside your house. Let the professionals handle it. That's ass backwards.
All right, finishing your story. So the police, we have to call it a victory in America that you can go to a public green. I mean, what is this, Tiananmen Square? But the police were not completely tyrannical, so that's good.
Well, they were, you know, to be fair to them, the captain in charge was very sympathetic and on our side. And he let us stand in front of, what's the tavern? Buckman Tavern, which is part of the green. We stood in front of Buckman's Tavern and renewed our oaths there. And we held a nice oath ceremony. Larry Pratt with a prayer. We had a Vietnam combat vet Marine do the oath ceremony. And I, you know, told we're here to follow in the footsteps of the founding generation. We had a militia company in 1798 stand on the green and renew their oaths. That's why we're there to do the same thing. And so the police were respectful. The town councilmen were not. And so our fight is with them, not with the rank and file cops.
No, exactly.
That's what we always experience. The politicians are corrupt, while the rank and file police officers are not. They're good to go.
Oathkeepers.org. I know you're going to go speak with Larry. We're going to get him to talk in about 30. Yep, go ahead.
We also have the crew here from Gray State, and they're filming everything that's going on. We'll share the footage with you, and they're doing it for the Oathkeeper movie project.
Good job. Good job, Stewart. Dzhokhar Zarnev is supposedly the young, skinny man that we all nationwide. Why not put the whole country under martial law? Why not put 315 million people in prison because of this? They are all over Boston, surrounding suburbs, into Connecticut, at checkpoints, pointing their M4s at men and women in their cars, jerking people out, going in houses. They're about to have a press conference. I was just watching it out there with just incredible, off-the-chart, unbelievable grandstanding going on. With just U.S. Army troops, police, everything, an orgy of martial law. And now they're saying we're going to have TSA on every street corner. We're going to search the malls. None of you have due process. None of you have any rights. None of you have any future unless we keep you safe. This is America being eaten by the security services. This is land of the free, home of the brave, but the border's wide open. I've been down to the Texas border, shot video of it, where illegal aliens just come back and forth, ride their horses across, and the Border Patrol's down there harassing University of Texas alumni who had a couple Coors Lights in their cooler. They were down there searching them and giving them tickets and taking them to jail while illegal aliens just walked past, got in cars on our side and drove by. The illegal aliens build the fake border fences. The illegal aliens get to have their babies free. They get to get out of jail free for drunk driving. The citizens, we are the milk cows. We are the food. And there's just ever more men playing army. Punch up Infowars.com for me. I want to show people this. I mean, just look at this right here. Men playing army with all festooned in their gear, treating us like garbage, saying they don't care what the law is because they're going to keep us safe from the terrorist. And then the media is so incredibly servile. Let's show some of the Navy's. Let's show some of the Navy SEAL. What's not working right now? Hey, well, that's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Let's show everybody the Navy SEALs they don't want people to see. Let's go to that. Oh, by the way, I've said there's been a mainstream media, dinosaur media blackout on this because the L.A. Times, document cam, please, gentlemen. The L.A. Times is reporting that I am basically a big, fat, giant, demonic rat. It says internet sewer and shows a manhole sewer cover, and it says right on schedule, the vermin surface. The U.S. government orchestrated the Boston Marathon bombing. Obama did it so he can take our guns. He used Navy SEALs, backed up by flying monkeys from Oz. That's the L.A. Times. Oh, L.A. Times. Alex Jones has a sick theory about the Boston Marathon bombings. L.A. Times. David Horsey. Now, oh, wait, but I have a problem here for him. What does this say? For radio listeners, you can go to the Washington Post. This is the Washington Times. There's also a blurb in the Washington Post. Men with backpacks at Boston Marathon, private contractors? And it goes on to say that they've denied that or won't comment, but that sure enough, these look like people wearing Kraft International uniforms. That is a sheep dip group for Navy SEALs. And they look like Navy SEALs. Okay, the point is they're crawling all over right where the bombing goes off. And we know there was a drill, but they say there wasn't a drill. And they're desperate that no one see this. And you have the FBI spokesman saying, do not look at anything else from in and around the bomb, but these two men we're going to show you. This is it. This is what you look at. Whatever you do, don't look at other stuff. And I have all the evil photos and videos they say you're not supposed to look at up at Infowars.com. And as soon as Christy has those screenshots, because she said before the show she was getting them, so let's see if she's already probably emailed those over to us. Yeah, don't worry about the CNN feed not working, guys. Let's just shut that down and not worry about it, okay? I want to get the feed of this to show everybody this. People are getting errors posting our stuff to Facebook. You cannot publish this link because it contains a dangerous link. And I've seen this all over YouTube. People are commenting that user tried to publish our article, Navy SEAL spotted at Boston Marathon wearing suspicious backpacks. And it goes on to say customer service here at our office is being flooded with calls and emails saying the exact same thing. So they don't want this discussed, okay, because it fits the MO of drills being run to protect the crazy patsies or the crazy wound-up goons, the provocateur and lunatics, just like the feds protected the two guys that drove the bomb that the feds had cooked and given them real detonators to bomb the World Trade Center in 1993. And again, there it is in the Washington Times. Infowars.com reports that the photographs were sent to them by Anonymous, along with photos of possible suspects the FBI asked media not to distribute. Now, of course, we put this out almost 2 days before they said don't distribute them. And by the way, we did Google searches on these images. You can do that function. These are on real Facebook, real news sites. So at first they said, help us look at all the photos. We're like, okay, well, here are these. Oh, no, don't look at those. Whatever you do. Because you've got these Navy SEALs, or what looks like Navy SEALs, with the police in the photos and videos, pretty much in charge. And it's clearly some type of drill going on 20, 30 feet from where the bombs go off. And then you've got all the high-def photos of what looks like people that look like they've got the shape of the pressure cookers in the bags. You can see the bulges. You've got all these different patsy groups, and I immediately identified that Tuesday when Watson discovered all this. I said, look at how they got the redneck patsies. Look in the different direction, the body language. Look at how they've got the Arab patsies. Look at how they've got, and the SEALs are all standing around like, what are we doing? And they just get a bunch of people in there, and then who knows who really planted the bombs? It might have been Zarnav. Is it Zardoz or something? I mean, science fiction names. I mean, Dzhokhar. Dzhokhar is the one living. and Czar Nav is the last name, and Tamerlan is the supposed larger boxer brother who's dead. I mean, who knows if any of it's true? Maybe it's all true. Maybe none of it's true. All I know is you acted guilty as sin when drills and stand-downs were brought up at those 3 press conferences. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, when we plugged Infowars.com, whenever Dan Bidandi, our reporter, in the 3rd press conference, after they canceled the others, and by the way, the police and FBI came over and said, you and Infowars are going to be good now, right? You're not going to cause a problem. And why didn't they arrest him or throw him out? They didn't want to make a scene in front of all the reporters. They knew to just act like it's nothing and just talk over him. He'd say, hey, I have photos here of all these other what may be suspects, and why were there Navy SEALs there? And they're like talking over him. He goes, it's on Infowars.com. That was on every channel in the Western world yesterday, and we were. It's a testament to our IT people on our caching servers. We were getting 100,000 new visitors every 60 seconds. Not hits, visitors, for about an hour. And the site stayed up. 100,000 visitors a minute. I haven't had time to even look at all the analytics on this. And the point is, if the system didn't want this to get out, it did, okay? And it's been mentioned in the Washington Post as a tiny footnote and the Washington Times that, oh, who are these people? They look like contractors. Gee, you see them telling cops what to do with big black backpacks on, staring in the direction of where the bomb goes off, and then right around it right after it happens. And again, I have a limited crew, and I have a limited staff. And I already had interviews for upcoming films. A lot of my crew's out in California right now. But I need listeners to do this. We need to get, and we have a bunch of these clips coming up. We probably have, I don't know, let's not exaggerate, 15 clips of Chris Matthews on MSNBC and CNN and guest of our favorite redcoat, Piers Morgan, and everybody on CNN, MSNBC, CNBC, even Fox saying this will probably end up being military vets that are disgruntled, maybe even Navy SEALs. I saw CNN and MSNBC 4 times, and believe me, I'm not watching the news. It's kind of on during breaks and on while I'm doing research, or I'll see it on YouTube. 4 times say Navy SEALs. In fact, before we saw these photos of Navy SEALs, I guess it was Wednesday. Yeah, so we found out about this Wednesday. Tuesday, I saw CNN, and then I saw text of other shows saying, and people sent me transcripts of them going, yeah, it could be like disgruntled Navy SEALs. So now that tells me, and these were like globalist operatives on TV, top FBI analyst, could be Navy SEALs. What? So we've got to go dig all that creepiness up. They were actually thinking about framing Navy SEAls. Because, I mean, who would come up with Navy SEALs? It's like all this stuff about the patriot groups are going to work with Al-Qaeda to attack America, and all these TV shows, not based in reality, but creating this narrative. And then you get the internal Homeland Security training manuals. This is why I say all this. And it's like, yes, the Army War College is training that we're going to have to engage Christians working with Al-Qaeda to bomb the police stations. And they teach the state police this. The state police go, the Christians are with Al-Qaeda and are going to bomb us? We need to confiscate their guns? What? Fox News reported this 2 weeks ago. And we got it on screen if you're a TV viewer. So I'm up here going, gee, if something happens, and they try to blame patriots, and then it happened, and with no evidence, they start saying it's going to be a lone wolf white person. If Media Matters is directly White House run on record. Salon, heavily connected. Slate, heavily connected. Time Magazine, Newsweek, CNN, MSNBC. MSNBC, half their hosts are Obama, former White House operatives. Begala on CNN. And, I mean, every time I turn it on or walk by to get coffee in the break, we got TVs all over the office with different channels on. It is just 24. You saw it. You saw it. You saw it. And I surmise that because we showed the patsies and the Navy SEALs by them, because we don't know what the truth is now, that they might shift on to another patsy. And they'd already said, oh, we made an arrest. It's who we believe did it. Hey, pop the champagne. Remember that Wednesday? And then suddenly, oh my gosh, no, forget it. Evacuate the courthouse. Never mind. Get the media out here. Don't let people see who the guy is. Oh my gosh, shift to another plan. And now the plan is full martial law rollout. Were these operatives they tried to set up? Or did they have other special forces attack the police and they've already killed these brothers? You don't know what happened. Or maybe they really were wind-up toy Muslim extremists in this country for over a decade. All of this going on. I want to get former NSA analyst Wayne Madsen on, guys. Let's call him today. I want to get him to pop in. I want to get Joel Skousen. I want to get him on. I want Joel Skousen on. We got Larry Pratt to give us his take, already coming up. I want everybody. I want to get all the different views on this. Skousen agrees, false flag day one, because the scripting, but the whole thing unraveled, and they are in mega panic mode right now to say, do not look at these photos. And again, I don't know everything when I was first looking at it. Nobody does. I was like, Navy SEALs, how dare you try to imply a disgruntled Navy SEAL would go blow up the Boston Marathon, and now I get it. They're probably telling these Navy SEALs, you keep your mouth shut or you're going to go to jail. That's exactly how they work. See, they weren't sure they'd get away with it with McVeigh at Oklahoma City. Special Forces sheep-dipped on record, highly decorated from the Gulf War. It came out, he was, sheep-dip means put into black ops. For those that don't know, they had the Arab contingency, both Iraqi and Iranian, actually in the city, checked in, part of it. We know the names. It was on local newscast as another backup plan. But because it went so well, they pinned it on Patriots. And the word had been given Wednesday morning. MSNBC, CNN, all of it. I cannot stress the magnitude of this. They're like, yep, okay, Axelrod and others say it's lone wolf, right wing. We told you. It's a white guy. Get ready. It's going to be, the announcement's coming. And then, yep, we've got him arrested. You right-wingers are in trouble. And then it shifts to Muslims, who they might have wound up to do it, and then they were going to have some Navy SEALs and rednecks there and maybe blame all them. Because they've said the #1 enemies now returning veterans. Maybe Chris Kyle got word of this. That whole Chris Kyle killing stinks to high heaven. The guy that ran Kraft International, and then his people, because they're wearing Kraft uniforms. It's none of, it's black shirt, the tan pants, tan boots, the Kraft hat with the Punisher skull that's really a Vietnam symbol, but adopted by the SEALs a long time ago, that says Kraft on it. I mean, or they're framing Kraft. And by the way, we tried to put calls into Kraft. I'm going to put more calls into them. By the way, I should open the phones up specifically for people. I mean, here, I bet Kraft's listening right now. You're welcome to call in. You're absolutely welcome. In fact, I want to tell my reporters, David Knight and Jakari Jackson and everybody else that's here, I want you to all call Kraft right now officially and get statements. We need to be doing all this work right now. We're going to get Joel Skousen to pop back in. We're going to get everybody to pop back in. But I want to specifically open the phones up. There are a lot of lieutenant colonels and people going public saying this is black ops they saw used to overthrow third world countries. I mean, this is classic what you're seeing. And as former black op commander, one of the founders of Delta Force, Pachenik said, definitely a staged event to smoke screen the congressional committee, bipartisan, saying, yes, organized torture, including of children, serious war crime. There needs to be indictments made of George W. Bush and Barack Obama. And you notice the next day all this happens. And the New York Times wouldn't have published that unless it was bipartisan, saying Obama's a war criminal as well. That wouldn't be done unless there was a huge fight going on inside the system, the magnitude of which we may have never seen. And again, I cannot stress to you how big this is. 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231. Imagine if Dallas, Texas had one lone gunman on the loose, and they locked the entire city down and then the suburbs that are a total of like 6-7 million people in the DFW area. And imagine you're driving and police are aiming M16s at you and bugging their eyes out and just drama queening everywhere. I mean, is this what America's become? I mean, in the old days, If there was a lone gunman somewhere, if they didn't know exactly, sure, you'd lock down the area you thought he was in, but there's no point in saying we paralyze everything. I mean, and you know, it's Dorner, a crazy cop, and they burn him down in front of everybody and say, we're going to burn him down. Okay, get the fire. We're burning him down. And then say, you didn't hear that. And now they've got guys that look like Green Berets, 50-something, you know, like super high level, above Delta Force, running around out there. I mean, I know the look of those real operators, folks. You've got younger SEALs all over the place, Iraq vets. You've got black backpacks. You've got a drill. You've got them telling people, be calm, don't worry about all these backpacks. Then it all blows up, and I'm not supposed to discuss that? And Facebook's trying to block us putting this out right now. Because the key to what Obama and his controllers were trying is in that event around the bombing. Waging war on corruption. I want to open the phones up until Larry Pratt joins us in about 30 minutes. And he's in Massachusetts right now covering all this, head of Gun Owners of America, in there to cover this for the Second Amendment perspective. I want to hear from police in Massachusetts or Connecticut with this martial law going on. I want to hear from Navy SEALs or special ops people about the photos we've posted that are confirmed from the local news. I mean, these photos have been in data caches, and they do not want them seen. Why is that? Well, because it shows there was a drill going on at the very time, and they were clearly not trying to stop a bombing. They did a drill so the police wouldn't think backpacks were an issue. And they flooded it with a bunch of different patsies so that they would have confusion. Now, that's my view on this. That's the history. And now you've got out of the stands, out of the CIA-run Chechen area, these new patsies. And now the Boston police are saying get ready for a controlled demolition or a controlled detonation today. Just like in Madrid, they blew up the patsies that time. It came out the government did do that on 333 back in 2003. That was in the Spanish papers. It came out that was staged. See, they have a history of this. Now, these may be real terrorists who they wound up and allowed to do this, though. That's why they had the big drill going, so they could walk right into the finish line, and everybody would just think it was part of the drill. You understand that, folks? And then all it takes is people in Homeland Security to say, do a drill, and no one else knows but them. So if their people get caught, oh, it's just a drill. Do you understand? That's why they do the drill. The drill is the tell. And then now they don't want these photos out. I mean, that's the bigger tell. It was crawling with operatives every 5 feet. 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231. Now, breaking news, Adon Salazar is putting this up at Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com right now. I have confirmed in my office, our social network lady has done it, and so has Adon and a show of our listeners. Let's put it on screen right now for TV viewers, and it's free for everybody right now, Infowars.com/listen. Let's punch that up on screen. His computer, Nico's computer. Let's punch it up. Our TriCaster's been overheating the last few days, having big problems. The articles are going to go up at Infowars.com. And it has all the screenshots right there where Facebook says this is a dangerous link. You're not allowed to see it. And we're trying to post it to our Facebook, and it's not letting us post our older articles, and I'm guessing our new article. So that just shows how controlled it is and how I think you can just hard hit those inputs in. Chris, show them that trick where you can still just hard do switches. There you go. You can't post this because it has a blocked link. The content you're trying to share includes a link that's been blocked for being spammy. See, we're spammy, folks, or unsafe. Infowars.com/Navy SEAL spotted at Boston Marathon wearing suspicious packages. For more information, click here for the Help Center. And we've gotten those messages. This is outrageous, okay? Those are real photos of minutes before and after the bombing with people with black backpacks all over the place. And what is Facebook? A globalist front group, Bilderberg front group, pump and dump, where he says his users are dumb effers. So why are we using it? Because that's where the fight is. We are up there attempting to warn people. And again, that article is going up on Infowars.com very, very soon. You'll be able to see that for yourself because, again, they are running scared from this information. And they've changed their story. They arrest this Saudi. They arrest that Saudi. They grab these Saudis. They fly these Saudis out of the country. Then they're not going to. Then they never said they would. Then it turns out they did. Emergency meetings with the, emergency meetings with the Saudi foreign minister. It just goes on and on and on. There is a major cover-up going on here. And bare minimum, they knew this was coming. And they stood there and watched it, and now they don't want you to look at these photos that are at Infowars.com. All right, we're into hour number 2 here on this incredible Friday worldwide transmission. Larry Pratt's going to be popping in at the bottom of the hour. I'm working on getting a bunch of other analysts on with us, like Joel Skousen. I want to open the phones up for police, for military, for your take on this thing of turning Boston and surrounding cities and even into Connecticut martial law zones to get one guy. Here's the article up on Infowars.com that just went up there. Boston bombers' role of CIA in Chechen terror, Islamic terror from Caucasus, next phase of plan to undermine our liberty. An excellent article. Can we punch this up, guys? From Infowars.com. And we're going to be breaking that article down when we come back. But I specifically want to hear from police, special forces, military, who've seen the photos that now the Washington Times and Washington Post have mentioned. Here's the Washington Times headline: "When men with backpacks at Boston Marathon private contractors." Why is the FBI saying, do not look at anything else, only look at these two guys? After they've already said, we already have somebody arrested, and the media's like, oh, we hear it's right-wingers. That was plan A. And I want to read a comment here from the Infowars.com article I was just mentioning that I agree with. I want to read this here. Plan A was the white Tea Party lone wolf gun owner, but that was called off due to exposure. So plan B was to get the Muslim guys. Plan C might have been blacks or gays. Actually, I don't agree with that now. I know I said that day one because the pre-programming, it was even worse. They were planning, or at least it was being discussed, to blame Navy SEALs. Because, again, all over the news, they kept saying, it's probably a disgruntled vet, like a Navy SEAL. And we're going to compile all those videos where they said that, Navy SEAL, Navy SEAL. We need your help doing it. And I know I've seen it. I know I've seen it said. I saw it last night at about 6:15, 6:30 Central. Dan Badandi was bullhorning CNN. I'm telling you what to find. I know we were recording at the time, but I'm so shot and exhausted, and my crew's so small that I haven't had time to dig it up. Who's the lady who used to be on CNBC? The attractive young lady, and now she's a CNN host. So she was on at like 6:30 Central, 6:15 Central. I was getting ready for, to go live at 7 o'clock on my own TV show. And Aaron Burnett, and she's on there with this FBI guy, and he says, it's probably a disgruntled vet, like a SEAL. And he had a backpack explaining how you could take another one out the backpack, and then it's just, what exhausts me is I'm like trying to pull all the places I saw it. And you know how hard it is to do that with your memory. It's just exhausting. I'm not complaining. It's just I've had sick children the last few days as well, keeping me up all night. I am just about maxed out. Oh, God. Excuse me. She had mental exhaustion there. Sometimes I have to, summon memory, and I pulled up, the 4 or 5 spots I've seen them say Navy SEALs, and it just gave me an instant headache. Anyways, they're all over the news saying Navy SEALs, and you guys are going to have to take over tomorrow. Paul Watson says he's so exhausted that he's got to take off tomorrow. He just took off just now and told me he just punched out, and I'm going to have to take off tomorrow and get some R&R. I mean, I got to turn the engine off. Because, again, I can't quit thinking, and then it's just very exhausting, and I'm getting the beginnings of a migraine headache, and I know when I got to stop. All right, we're going to come back and talk to police, military, you name it. What's your take on seeing these photos? 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231. And we will break it all down, the latest martial law all over Boston on Patriots Day. Talk about an operation in our face. Man. Dzhokhar Zarnoff, one man, has all of Boston, surrounding areas, even into Connecticut, locked down. Listeners just sent us these photos. If you're watching on prisonplanet.tv, for radio listeners, we're going to post them up on Infowars.com. Just sent us what you're seeing on the news. Armored vehicles, troops in black, regular army, all together like this is Baghdad or something. I mean, this is just simply amazing what is going on in this country. And we're going to be posting all of that on Infowars.com and prisonplanet.com. Now, I want to talk to military and police about what they see happening and what's breaking down and unfolding. But I also want to talk to people that are in Boston, and surrounding areas. What are you seeing? 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231. Larry Pratt, who is in Massachusetts there for Patriot Day celebrations. Patriot Day there is the 15th, but Patriots Day nationwide is the 19th. He's going to be popping in at the bottom of the hour briefly, and we've got other folks that are saying this is clearly a false flag, like Joel Skousen of World Affairs Brief. We're lining him up as well. Now, when I say false flag, that can mean they're simply a stand down. They allow people to get through, criminal elements do, or it can mean government funds them, or it can mean private groups fund them, and then it's used to be blamed on another group. Whenever the White House Chief of Staff said, we'll use crises to take your liberties, don't let a good crisis go to waste, that's a false flag. If something real happens and you use it to take somebody else's freedom, that's a frame-up. That's a false flag. That's a self-inflicted staged event. Now, here is the New York Times from last April, then I'm going to your calls. Terrorist plots hatched by the FBI. And the article goes on, April 28th, to admit they would go out and find mentally ill people, left-wing, right-wing, Muslim, you name it, and give them bombs, tell them that they're their imam, order them in the name of Islam to go do this, and then let them go do it. I mean, I could go out and find schizophrenics on the street and convince them to do stuff, too. That makes you culpable. That's not a sting. That is beyond that. That is leading criminal actions to justify your existence. So when I say false flag, and I've explained this, it doesn't mean the government's there, you know, Obama with a plunger pushing it down. It means criminal elements in there allow this to happen. Now, what's the big telltale sign if he just joined us? You saw them on Tuesday and Wednesday say, oh, Axelrod says it is a lone wolf right-winger. It'll be coming out soon. Then they go, we have an arrest. We have him. He's at the courthouse. Then, no, we don't. Evacuate the courthouse, clearly to get the media out. Army truck pulls in with guys hanging off with guns. They go screeching off with whoever that patsy was. You have Navy SEALs, or what looks like Navy SEALs, with Kraft International all over the area where the bombing happens, along with what look like older Green Berets and others. I've just learned how these people look, being around them at events over the years. And even the Washington Times runs the headline. Scroll back to the headline. I want to show TV viewers this and give it to the radio listeners. Thank you, guys. Men with backpacks at Boston Marathon, private contractors. Now, it gets worse. Now, Facebook will not let us share our original article picked up by Drudge Wednesday night showing public photos and public news videos that show all the black ops and the drill, because they've denied there's a drill and there's a cover-up. Now, again, why do you do a drill? Why do you do a drill? Because then if police actually catch the psychos that you've wound up, who you're going to let bomb, probably it could be these guys from Chechnya, you're going to let them go do it, and then you're going to blame it on the militia, on the patriots, which the White House-run MSNBC and others were saying, we've got them, it's right-wingers. Remember Wednesday? It is the white right-wingers, the Tea Partiers, you murderers. We got the photos of the Arabs and all the different groups and the Muslims and the SEALs all in together. They had to get rid of that. Now, I had a click happen last hour, then I'm going to your calls, that is so horrible that it gave me the beginnings of a migraine headache, which I only get about once or twice a year, which is setting in right now. It made me so physically sick when it all clicked that since Tuesday, I have seen CNN, MSNBC, and CNBC and newspapers, and I need all you to pull this up and help us. I just mentioned 6:15, 6:30, something like that last night. CNN, what's her name? Aaron something. What's her name? The former CNBC host is on there with her expert, Aaron Burnett, thank you, saying it might be Navy SEALs, and this is the expert on there. It could be Navy SEALs. It could be veterans. They would, just like McVeigh was ordered as a Green Beret, Special Forces. Affidavits have been signed. Government documents came out. He never left the Army. He was there to infiltrate militias. They set him up. We know the names of the feds that were inside with the bombs. He was a Lee Harvey Oswald. My God, they've said veterans are the #1 terror group. We've got to take their guns, and like the veterans have done nothing. Why are you saying this? And it all just clicked. Target #1 was the military. Target #2 was Tea Party patsies that were there, and then Muslims were fallback. And they probably used real Muslim terrorists who they greased up to go to do the bombing. I mean, this is unbelievable. And that's how they always run these ops. To a person that hasn't studied this, that sounds complex. It's like, why are there all these groups? That way you can go with whatever story you want. Because they know these things always go crazy and there's always witnesses. Stuff like this would, quote, get found out. It always does. It's just so confusing to the untrained mind. And then the answer is roll the TSA out, roll the checkpoints out, roll the fear out, get everybody used to troops going door to door. It's all happening. I'm going to shut up now. 800-259-9231. Larry Pratt at the bottom of the hour, guys. We did have him at the 20 after. We'll give him at the bottom of the hour. Let's go to Eric in Tennessee, a police officer. He says he has intelligence on the bombing photos. You've seen these of what looks like Navy SEALs and others. Why are they so scared of these being out? What do you think's happening?
Basically, Alex, great to talk to you, by the way. Sorry about your sick kids. It looks to me as if the gunfight that they had going on, supposedly, that they wouldn't let the press in. You know, they were threatening the press. They were telling them, you know, turn off the camera or lose your life.
Yeah, that's Associated Press reporting that. Yeah, they're telling them even worse stuff we're now finding. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you do not say that to the press. I mean, you know, even as corrupt as things are, and they want you to know that they've captured these guys. They would want press coverage of this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, reportedly, if you're anywhere in multi-city areas, they're coming up. I see on the news with guns at families and cars, just bizarre, crazy grandstanding.
Yeah, but in this case, it would be an absolute must. They would want coverage of this. They would want people to see this on every newspaper, everywhere. You know, we got them, here's proof. To me, it just seems like it's staged. It seems like these guys are probably on their way out of the country at this point under new visas, you know, new lives with a new bank account, at least until the currency falls out. I mean, it just seems to me like they absolutely do not want anybody to know what's going on at this point, because basically you broke the story yesterday, shattered the thing wide open. They couldn't do anything else. You left them back on their heels, man.
Well, I'll tell you, I've never been more creeped out and felt the danger right now. We're being blocked all over the internet. They are scared to death of it. I'm sure you've seen the photos they want censored that Facebook and others are blocking that, unfortunately, several newspapers have mentioned, so it's not like it's not credible. Let me ask you this question. As somebody, you know, that obviously thinks about this a lot, what do you see in the photos that they are telling people not to look at?
Well, for me, the one thing that actually stands out, the guy in the blue jacket with the red shirt, the poor-looking guy, that the bag actually matches his straps that he's got over his arms. You know what I'm talking about? Yes,
the FBI released the exploded bag remnants, and it looks identical, a black backpack with a silver stripe on the strap.
Right. Now, if you actually had a bag that you brought with you, okay, and you're in a big crowded area, you're going to carry your bag over your back.
You're going to carry it over your back. You're not going to have it right there like you're about to drop it.
Exactly.
And he looks suspicious. I mean, if I was a cop at the end of the marathon, that's the guy I'd be searching.
Exactly. He's the one that you would single out. You would pull him out of the crowd. You would try to figure out what's going on there. But in his case, he is holding that bag like he is holding every bit of the shame and guilt that he's ever had in his life.
Exactly. His body language is he feels like a total piece of crap. And how did he get talked into this?
Exactly. And if you look at the way other people are dressed around him, I mean, you know, you've got nicely dressed people there. I mean, you know.
Well, he looks like the poor kind of mental patients they always set up.
Yep, they pulled him out. He's a patsy. He just looks completely and totally the part. It really jumps out at me that this was the guy.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think they're saying, I've seen it at least 4 times myself, where they've been saying maybe Navy SEALs did the bombing, and then you've got what's clearly Navy SEALs there standing around just to be implicated, obviously ordered to be there.
These guys most likely weren't Navy SEALs. They were most likely one of these security firms.
But sure, Kraft International is sheep-dipped Navy SEALs, yeah.
Right, that they brought these guys in as either additional security or as backup to make sure everything goes off without a hitch to keep Obama from hitting the mainstream, for everybody knowing that he's a crook. It basically looks like everything was set in place, with a backup of a backup of a backup. I mean, in government work, you don't do anything relying on one source. I mean, you got to have 3 or 4 backups going at the same time. These guys, they're on pictures everywhere. So for them to come out and say, maybe a Navy SEAL did it, they're saying that just in case pictures get credibility and somebody somewhere in a position to make a difference actually speaks out and says, look at all these Navy SEALs everywhere. That's another way for, mainstream media to cover their butt.
No, I agree. And they're probably telling them right now, you keep your mouth shut or you're going to go to jail for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, those guys that were there, if you look at the expression on their faces after the explosion, they do run to help. They do.
I've said that. They look freaked out. Like, what the hell?
Exactly. They did not see this coming, I don't think.
Wow, I'm getting chills. Man, and I'm in the middle of this. Oh, man. Careful what you ask for, folks. We'll be right back with more of your calls. Stay there. All right, Alex Jones here, back live. We've got the Austin Police Chief's been scheduled for a week. The one going around with Obama trying to get the guns. He's scheduled to be in here. So he should be arriving in about 20, 30 minutes. He's going to be in here. But he can talk about this with us as well. I know Art Acevedo as a person. He's a likable guy. I disagree with him on the guns, but we'll have a nice talk on that subject and all the things that are happening. It's really good to have a major police chief in here to give us his take on the situation in Boston. We've got ex-special ops, special forces, citizen in Boston, Army with intel on blue shirt suspect. Let's try to go quick to people, and I'll try to shut up and get their quick take on things. Chris, what's your info on what you see happening and why they don't want these photos out of what looks like Navy SEALs?
Well, my perspective as a former U.S. Army Spec Ops is that the prior SEALs and these groups working for Kraft probably were very surprised. What it looks like to me, they might have been given a sit rep that, hey guys, there's a very strong possibility of dirty bomb. It looks like they were probably in an active mode of doing radiation detection, thinking that they were, actually working something that could be.
That's right. We've confirmed the oldest one. What looks like the guy in charge. He's not wearing a backpack or anything. The other guys are there kind of taking orders from him. So are the police. He's got a radiation detector in his hand. We've confirmed it.
Right. Yeah, and looking at all the photos, I'm familiar with those type of operations and nuclear weapons convoys I've been involved with prior. But also, I do think that in their packs, they're probably very heavily armed. So the confusion to add, they were told, to bring heavily armaments, small caliber weapons or machine guns that they typically carry in the backpacks. So they thought they were doing, normal activities. They don't want them out wearing them on their person to, scare people. So I do think they were very surprised. Now, could there have been 1 or 2 factions or elements within the group that was actually a part of the op? The bottom line is these spec op troops, SEALs, Rangers, Green Beret, all of us guys, we need to stop being involved with unconstitutional activities. We need to do better due diligence on what are we being tasked to do. And we need to really wake up, because I'm sorry, I get very ticked when I see spec op troops, involved in activities.
Well, look at how we're seeing martial law demonstrated right now all over the places. If it's going to keep anybody safe, And I look at these photos of right before the bomb goes off, you can just see all these groups of patsies and FBI watching people. And I mean, it just looks like an intelligence banquet or something. I mean, you've just got all these groups there, the classic 4 or 5 operations running at once, so that nobody knows what's going on when the real bomb walks in. If you've looked at these photos, the redneck ne'er-do-well guy, his backpack matches the shattered remains, and he's being looked at by a lot of people. And I think they had to abandon that plan. Why do you think they're floating Navy SEALs here in the news saying maybe they did it? What is that?
Well, I definitely think that's one of the avenues of the asymmetrical story potentials, because on every op, they want to have multiple exit points to take the story and push it. So that was definitely probably one of the story points they wanted, or agendas they wanted to push, was demonizing rogue, ex-military people.
And they didn't like Chris Kyle because he's pro-Second Amendment and stuff. So, why not get the new mercs on the block? Why not have Kraft come out?
And it could be part of a backdoor way of starting to taint the reputation of Kraft. But in the end, the bottom line is the removal of posse comitatus, the blending of military operations into civilian police operations. It's all wrong. That's not, that's not how our country's supposed to
Let me ask you this. What does your gut tell you about what you've seen with this whole thing? Because it looks to me like they've been changing stories, going through different things, and that this is basically unraveled for them.
Well, I definitely think that the work that you guys did and the information came out completely has taken them off their original kind of train of approach with the media, all the instruments they had working to start presenting their story they were going to sell. I definitely think you guys have taken them off guard, but you can see on this asymmetrical capabilities they have and their very dynamic ability to change the story, they are very quick and very good at already having additional avenues of exit. When you go into the building, you don't want to only have one way to come out. You want to have 2 or 3 if possible.
Sure, it's the same deal with Oklahoma. They had like 6 different groups there, but they went with their...
Now the real hero would be, and I appeal to all Spec Ops troops, and somebody that General Patton would be proud of, a true American. You guys that know what happened, have the guts to come out now and tell us, what were you doing there? That's, to me, who's going to be the real hero.
God bless you, sir. God bless you. Great points. I will be back live, Lord willing, this Sunday, 4 to 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. Many stations air it live. Others rebroadcast it. And I'll be doing live updates to YouTube at Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.tv, obviously tomorrow and this evening on the Nightly News tonight. And we'll go into overdrive today with the audio and video feeds at Infowars.com/listen for everybody. We'll get Jakari Jackson and David Knighton here. I know we're chomping at the bit to talk about all the stuff they've got. Larry Pratt, who is in Massachusetts for Patriots Day events, just spoke there and prayed at Lexington Green for restoration of our republic with Oath Keepers, with a local gun group, anti-gun group, tried to block them from speaking, and even though they had a permit, they had it revoked. What a free country. And now they're going to speak somewhere else, but the police did not follow their orders to arrest them and keep them from doing that. So the whole state has been turned into a martial law zone. They've spilled into Connecticut. This is just unprecedented. And who knows what even the truth is. There have been so many patsies. Larry Pratt, head of Gun Owners of America, joining us speaking via cell phone as you drive through Massachusetts that's going through semi-lockdown. A, what can you tell us about what's happened overall? And B, by Tuesday night, Axelrod and others said it's a lone guy by himself, a right-winger. We'll have more tomorrow. And then they announced the arrest, and they all licked their chops on CNN, MSNBC, saying it's a right-winger. We got you, people. And now it's reportedly jihadis out of the steppes of Russia, out of areas where we've seen these attacks on Russia and things. They're in the Caucasus. They're from Chechnya. Larry Pratt of Gun Owners of America, great to have you be able to give us your take on this, sir.
Alex, good to be with you. Yeah, I got thrown off of Lexington Green. I was standing under the statue of John Parker, the Minuteman in charge that day when the battle took place on Lexington Green. And the cop came up and said, you have to move on. Isn't that incredible? What a free country. Happily, the green also extends across the street. It's private, and it belongs to whoever now has that building there. It was a tavern at one time. And so we had our ceremony anyway, and actually we were on Lexington Green in spite of them.
Yeah, Stewart said he had to get to the point that even though you were there, the cops were still going to try to stop you. And because they're so afraid of assembly now in this police state because the local commissars said you couldn't. What is your breakdown on the spectacle of martial law over much of the state you're in right now, looking for one guy?
It's pretty extraordinary. And as you were saying when you let in, surprise, it was a Muslim or two Muslims. That's what Muslims do. It's the last person that they would ever conclude might have been involved in a terroristic act. They're, Janet Napolitano mindset, where she was telling local police departments, watch out for those constitutionalists, those pro-lifers, those Second Amendment guys, those property rights guys. In other words, the conservative base of the Republican Party. Watch out. Those are potential terrorists. We've got to watch out for them. And that apparently is what was going on in Massachusetts. And invariably, it turns out, no, it's not somebody who believes in freedom. It's somebody who believes anything but freedom. That's what Muslims do.
Well, certainly the parts, the groups that have been radicalized, undoubtedly. Larry Pratt, head of Gun Owners of America, I want to briefly get your take on the defeat of the gun grabbers. They promised to come back. Obama says executive orders. We're going to get to that in a moment. But, I came out Tuesday. I was still on the air when this happened. I went into overdrive, and I said, watch. They're going to blame Tea Party, libertarian, constitutionalist. And people are like, how dare you? Newspapers that night said, how dare you say we're going to blame you? But they'd already begun within an hour doing it. And I have seen at least 4 times, and I'm being sent transcripts and videos now, where since Tuesday they went further. They said, we bet it's a Navy SEAL or a disgruntled vet. What is this? They're not just demonizing the Tea Party now. What is this saying vets are going to blow stuff up with absolutely no evidence of that? I mean, why are they trying to go after the military now? I mean, this is really bizarre.
That's on Janet Napolitano's list of people that are suspected terrorists. In fact, veterans may have been actually toward the very top of her list. There is a hatred of what made this country great, what makes this country still the best country in the world. They do not like people who understand freedom and who have fought for freedom. That's just not in their playbook, and they take every opportunity. And it's really embarrassing to them, I would think, except they're not going to report on their own embarrassment. But you're right. That was their call. That's where they were heading. And oops, turns out it was one of those Muslim guys.
Let's talk about the defeat of Harry Reid and him saying he doesn't like our black helicopter conspiracies. Obama said that the pro-gun people are liars when they're the liars. They said they want to ban our guns once they're registered. They're all on record. Now they deny that. They promised to not come after our guns in the campaign 5 years ago. They've been caught lying about that 4.5 years ago. And I mean, they are really hopping mad. And here's the Weekly Standard. Biden, the president, is already lining up some additional executive actions for guns. Pelosi says tougher gun control is inevitable. They're going to do it whether we like it or not. That's the Hill. And so they're, I mean, I guess what's their plan? Ship more guns to Mexico to blame us for that, or what?
Evidently, but I tell you now, I will not obey the president's executive order. If he thinks he can become our national legislature, worse, that when the Senate was voting, they were playing as if they were a constitutional convention. Shall not be infringed doesn't really leave much room for what they were doing. And nevertheless, they were doing it, and I was quite prepared to tell people that I was going to look for a gun and buy it, quote-unquote, illegally because I have a Constitution. And
yeah, just because these crooks say we don't, it's like saying black people have got to be reattached to plows or something. No, they have an inherent right to say no, so does everybody. But let's stop right there. What do you... what stopped them? Because they all, from Obama to Biden to Reid, go, how dare you, conspiracy theorists, saying we're tyrants. That is what really got to them. What they try to discredit is what they're scared of, calling a tyrant a tyrant. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. The truth of the matter is they are the folks that want to be tyrants. They want to tell us what to do. We should just shut up and do whatever they tell us to do. That's clearly the way these people think and act. And by the way, that's why we have a Second Amendment, for just like these kinds of folks who think and act the way they do. We are not going to roll over and play dead for them. What I think they have done, Alex, in all the years I've been involved in defending the Second Amendment, I have never seen the intensity that we're seeing now. People are so fed up, and I'm not the only one saying they can pass this unconstitutional law if that's what they think they can do, but I'm not going to obey it. People are just fed up, and they're increasingly rather public about it.
Well said. What do you make of Master Sergeant C.J. Grisham, highly decorated, no criminal record, out in an area I know, I have family in that area, totally rural, wild hogs, cougars. It's actually right by the ranch of Ted Nugent, and just out walking with an AR-15 with his son and having his gun taken, and then we'll let you go because I know you got to get places. We're going to take calls.
That was so over the top. Everybody involved in that needs to be fired. That is just absolutely criminal activity on the part of a government agent.
What do you make of this arrogance where the police say, and we interviewed him, by the way, last night, the interview's up at Infowars.com, the Master Sergeant, whenever they say, well, I don't care what the law is. You know, if people don't like your gun, we're going to take it.
You know, the day's going to come when that's going to lead to something really bad happening. And they will have started it. And I think it's important that we make sure that if and when the bad things do happen, that it's very clear that they are the ones known to have fired first. They are the ones known to have broken the law. That is really important. That's what was so important about Lexington. The message that the world got was that the British thugs fired first. The problem that the South had right from the get-go was they fired first. And it's just essential that we, the good guys, be prepared to take the first round.
That's right. Of course, the Bill Ayers and people would say they'll just stage something and blame it on us. And that's why we've got to be worried about false flags. I mean, as you said, Fast and Furious was a false flag. The CBS got the memo to blame the Second Amendment.
And we caught them with their false flag. And, you know, it's a very good talking point, and I've noticed that the other side really doesn't have a comeback. You mean you're going to approve my purchase of a firearm? You that killed some 400, well, were complicit in the killing of some 400 Mexicans and a couple of our federal agents? You have the moral authority to approve what I do?
You of the Chicago Mafia. Larry Pratt, get to your meeting. Be safe up there in Massachusetts, and we'll talk to you again soon. Oh, last point before I go to these calls, some people are holding. How do you expect... Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just point out, I'm actually going to Springfield, Massachusetts, and I'm in the vehicle by the head of the Oath Keeper, driven by the head of the Oath Keepers in Rhode Island. So we are, I tell you what, we're just all Constitution 24/7.
You're in good company. Lastly, how do you expect him to come back now against the Second Amendment? I mean, obviously, executive order. What else?
It's going to be interesting to see what he's going to do with the executive order. The problem is he can only really jerk the chain of gun stores. So how is he going to try to do something if I want to sell you a gun? There's just no way they're going to be able to get their nose into that. So I think well, it's going to be interesting to see what he thinks he can do.
I know what he's going to do. He's going to stage another mass shooting. Larry Pratt, we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you for the time, sir.
Great, Alex. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, be safe. All right, there goes Larry Pratt, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to your calls. I appreciate you holding. Let's talk. We're going to go to James, who's a resident in Boston, in a moment. But first, Jake, who's Special Forces, he says, and then Jason, who's Army Intel on blue shirt, and then James, and then Michael and Bill. We'll get to all of you before this hour ends. Let's talk to Jake in California real fast. What's your take on all the stuff that's happening? And now the news saying Navy SEALs might have done it on these, before they said it was these Chechens. What's your take on that?
Well, I think that what we have to realize right now is the city of Boston is on a complete lockdown. Now, out here in California, we had a rogue cop who was trained. He was in the Navy. He was trained by the LAPD. He was on the run, and the city of LA was not on lockdown. And I think that instead of going back and being consumed with hindsight, Alex, you need to be consumed with the fact that a major metropolitan city is on shelter in place for a 19-year-old with a gun. Perhaps there's a lot more to this than we know.
They want to cover up what really happened. That's what all our sources are saying. This is a cover-up in action. What do you think happened? Because they were going to go with the right-wing angle. They'd already announced it. They couldn't help themselves, that they had the arrested right-winger. Then it all stopped when these photos got released. What do you think's happening?
I think that the photos reveal that the feds may have been tipped off, hence the guys on the ground in the blast zone knew where it was going to go down. They were watching. They knew to get out of the zone before the explosion. They also had radioactive detective gear with them. So the point is that they knew something was going to go down. They didn't know that, say, 4chan was going to assemble that photo compilation and it was going to go viral and we were going to see what happened. And so now that we've seen that, we know, and now we see the massive response. We know that something huge is taking place. Now, have we speculated? Could there be something even bigger in play here? Could there be something radioactive? I mean, why were those guys there? Not that it may have been an op or an inside job, but this may be legit. And we know that Chechens have had a history of all sorts of violence.
Oh, wait a minute. They are the radiation guys. Wow. No, I agree. The body language of the SEALs, to me, is they were just told to be there for a drill and didn't know. And because, I mean, I've looked at now, there's a ton of these photos and videos. They look, just, and I see some other guys that look, like older special ops, like back, look totally freaked out. Like, whoa, what just happened minutes after the blast? My issue is it started clicking last night. I've seen them 4 times since Tuesday say maybe it's a former military, like a Navy SEAL, when they have these creepy FBI and Southern Poverty Law Center type guys on. And so are they looking at framing the SEALs, or what is that?
Let me point out one other thing. Of course, you've seen the images because you mirrored them. You've seen the images. Remember the guy who looks kind of older? He's wearing the blue jacket. He's got the backpack on his forearm.
Yes.
Right? Okay, look at that image. Push in on him. Tell me he possibly doesn't look Eastern European. Could that guy also be Russian? I mean, because he does look suspicious. He is holding that backpack suspicious. Is there more people in play? Look at the turnout.
Well, that's what my gut. Well, half the people there are spies. You can look at the body language. It's obvious. All I know is I believe it's that photo that freaked them out. Us. And again, they said they had the guy. They had the guy, and then that whole story changed. I have never seen an operation unravel like this.
Well, it's not just that it's unraveling; it's that it's unfolding, man. We're seeing this turnout. Listen, the city of Boston is on shelter in place. L.A. was not shelter in place during Christopher Dorner. The city of Boston effectively is shut down. All the transit, everything. Something is in place.
And they're telling media, the police are saying, we'll kill you if you show what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, they could be hunting down special ops people that have blown the whistle. Who knows?
Hey, one more thing. Dan Badandi, he has a titanium pair. To ask the questions he has in front of the world. I mean, the guy. You know what we say about Dan Badandi? Whenever
I hired him, and then he had obviously his young son and stuff. People get homesick. That happens. You send him back home to be a reporter there. He's still employed here. Do you know what we privately say about Badandi when we send him on a mission?
What?
Release the Kraken.
Dude, well, if Gandhi's listening right now, you know what, man? There's a whole bunch of people that appreciate you just asking a couple of the questions that you did and being as the tenacity that you have. It was awesome.
Well, thank you. We're going to get him on in overdrive. Guys, set Badandi up at 3 if he can do it. Let's get Badandi on. We should have Badandi on. The Austin Police Chief's coming in to add to the bizarreness of this day. Has Acevedo showed up yet? He usually shows up right on time. All dudded up. I think he should start wearing a full emperor outfit. Everyone can bow to him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back with more calls. I promise we're going to get to Jason, and then I'm going to go to James, and then I'm going to go to Michael and Bill. We got to hurry straight ahead. I was back there in the TV control room with a bunch of TVs on, and they were announcing, it was on Fox, that Dianne Feinstein is wanting everybody's guns. That's the answer now. We've seen what guns do with terrorists. That's their angle. Got to turn your guns in because the government brings in all these Chechens. By the way, we have an article up on Infowars.com about our government arming tens of thousands of Chechens to blow up Russian stuff. So it's just like the globalists funded al-Qaeda. Wait till al-Qaeda starts shooting down airliners with all the heat seekers our government helped them get in Libya. And when I talk about it, when they do it, I'll be the traitor because I told you it was all coming. I'll be bad because I was right. By the way, Facebook, the article's up where you're blocking us posting articles about the Navy SEALs and other security people. That's the key to all this. And by the way, you haven't stopped us. It's in a couple of major newspapers. So how dare you say it isn't a real story? Unbelievable, folks. Get our articles out to everybody. Let's go to Pat in Mass. Was a block down the road from the shootout and explosions. Then we'll go to James and a bunch of other police and special forces like Michael and Jason and Bill that are holding. Go ahead. You're on the air. You're on the air. Pat, tell us what you saw and heard.
Hey, Alex. How you doing?
I'm not doing too good, actually. It's not fun being at the front of this. Go ahead.
No, it's not. Well, I'll tell you, I'm an electrician, and I work at a secure site probably about a block away from where the shootout happened. And, we're in a big building when we heard the explosions, and I kind of brushed it off as being, maybe like the HVAC system backfiring, something like that. But by the time we were ready to leave, about 1:15, some guys came upstairs and said, that the police are outside, not allowing anybody to leave the building. And then by the time we got downstairs, the entire area was flanked by Boston PD. And we attempted to leave. They were scouring the area, guns drawn, with their flashlights out, and weren't allowing us to leave. We were able to get out probably about 45 minutes later after some of the police presence had died down. It was a really wild scene.
What is your take on all this? We were told it was right-wingers. Now we're being told it's Chechens.
Well, to be honest with you, Alex, the whole situation seems really strange for two young guys to have no apparent motive to pull off something like this.
Well, exactly. By the way, it's not just what looks like Navy SEALs and Special Forces all around right before the bombing goes off, and we know there was a drill happening, which they've denied and been caught lying about. There's also all sorts of what looked like feds. I mean, it was like a third of the people when the bomb went off, but back were feds watching. And I just don't think they want it coming out. They probably knew what these guys were going to do and let them do it. I mean, that's what the New York Times reported on last year. This is the FBI's specialty. And bare minimum, that's what happened. It's probably worse. What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you, Alex. It looked like a pretty real scenario to me last night. It didn't have any, kind of false flag sort of.
Oh no! I'm talking about the bombing. I agree. There was probably a real shootout and all that. No, I hear you. No, what do you think about the whole thing? What do you think about changing stories? They had somebody arrested. They didn't. What do you make of that?
Well, they always change the story, don't they? I mean, it seems like they come out with
as a Bostonian, what's your gut on this? False flag or not?
My gut instinct is probably not, to be honest with you.
No, that's why we don't screen your calls. We want to hear what you have to say. This could be the one in a million where it hadn't been staged. But then why were there feds crawling all around right before the bomb went off? And why are they lying about it?
It certainly seems strange. I mean, you would think under any circumstances that kind of event they certainly would have. Now, I've seen those pictures that you posted of the supposed SEAL team guys, and I don't understand what those guys are doing there.
Well, and why is the media saying I'm lying and it doesn't exist? That's another thing. Well, why are they on the news saying SEALs might have done it? Have you seen them say that? I have.
haven't seen that, no.
I have. I told people where they said it last night, on like 6 o'clock, 6:15. All right, well, good to hear from you. We got more calls coming up from the scene. And then sometime in the next 20 minutes, the police chief's supposed to show up. All right, just let me have it. Good job. Good job. Yeah, no, okay, we're tracking that. Good job, guys. I'm doing a lot of work during the breaks here. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, on this Friday edition. It looks like Jahar's Twitter account is now up on Gawker, and they're saying he was a 9/11 truther. And now he's got family coming out saying he's been set up. He's got friends that said there's no way he's involved in this. So, I mean, the way they've got everything locked down, telling press they'll kill him. You heard that police officer earlier. He said that sounds incredibly suspicious to him. We're going to go to James, who's a Boston resident right now, and then to others. Then we're going to get to Jason and Bill and Michael and Sebastian. Says friend in Boston arrested for leaving home. Man, this is martial law, folks. James in Boston, thanks for holding her on the air. Tell us what you're saying.
All right. Hi, Alex. How you doing?
It's crazy, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, I have never seen anything this absurd, and this is so much media sensationalism. This is unheard of. I was born and raised in Boston. I'm 45 years old. Never have I seen anything this crazy. This is martial law. They're training you to have troops on the streets and get arrested if you leave your home. Essentially, that is what they're portraying on the local media. Channel 7, WHDD, whatever the heck they are. They are so proud of all this craziness.
No, this is the nanny state. This is it. One 19-year-old, look, they're busy hunting down the patsies. I'm telling you, that's what this is. They got to make sure they're dead, just like the 7/7 deal where they killed a bunch of the guys. Go ahead.
Well, what's really strange is I have never seen anything this aggressive for some supposed 19-year-old. I mean, they're this worried about some kid that's running the streets. Yet, let's put it this way. If it's just this one guy, why does it take so many police and FBI and SWAT team and bomb ballistics? Because it's all part of the coup d'etat against America. It's all part of the total takeover of everything. I mean, I can't go to the Kite Festival without National Guard out there. They have TSA in downtown Austin searching bags without warrants. It's about a criminal state takeover. Right. Yeah, well, I've been listening to you over the past couple of years, and more importantly, most recently over the few months, and I felt compelled today to actually speak out. This was the last straw. Well, I will go to city council after all the grandstanding, and the police need to get in trouble for telling AP reporters we'll kill you if you don't stop videotaping us. I mean, that's just unprecedented grandstanding. And I see families driving through, and they're pointing guns at them all over the city. It's not like they think he's in one block and they're doing that. That I could see. Just a whole into other cities, just an excuse to get your hands on everybody. Get everybody conditioned. And that's why they're doing this. And just cops parading around in just giant, huge numbers like they're all totally scared to death. I mean, and I'm not bragging about my life. I grew up kind of rough for whatever reason. I've had people pull guns on me and stuff. I've seen violence. I mean, I was 14 years old, didn't crap my pants like this. I mean, are the police taking it serious? Because I look on the news, and they're all laughing and standing around and stuff. I know people have been killed as well, but I mean, to think citywide that, he's under every chair and it's the end of the world. What do you say to that? Right. No, the area with which they've encompassed and sort of infiltrated their presence upon is extraordinary. I mean, I literally watch you, and sometimes I say, Alex, all right, a little much. You would not freaking believe this. I'm telling you, from a Bostonian, a hardcore Bostonian, they would
No. The New World Order has reinvaded Boston on Patriots Day. I mean, that's what this is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, operating on very little sleep here, taking your phone calls. The Austin Police Chief is scheduled to be here. I know that walking back and forth in front of TVs the last 3 days, I've heard them say it's probably a military veteran. It could be a military person. It could be military training, foreign military that's bombed us. And then I remember hearing that last night right before I went on the air, but they actually found the transcript. And what they said is this type of thing that a soldier, now that doesn't mean it's a U.S. soldier. That means it's someone who probably has experience. It could be a U.S. adversary. So on that particular show I was talking about, that's not what they said, but I know I've seen them say that. So help us dig that up. In fact, they had one yesterday from another CNN show, and I never got to it, so they're redigging that back up. I know I've seen them basically say it's probably a veteran. It could be a disgruntled U.S. veteran is the thing I've heard them say repeatedly. And, of course, we have all the clips. There's no need to even re-air those. Where Chris Matthews, the Young Turks, Axelrod, saying it's probably a domestic right-winger. And then they were all giddy Wednesday saying, oh, yeah, it is. That's what it is, a lone person. Well, it's not a lone person. And then who is it that they supposedly arrested? And here's the thing that listeners are all freaked out about. Why do they have most of Boston and surrounding cities totally locked down saying don't leave your house or we'll arrest you? And speaking of that, we just had a guest on hold saying that their neighbor or their friend got arrested, but I guess they hung up. I want to hear what they have to say. 800-259-9231. We're going to go to everybody right now. Jason in Wisconsin is Army and says they have intel on blue shirt suspect everybody's talking about. Go ahead, Jason.
I expected to get cut off or my house drone strike before I even get on the air. Look at this. Okay, you don't want your kids to die, right? I got kids too. I don't want them to die. I'm speaking out and decloaking on Facebook. You want to know about the guy with the hat or the hair? The old guy with the hair, the blue shirt, carrying the duff backpack with two hands. Does look a little heavy on his big giant shoulder. Okay, Bleicher, B-L-E-I-C-H-E-R on Facebook, Sean. Knights Malta go hide behind Red Cross. That's why Bush was laughing. Give me your money. Well, listen, brother, do me this. Send us an email at showtips@infowars.com with specifically what you're talking about and where on Facebook. We'll look it up. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and talk to Bill, ex-Navy Special Operation Projects, he says. Bill, what's your take on what you're seeing?
Alex, I think you're dead correct. I think it's a false flag. I mean, I spent 20 years in the military, and I haven't seen anything like this before since probably 9/11 or 7/7. You know, you conduct drills when the real stuff happens, and wham, there's suspicion. It's not a conspiracy, it's just suspicion. It ought to be investigated. Are you there?
Yes, and they don't want to admit the drill, and are trying to say none of this even exists and trying to block it all over the web right now. And the FBI says, don't look at other photos. What does that sound like to you?
Well, I think don't look at other photos means we're going to present you with the evidence that we want you to observe, and we don't want you to observe any other evidence.
No, that's actually almost a word-for-word quote of what he said. He said that. He said, we'll give you the evidence. Nothing else is credible.
Exactly. But the thing is, you and your staff put a cog in the wheel. When you came up with those photos and you presented them online, it made them delay the news briefs, it delayed the conferences, and they had to change their story because of you and your news staff.
It took them a day to do it. Well, I don't want all the credit. It's too dangerous. Actually, other people did that.
Just you. There's plenty.
I am getting a lot of by the way, I am getting a lot of death threats right now. But go ahead.
Okay. I'd just like to throw a couple things at you, if that's okay.
Sure.
And I think there was premeditated plans of blame, and it goes right along with what you're saying. And this is my opinion after 20 years of military service. I think they intended on blaming it on a white supremacist, gun-owning Arcanist. Number one. Number two, I think they planned on tossing it to a disgruntled vet if the first one didn't work. And number three, I think they planned on tossing it to Iran, China, Russia, or maybe even North Korea. So they could have another reason to implement another conflict. And I got to tell you, Mr. Badandi has got a sack of steel, without a doubt.
Well, you know what? He had him kind of intimidating him and threatening him and stuff all 3 times before and after. And but still they were afraid to, I guess, arrest him because they didn't want him to be the newscast. But when he got Infowars.com out and all over the world they were carrying that news feed live, normally we get about 1 million visitors a day to Infowars, 500,000 to Prison Planet. Big days, maybe 2 million max. Guess how many visitors we had per minute for several hours after that happened?
Oh, I was listening to you live on the audio feed on the internet, and you just broke the record. I mean, you broke the record that you broke 2 days before that.
Yeah, we were having 100,000 new individual visitors per minute. And understand that's stacking up on each other. And I haven't had time to look at the whole graph, but it looks like at one time we had 7 million people on the website.
Yeah, I don't think that actually I had trouble accessing your website because it was so overloaded with people trying to do research on it. I don't think that Piers Morgan, I don't think that, never mind, forget Piers Morgan. Anyway, there's a couple other things I'd like to say that based on my past 4 or 5 days of an investigation, I've come up with a couple different things, and there's at least one that I think you might have missed, and if your staff has the time and opportunity to check it out. I did some research on the internet and came up with a file that said that President Obama met with a Saudi Arabian foreign minister.
No, sir, that's AP Reuters, and it was a secret meeting. They call it a walk-by where they say it's an accident, so they don't put a record of it, but it's still leaked. You're absolutely right. No, that's true. I'm going to jump to 2 more calls before the police chief, who have TV viewers. We can punch him up out there. He's come to confiscate our guns. And he gets, yeah. So look at him. He's been hanging out with he's powered. He has a glow to him now. Been hanging out with Biden up there. Been hanging out with El Gangster. So anyways, he's here to confiscate our firearms. But anyways, that is coming up. Look at the crew out there. I'm going to ask what he thinks of Boston, though, and martial law. Thank you so much for the call, Bill. Let's talk to Jeff, who wants to give his analysis as military. Jeff in Canada, what's your take on this?
Alex, thank you so much. I'm going to be as brief as I can. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Over.
Yes, sir, I can.
Very good. At approximately 4:10 this morning, I woke up as I sleep with one eye open usually these days and began to watch what I call phase 2 of your operation, which I call Operation Terror Storm times 2. What happened at approximately 4:10 this morning was, of course, there was a press conference, and they had a press conference announcing that they had approximately 12 victims in the hospital. This was the first press conference they did in the hospital after the second shooting of an officer. This is when they began phase 2 of announcing there was a DHS, former Department of Homeland Security, security analyst, as they called themselves, on CNN. She was literally reading, and if you go back to that footage, you can see it around 4:30 in the morning. She's literally reading out what's going to happen this whole afternoon. By the way, she said at 4:30 this morning, 5 o'clock this morning, this could go all day. This could go 2 days. So we're in a 2-day marathon here.
No, it's all a martial law deal on Patriot State to teach us to be good slaves. And they even have said, later today on the menu, as part of your vacation, we will have a controlled demolition of an explosive. So be ready for that. And we'll kill any media we see following us because we're busy exterminating our patsies right now.
100%. You know, Alex, I did get up at 4:10 this morning. It didn't take you very long to get right up to speed, and you are literally right up to speed. This is a sanitation exercise right now. We are going after the patsies. They obviously don't want these people to talk. You're now dragging out the family members out of their homes, putting them in front of the cameras. Those families are now going to go through a living hell. But let's get right back to the script being fed by Department of Homeland Security, former Department of Homeland Security, right to these CNN reporters, by the way. They were on from 4:30 this morning till about 8 o'clock, I ask your viewers, who are these two reporters? Have you ever seen them in your life? I watch CNN all
No,
the
that's
time.
look at 9/11. There was suddenly all these new reporters. I'm telling you, this is their big move. And they were going to go with the right-wing deal, but that got screwed up because of the drill being exposed. And now they've moved to these Chechen cutouts that everybody knows Chechnya is like a CIA-run proxy state against the Russians. I mean, this is amazing. And where do you see this ending in closing?
Well, you know, Alex, I just wanted to just interject one more thing here. You have a carjacking, you have a crazy sideways story that the media has tried to juggle between 4:30 this morning and about 8 o'clock this morning until it was really obvious to me that we are in martial law. They announced a no-fly zone over Boston. I started getting on
By the
Facebook
way, I had all these military calls on Tuesday. Do you remember that? Saying they've been told get ready for martial law to start in Boston on Friday. And then we had Scalzon say there's no way they have that intel. But when you get ready to go with the soft martial law to condition everybody, you finally got to tell the troops. All right, amazing points. I just remember those calls Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, we're going to get Chief Art Acevedo in here, part of Bloomberg's, well, he's like, if Bloomberg's Emperor Palpatine, he's Darth Vader. So, I guess, Newt Gunray. I'm like, oh, Lord Vader, you are here to help me for the Emperor. All right, so they're all, he's got his protection. Art Acevedo, the Austin police chief, now in service to the Sith Lord, Obama, and Michael Moore, as well as Bloomberg. No, he's here. He's a really nice guy, even though he wants to confiscate my firearms.
I do not.
You were saying during the break you don't want to take my guns. Tell me about it.
Okay, that's why I need to come to see you. I do not believe in gun confiscations of law-abiding Americans of sound minds. Every time you say that, I challenge you on Twitter to show me where I've ever said we should confiscate guns. And you
but you're there.
But you ignored me. You didn't answer that because you will not find a soundbite. You will not find an article. You won't find anywhere.
Well, I'll be honest. I didn't see the tweet.
Well, it's on your Twitter. I tweeted you. Right
well, I mean, I can't keep track of all this.
I follow you, Jones, and that's me.
I know. You plan to put me in a FEMA camp.
I never.
No. Seriously. Look, I joked around because I know you fled communism in Cuba and said you ought to move back to Cuba.
Absolutely
because you're, and I'm in it tongue-in-cheek, but you're I had to, like, smoke you out to come down here and confront me. I know you're not a chicken. You want to come down here and confront me.
No, I just want to get the record straight.
Even though you're like a karate champion here, I better not challenge you to a boxing match like I did Piers Morgan.
You already did. No, it's Piers Morgan was 1776. Pierce. That's all I remember. I have never laughed so hard. That guy could not handle you at all.
Well, I was a little under the weather when I was there too. But I want to get into Boston with you and the whole gun control deal. But at the very event you were at, the city councilman, guys had a sign saying no gun ban. He said, hey, when we do this, we're going to register you, but then we're going to get your guns later. Don't worry.
But that's not what he said. That's not what he said. Here's what happened. Okay?
But that is the plan. Register them and then get the guns.
I think that's the fear. I can tell you right now that this police chief and this police department will never, ever participate in the mass confiscation of firearms of law-abiding Americans.
It'll be done in phases.
No, and zero face. We will never participate in that. It's against our Constitution.
You told me the sky wowould be falling before troops were in Austin. Why do I always see National Guard and State Guard doing crowd control now?
No, you said, I told you talked about troops doing some kind of martial law type thing, and it's never happened here.
What's going on in Boston right now?
You know what? I'm not sure because I'm not there. I'm here.
But isn't that martial law when they're locking most of the city down and saying, don't come out and we'll kill the press?
No, the press is there.
No, AP was told. I'll pull up AP. They were told you're dead if you come out.
I heard something live on CNN, and I was watching where there were some gunshots going on. They were said, "Be careful, you're in the line of fire." I have not heard or seen anything like that. The bottom line is this: what's going on in Boston is they're looking for one more suspect, as far as I know, from the media reports, and they've asked the people in the entire city of Boston to stay indoors.
Would you ever do that in Austin for like one guy?
Probably. I don't want to be critical because I don't know what we think is for one guy. We don't have all the information. I'm sure they have good reason. It would take a lot for us to tell the entire city of almost 1 million people here in the city of Austin to everybody stay in.
And Boston's even bigger.
No, we're actually bigger. We're much more spread. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's so frustrating.
I guess we've grown so fast.
We are the fastest growing city and region in the nation. We're 838,000 folks, probably more like closer to 900,000. We're a region of almost 2 million people. We're over 300 square miles. Boston, I think, is about 90.
We're a colony of California.
I'm a Texan. I don't know about you.
Well, I mean, but listen, let's get back to the guns briefly. Let's be honest, okay? Crime has dropped 49%, violent crime in the last 20 years, directly. Even the FBI has to admit, because of gun ownership increasing, criminals are scared. And I can show you those statistics. Guys, will you roll there the 49% drop in crime rates for the police chief? We'll show you the numbers from FBI.gov here in a moment. I mean, explain to me how I have to be penalized because of bad people.
But how are you being penalized? When you go buy a firearm right now from a licensed dealer, which is where I presume that's where you get your guns, because as a consumer...
I don't have any guns.
Yeah, right, sure. As a consumer...
Only a couple under the counter right here.
I got one too.
I know.
But as a consumer, you want to protect yourself to make sure you get it from a licensed person so it's not stolen, so you make sure that you're getting something that you can rightfully own. Listen, it's about, to me, universal background checks is about making sure that the person getting that firearm. We have illegal aliens right now, illegal immigrants that can go into gun shows, go to a private seller, buy whatever they want.
But they're going to get it anyways.
No, that's the best.
It's always used to harass. Here's my issue. Maybe you really want to do it for law and order, and I actually get some of the arguments. The problem is up top, they want the list to take the guns. Do you know Obama's on record saying he wants to confiscate guns when he was a state senator? Did you know the Attorney General is your friend?
But that will never happen, Alex. The Constitution of the United States, the Second Amendment, is very clear that we have the right to bear arms. I know it's a real concern of fear, and rightfully so. I mean, government needs to be kept in check.
Did Fidel let your parents own guns?
No, absolutely not. My dad used to actually run guns against Fidel. You know, my uncle here, who's in his 80s, is still a CHL holder. I really believe in that.
Gun running?
My father in Cuba, absolutely.
Well, that's moral to do it against Fidel, but what about Fast and Furious?
That's why. Well, I don't. That was two different administrations, not just to Obama. But the thing is, when you call me a communist, that really irks me because half of my father's friends were executed by Fidel Castro.
Because only Fidel had the guns.
Only Fidel. Well, no, the anti-rebels had guns.
No, but I mean, he ended up getting most of the guns. And
absolutely, and that's
why did Fidel want people's guns?
To control them, obviously.
Yeah, we'll be right back with the awesome police chief, Art Acevedo. Stay with us. All right, Chief Art Acevedo is here with us in studio, and we're going to do a whole fourth hour of overdrive. I know we've got a lot of police and military and people in Boston on the line, 800-259-9031, who are going through all this crazy martial law garbage. Hey, you know, Chief, I want to get back into guns for a moment, but did you know that I got all the photos from Anonymous, which we did Google searches on. You can do that search. They're real photos of Navy SEALs and feds everywhere, like 20 feet from the bombers. And there's multiple teams of bombers there.
Were you talking about Boston?
Yes, Boston. There's multiple teams of bombers, and they are freaking out right now over the photos we've released. And you know that's why they canceled the first press conference. They were going to blame it on a right-winger. Now they're busy hunting down the second tier of patsies. What do you say to that?
Well, I think I don't have all the details, so I'll wait to get more information, but that's the first I've heard of that. And I mean, I've been following a lot of footage, looking at all things. And
here's the Washington Times on our story.
Washington who?
The Washington Times.
Where's that from?
That's from Washington. It's a captured area by foreign banks on the Potomac on the East Coast.
Can I hold it? Can I keep this?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Valuable intelligence.
See, I focus very much on Austin. That's my biggest concern.
Why does the Justice Department love you so much? Because, I mean, I think most of the anti-gun police chiefs do act like they can't talk even.
Well, listen, I don't know if they love me or don't love me, but I think that part of our responsibility as law enforcement professionals is to weigh in on matters of public safety. And, you know, the Major State Chiefs has a position paper on gun policy, and I think the assault weapon ban is something that's supported. I like to focus not on the guns themselves, but on the prohibited purchasers, the prohibited people that shouldn't have them.
So you're saying you support the assault weapons ban?
On a personal level, no. I don't support it. I do.
Oh, so the mayor tells you to like, that's the policy of Austin.
Once again, I've never supported.
Okay, because I mean, semi-autos hardly commit any of the crimes, as you know.
Listen, I support common sense, universal background checks.
Or use the commission of crime,
closing the loophole on criminals. There are people that look, greed, it's human nature. People will sell their own mothers if the price is right.
But I mean, Lanza stole his guns. Most of these guys steal their guns.
But 40% of the guns out there, they're bought from private citizens. And I just think we need to close that loophole. Listen,
we're going to hear about these supposed terrorists where they got their guns.
I'm sure we will.
Oh yeah, this is the next false flag against the Second Amendment.
What concerns me, Alex, is that you protect the Second Amendment. Listen, if we don't do things to do better in terms of keeping guns out of the hands of criminals and other prohibited purchasers, like people that are getting ready to go do with extreme mental illness, sooner or later there'll be the point of where we watch rock bottom, and everything that everybody fears. The assault weapons bans and things of that nature, confiscations, may come true if we don't do the right thing, which is, I think, universal background checks is the way to go.
Ooh, that's a new spin. Give us a little or we'll take them all. Like,
no.
Like you told my reporters.
I did not say that.
You said, no, but my reporter, you said, well, we already could do door-to-door gun confiscation if we wanted to.
What? I said what?
You told my reporter, you said, we could already do door-to-door confiscation.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you did.
No. What I said was this, and because I remember that. He's a great reporter. I really like that kid. You really had some good young people around you. What I said was that the fear of the slippery slope keeps being used by certain people to not have universal background checks, because if you do universal background checks, then there'll be a registry, and that will lead to confiscations. And what I said was, the day the government decides to confiscate guns, with or without a registry, they're just going to go to door to door. I mean, if that's what they decide to do, which is not realistic. We have millions of guns already in our neighborhoods. That's never going to happen. You know
what would happen if they tried that?
It'd be revolution. Guaranteed. So why are you worried about something that everybody with half a brain knows is not going to happen?
Because they've already done it in many states and counties and cities incrementally. Sure, it's not going to float, like Rangel has said, in the evil South and the Midwest, but everywhere else they pretty much already have taken a lot of the guns and have created the hellholes like Chicago and New York, where the crime bosses perch up there on everybody.
And the problem is that those places like Chicago still allow gun violence because it's too easy to get with the loophole in other places.
But why isn't crime higher here? You can get guns even easier. The criminals go there because they know there's victims that can't. Why has do you dispute the FBI number of a 49% drop in violent crime since 1991?
No, and then you have to go back what happened since 1991. We had the cops bill that added 100,000 police officers. We had the 3-strike laws, so a lot went into it.
Sure, they locked up a bunch of people, but gun ownership in many university studies, it went up, crime went down. And
after
concealed carry goes in, muggings and carjackings plummet because these crooks are scared.
Listen, so that's what you're making my point. We have a lot more in common in terms of our views on gun ownership. I'm all for the CHL process here. It's a tremendous process. Texans, they're for the Second Amendment, but they're also for responsible gun ownership, not just letting any Tom, Dick, and Harry run down the street with a bunch of
Well, what you're not listening to is that, guys, cue up before we go to Mike Martinez, the city councilman.
I was there, and let me tell you what happened.
Okay, cue him up. Cue up Mike Martinez. Go ahead.
I'll give you the play-by-play. What happened was Mike goes up there to talk, right? And then there's a guy, there was a big old guy.
He's just saying it's cute. Go ahead.
I thought you said cute, man. I said, well, thank you very much. So there's a big old guy that was a pro Second Amendment, guy standing in the front. Then there was a guy with that sign, no gun bans. And the second Councilmember Martinez started talking, this big guy yells, "You effing liar!" And I don't know if I can say but he used the actual word. And then everybody, starts scattering around, and they came up to the guy. And
actually, Martinez said, "We're going to make your sign legitimate."
But that's what I'm not.
We have the video. I don't think he did.
But I'm telling you what led up to it. So after the guy tells Mike Martinez that you're an effing liar, and then there's a little scuttle down there. I went down there and said, "Hey, we're not going to have any problems." Because
No, a lady came up and hit the guy in the back.
Well, I didn't see that.
We have it all on video, and I don't see this cussing you're claiming.
Oh, no, I was there. And so then Mike sees the sign and made that comment. But when you listen to the rest of it, I think he did that.
And he's like, "We're not going to take your guns right now, but after we finish this work, registration, you're going to need that sign because we're going to make that a reality for you."
I think if you look at that specific, if you took just that soundbite, it would make you believe that he wants to take everybody's guns. But if you listen to everything he had to say.
The Violence Policy Center and Mayors Against Gun Violence, they have all said the abolition of civilian ownership of firearms is the goal. The UN UNIDIR Treaty, when they tried to pass it in 2001, said there must be an abolition of the civilian ownership of firearms because, I'm quoting, it threatens the legitimate power monopoly of the state.
I can tell you that in this country that'll never happen. I would never be supportive of it. And when you talk about gun bans and you tell people that I'm in favor of gun bans, I have to call you out because I'm not.
Well, here's the deal. You're going around with Bloomberg and Joe Biden.
I'm not going around with Bloomberg.
Look, come on, man. Joe Biden is a gangster. Did you have dinner with Joe?
No.
Was Don Corleone there?
Don Corleone is a character. In
no, I know. I mean, well, no, but Joe Biden's the real thing.
You know what? The vice president's position, I actually got to meet with him in his office with 11 other police chiefs. And I don't believe for a minute that he would support a total gun.
What about him saying, go out and shoot a shotgun? In most areas, that's illegal. Kill your neighbors.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And says women can't have AR-15s. They can't use them. What the hell is he talking about? That's the best gun for a woman.
I can just tell you that in my meetings with him, person to person, not on the internet or anywhere else, he absolutely, what he's advocating for is not a total gun ban.
He cares about the kids. Let me ask you a question. Do you own an AR-15?
No, but I have one assigned to me. I have an M&P 15,
M4,
M&P 15, which is really a really nice firearm. I like guns and I like firearms. I've always liked to shoot even as a kid. And so,
hey guys, will you go get the crew? Bring in the black 50. It's unloaded. Don't worry. Bring in the black Barrett. I think the police chief wants to see it. Have Weldon bring it. You're not scared of a citizen with a gun, are you?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, good. It's unloaded. Don't worry.
Only criminals with a gun. And
exactly.
And that's what I support to me, subjecting myself to showing an ID and having somebody run a background check that takes 3 minutes.
You know why I had to say bring in the black Barrett? Because there's so, we have all these little beauties in our stable. We have to like.
Hey, where's the bomb shelter outside? I need to go when it all starts, the apocalypse. You know where to go, Jones.
Well, when they plunged it, they are gearing up. They're digging in. Why is the government buying billions of bullets and armored vehicles? And I have Army manuals where they're training for gun confiscation, and they use the term re-education camp of libertarians.
I haven't seen that, so I can't.
Okay, well, let's play Mike Martinez first since I mentioned it. Here it is for radio and TV viewers. Here it is.
Are we on TV too?
Yes, we're on TV too, and our computer system has been having major heart attacks. But
that must be the federal government, right?
No, it's this piece. Here it is.
Thank you so much. I've got a proclamation on behalf of the Mayor and City Council that we want to present, but I want to say a couple of words, and I'll be brief. First of all, to the gentleman that's dying for attention, someone needs to inform him that there is no gun ban currently, but because of the work that we're doing here today, we will make your sign legitimate.
I don't ever see him or hear him.
So you hang on to that.
Alex Jones here for InfoWars. Okay, there you go.
Who's that guy?
Now, guys, then next, cue up Dianne Feinstein, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in. You have that queued up and tell me when you're ready. Go ahead.
But you didn't. That clip doesn't show the gentleman that you saw with the hat on, the glasses, is the one that said it.
We have it in high def everywhere and cannot hear him saying that.
Well, you know what? Show me the unedited version of that because I was there. And I guarantee you it's there.
Well, I mean, I will from behind you hear him say something after.
Okay, now
after. No. After, but I can't hear what he's saying. Martinez says, "Hey, he says something like, you hear that wants attention." Then he says something.
No. The guy told me effing liar, and that's when Mike said that. And you know what? Mike will tell
Why would he say effing liar before it even talked? The guy clearly says
that was after the little verbal altercation.
All right, well, let's expand on this. Here's Dianne Feinstein, 60 Minutes. If she had the votes, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn your assault rifles in. Here it is.
If I could have gotten 51 votes in the Senate of the United States for an outright ban, picking up every one of them, Mr. and Mrs. America, turn them all in, I would have done it. I could not do that. The votes weren't here.
All right, Chief Art Acevedo's here. I know we got callers holding. Next hour, I'll take your calls and cover the martial law training. But, hey, what do you think of this beauty right here? Well, first off, Mrs. Feinstein wants me to turn this in.
I don't know if you know how to use that.
Oh, no, I don't. I can't handle it. Hey, anyways, no, you want to go out and shoot it sometime?
Absolutely, yeah.
At the Real Steiner Ranch.
Yeah, let me know.
The 12,000-acre one out by Bastrop.
Let me know. I'd love to go.
You want to go?
Absolutely. And then, you know what's funny is I watch and I follow you. You get beat up for being too nice for me.
There you go.
Then some people beat me up for, that's too heavy for me, man.
Oh, no, it's not.
That's heavy. And then some people beat me up from spending time with you, but I think that the amendment that means a lot to me too is the First Amendment, and I
believe in diversity too. Bring in the brown Barrett.
Oh, Jones,
I like black, brown, white children, silver, all living together in freedom.
You're a good way to end the week. So I believe in your First Amendment, and I hope.
Hey, you told me you're going to see a movie today.
I wanted to go see Oblivion today with Tom Cruise.
That does look like a good movie.
Yeah, we'll see how it looks like. I'll give you a review.
Now, why do you think Bloomberg can have 15 security detail, but he doesn't want his citizens in New York to have guns?
You know what? I don't know.
Is the Bloomberg and you a little uncomfortable right now? You got a loaded gun.
No, absolutely. I do have a loaded gun. You never know when I might have to defend myself. And
absolutely. Here, let's do a breach check. Just so you know, I know seeing a slave with a gun's scary, but see, we're going to take you out and see if you can shoot 100 rounds through this.
All right, we'll do it.
Actually, it doesn't even kick that bad. You know what kicks?
Is what?
Is the single shot ones that don't have the spring recoil. Now that kicks.
The single shot 50s.
50s,
yeah.
Yeah, like a grizzly.
Yeah.
Anyways, you ought to see this.
Hey, do we agree now? You do agree that, A, I'm not a communist. I want for the record your listeners to know that I'm not a communist. You're going to take that back. You know I'm not a communist. And B, I've never supported gun bans.
Listen, I don't think you're probably a bad guy.
What kind of budget do you guys have? How can you afford all this? I'm telling you, this is a good operation.
No.
Wrong business. How much does this run?
Let me ask you a question.
How much does this run?
When I got it, $5,000. It's worth about.
Oh my gosh!
No.
Hey, I am going. I want you.
Guess how much it's worth now?
How much is it?
Oh, $25,000.
Oh my goodness! You're gonna need security just for your arsenal.
I don't have an arsenal.
That's actually pretty sweet.
Yeah. So which one do you like?
The first one.
You like this is what the Coast Guard uses.
I like the first one better.
For in helicopters on a sling, so they can shoot through ships.
Yeah.
And sink them.
Well, let me tell you something about the Supreme Court.
But don't you feel safer knowing I'm here if the Martians invade?
Let me tell you something. I know where I'm coming to get my arsenal. When The Walking Dead comes true, I'm coming to Alex Jones's house, bunker, his ranch, wherever he's at. I'm going to find him, and I'm going to get some ammo from him.
No, seriously. I knew with the gun grabbing that these would only go up in price. So that's why I got them. It's an investment.
No, seriously, how much do they run for?
$25,000 now.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I bought this for $5,000.
And that one 5,
yeah.
There's 10. So right now I'm looking at 10. How many of these do we have?
I'm not going to tell Bloomberg that. Anyways, I'm just breaking the taboo here. But no, let's get serious here for a minute.
Let's talk about the Supreme Court decision.
I think overall that you're playing ball politically, and you can argue, hey, if we controlled guns, that might actually be a good thing. The problem is it's not being done from on high from that perspective.
Right.
They are harassing. Did you see the veteran up by Temple in the middle of nowhere walking with a gun, and they arrest him? Have you seen that viral video?
No, but I mean,
of the master sergeant?
A guy being arrested, we don't know what it's about.
No. He's walking down a rural road with his son with a rifle.
Yeah,
and so,
how do you know it's not for warrant or something?
No, they say on the video, his son videotapes it, and he says, it's not illegal to carry a loaded rifle. And he goes, well, you scared people, so we're not going to let you walk down the rural road.
I don't know anything about it. But back to the, I want to see if I heard this right on KLBJ. When the Donner thing was going on in L.A., Christopher Donner, I remember hearing you on KLBJ saying that the Austin Police Department is a model police department and the rest of the nation should be like us.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes, I did say that. Only.
Look at me now. I want you.
Well, no, because they're so bad. I mean, it's like kind of like
we're pretty darn good.
It's like if there were like 20 latrines at the at the NASCAR race.
Well, ours flush, right?
And exactly, and like one of them has not been overflowed yet.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the choice. No. I mean, I'll tell you. I know a lot of Austin police. I've been all over the country. Police are scary in New York. They're scary. They're in your face. They look like goons out of a movie. So I will say, Austin police are about as good as I've run into.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you. And you've got a lot of fans under the Austin Police Department. I'm one of them. So,
well, all I know is, how did you get sucked into the White House to literally be the salacious crumb to Obama?
Because
he is the guy that sits on Jabba's leg.
You know what? Because I really believe that it's my duty as a peace officer to weigh in on matters and policy of public safety. And what I keep telling folks is, if we did a better job keeping guns out of the hands of criminals and crazy people, we wouldn't be talking about assault weapons bans or any weapons bans. It just would not happen. But the issue is, crazies will always get guns, and Dianne Feinstein says her ultimate goal is to register to then confiscate. They've done this everywhere else. I'm not. I will never be in favor of confiscation. But you're not the one that's going to be running things. But I'm just telling you that neither of the vast majority are American. How long are you going to be in Austin? How long do you take the Justice Department job as the head of the ATF? I'm never going to. I don't want to work anywhere. I like it here. I want your job when I want to be the next Alex Jones. Hey, you promised to go shoot 50 cals with us for the gun show? I will. Yeah, I will go with you. Let's go. Let's go.
Art Acevedo is here, the awesome police chief. I'm doing a whole nother hour with your phone calls.
And I'll beat me up after I leave.
By the way, my reporter just came in here, and I was going from memory. See, that guy tricked you. A guy behind him said,
that's another
F you.
We had a longer conversation. There was more than one F you. There was more than one F you.
But I'm not here making it up that the guy didn't cuss. I haven't seen that on the video.
Yeah, no. I
know you got to go see a Tom Cruise movie. You're welcome to go watch the raw footage.
No, I mean, I was there. The raw footage is right here, brother.
So are you a Scientologist now?
No, I'm not.
I'm joking. That's a joke. Hey, seriously, you wanted to talk about the Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, I just look at, I get beat up all the time. Listen, let me just say this to your listeners. We are a nation of laws, and as a nation of laws, we have to operate under the rule of law. And here's the deal. The Supreme Court, SCOTUS, right, gets to decide, interpret the law. I get beat up for my no-refusal weekends on drunk drivers I have no use for, where it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Like the Travis County DA driving the wrong way down the road?
They actually took blood on her with the search warrant.
Should the footage be released of her?
Yes, and I think it will be.
Should she resign?
I don't know because I haven't seen the.
Well, she sounded drunk when she got out the next day.
I'll just leave it at that. She's my friend, so I'd rather not.
A fellow gun-grabbing Democrat?
I don't know. I don't know what her position is. But look,
she's a Democrat.
I don't know. I'm not.
Are you a Democrat?
No.
How about Gun Grabbers Anonymous? I could help you and Piers Morgan join it.
I'm not a gun grabber. Stop saying that.
Hey, you like that 50, don't you?
Yeah, I do actually. We're going to go out.
You didn't even. We are going shooting. You're not afraid of Bloomberg to see you?
No. You listen, you have to understand something. Part of the thing that by weighing in on those issues, you get to keep people a little bit more to the center, not too far to the left. And I think that life's about moderation. I don't like anything too far to the right or too far to the left. I think that Americans are pragmatic, and we need to be we just need to moderate. But let me just say this about the Supreme Court decision. They affirmed once again that with a search warrant, we get to draw blood from drunk drivers.
But only in Transylvania during full moons.
No, only when you're out there. but once again, they reaffirmed the fact that regardless of what people's personal views are on the Fourth Amendment or the Fifth Amendment or whatever they want to invoke, that the Supreme Court once again has made it very clear that our no-refusal weekends, where when we get a search warrant, we are able legally, constitutionally to draw your blood. The second piece is that this police chief, because I believe in the rule of law and I believe in our Constitution and I believe in our institutions, the second that ruling came out, we stopped relying on the transportation code, and I told my folks we will no longer do effective immediately, we will no longer do non-consensual, warrantless blood draws. Period. I don't care what the...
But you still tried it.
Did we try it?
You did it before.
Well, because it was...
well, here's my issue. I work late a lot. I drove home at 5 a.m.
You told me that story, and you were weaving.
No, I wasn't. I don't remember the whole story. The point. What story was that?
One day you were driving home at 5 a.m. This cop from Austin PD came out of nowhere and stopped you for suspicion of drunk driving. And they did.
Anyways, I drove home at 5 a.m. the other day.
Oh no, you told me another one.
No, and
man, this is like my 5th time with you. So
I know, but the point is, it's like cops everywhere.
Yeah.
And the point is, it's not illegal to drive late at night. It's not like I've been driving by neighborhoods, by garages or something.
So what happened? Nothing.
Yeah, but you got cops pull behind you and run your plates and stuff like that. You know?
Okay, and so what do you think we're supposed to do?
Well, they need to be arresting Obama for Fast and Furious.
We don't. What started under another administration, but here's the deal. Let me tell you something. We get paid to try to prevent crime from occurring. We get paid to try to stop criminals from hurting people, and that's about it. So what do you want us to sit down at the donut shop doing nothing, eating donuts, getting fat, wait until you get victimized to come out and patrol?
Well, let me ask you this. It's coming out that the illegal aliens are allowed to drink and drive. Do you arrest illegals when they're drunk?
Come on. Are you kidding me? This county, 2 years ago, we had more people deported out of Travis County per capita than any other county in the country.
Well, yeah, I knew that was true.
So,
but my whole issue is I always read about the illegals. I've talked to prosecutors in Austin who say that the judges just let the illegals go, but citizens are seen as big, plump, juicy milk cows. Hold on, let's do 5 more minutes. Okay. Then it's all your calls that are holding patiently. I promise I'm going to get to all of you. Hey, your dad ran guns, you're saying, against the communists. I admire that.
And men.
And now Obama is literally a weatherman, and you're here trying to help him get everybody's guns.
Listen, I've listened to all the president's statements, and what he's really supporting is trying to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. That's my opinion.
You know, his health care plan doubles the rates for people.
See, now I'm not going to talk about policy. It has nothing to do.
But I mean, Obama is horrible.
No, you don't vote for him. I mean, that's just the way.
But I mean,
whether you like a president or not,
all right, well, you're always nice to come in. What do you think about the Boston situation? How they said we have someone arrested who we think did it. Oh, well, now we're not having a press conference, and now it's these guys.
Listen, Ed Davis, the commissioner, is a friend of mine. He's a real honorable man. When those things happen,
is that the giant guy?
Well, he's not. I love you, man. The giant.
He's got Fred Flintstone as deputy chief.
I don't know. Listen, when those things happen, a lot of information comes out. Half of it's the media runs with stuff. They hear a rumor that's unconfirmed, and they start reporting it as gospel. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of confusion. And so I can tell you that I know that at some point I will get from Ed Davis a very in-depth briefing of lessons learned, what went right, what went wrong. I'm just thankful that not that many people were injured or killed. I mean, my heart goes out to all the victims. We had about 26 members of our department running there.
Oh, wow, that's terrible.
One of our members was right at the finish line, barely missed it. And so we, it's
terrible. Good thing they missed it. Let me ask you this. If there was an event, God forbid, like that in Austin, let's say if the Capitol 10K or something had a bombing like that, would you lock the city down? I mean, are they now going to have like proctology exams at any public event in Austin?
No, but I think here's what we have to be cognizant of. At airports, people you don't just leave a bag and walk away from it. And unfortunately, if you go to our races, especially at the beginning, at the finish and the starting line, you'll see bags all over the place.
But you're never going to... Listen, they had 400 troops, thousands of police. You can't stop it.
You can't stop it.
So in fact, if I was a terrorist and there was a security line, I would go to it.
Yeah, you can't stop everything. But I think Austin, we're so laid back. We just got to be a little bit more aware and just be a little bit more responsible. And at the end of the day... a
little more aware. People are trying to get our guns. A little more aware.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. And I don't know of anybody that... I don't know of anything in the legislation that, other than the assault weapons piece, that like I said...
Well, let me ask you this. This is my final point on that.
On a personal level, I'm not in favor personally, but the Major City Chiefs, that is the position.
But David, my reporter points out what the White House has proposed, what's in the bill, is just where a mental health person, they think, and it's not a real adjudication, and then you lose your Second Amendment.
No, the last version that I saw, you could go to a panel of doctors to actually go to appeal it.
A Bloomberg panel?
No, not a Bloomberg, not a Bloomberg panel. But again, remember.
But see, that's not adjudicated. I want a court to rule someone is insane.
I think that's what it is. That is exactly what it is. Is the last version I saw, where you have to be legally adjudicated as being mentally, and at some point, if you get better, that you can actually go back and have your rights restored. So I'm not afraid of it.
What about the dad whose son says, I'm going to shoot people with a water gun, so they take all his guns? Did you see that?
I don't know anything about that. I don't think that shooting somebody with a water gun is the end of the world. I'm not worried about that.
Well, I know, but see, it's the nanny state weirdos that run everything.
You can't. Life's about moderation. Everything in moderation is good. Things to the extremes and anything is not good.
Well, let me ask you this: when are we going to go shoot the 50 cals?
Let me know, and anytime.
I know that the Justice Department may not like that.
You know what? I'm not worried about it.
I'm being sarcastic.
Listen,
but your PR lady does not seem excited about it.
See, here's what's funny is that you and I actually, I like you. I think you're a great American. But you're going to get beat up because you're too nice to me, and I'm going to get beat up from some people for being too nice to you. But, hey, that's life. I happen to like you, and I enjoy you.
Well, I think you're a nice guy, too. I just hope you're not like deep cover New World Order sleeper cell.
Never.
You sure you're not working for Fidel?
I hope that son of a gun is dead.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
He's dead. He's the guy at Weekend at Bernie's. I think he is dead. They just roll him out, and they just do this and send him back in.
Chief, thanks for coming in with us.
Guys, keep up the work.
Hard to believe it's already the 20th anniversary of Waco. It's been more than 20 years since the feds cooked the bomb, trained the driver, and carried out the attack on the World Trade Center with their two idiot patsies. Source on that, New York Times, CBS News. In fact, guys, I didn't play that days ago. I had the guys re-put the CBS newscast in there. I know we got a bunch of clips I haven't played. We're in overdrive right now. I apologize. Everybody had to hold. And I'm glad the police chief came in, but he was scheduled like a week ago. And that guy is so unbelievably charming and quite frankly manipulative. It's hard to even be mean to him. You ought to see him behind the scenes. That guy will probably end up being the dictator of the country or something. No, I'm joking. Anyways, we're going to take him out shooting, and we're going to turn him over to the Republic side. We'll have Art Acevedo wearing a tri-cornered hat before we're done with him. Okay, let's go ahead and talk to Michael in Illinois, Air Force. I want to talk about Boston and drill in Chicago. Thanks for holding, sir. You're on the air.
Prior military, Air Force, I completely agree with your assessment of what transpired in Boston. It was definitely a drill, and with these types of operations, I mean, you clearly have any number of players in the mix. So, for instance, with the Kraft International, who knows who those guys are? Anyone could put on a uniform, with a mercenary flag. You do have the guys with the Geiger counters. So they could have been unaware. But the question that continues to pop up with me was they have the guys, if we look at your photos, they're looking right at them. They're there the entire time. How were they able to get away?
No, that's why there's a cover-up, and they were going to go with the redneck. The leftist media couldn't help it and said, yes, it's a lone redneck. We've got you. And then we released the photos, and they go, oh, no, now we're not. And then they went with the Arab angle, which, knowing them, that's how they run operations. Just because that's what they do over and over again. They had all these multiple avenues with other groups of patsies there. But, I mean, who knows if that's even true? They've got Boston locked down to hunt down and get rid of the patsies. That's what I believe is the most probable scenario unfolding from the pathological behavior I've seen from these people before. What do you think?
Oh, I think you're spot on, and I was just listening to an interview with Sybil Edmonds the other day, and she was, talking about Gladio version 2. And this completely fits that scenario. I mean, she even talked about the Chechen guys and the Russian connection and all that good stuff.
She talked about this before it even came out? Wow. Let's get Sybil Edmonds back on ASAP, folks. I think it's like Frog something, Boiling Frogs is her website. But, yeah, she was an FBI translator who heard the government running al-Qaeda on 9/11. If Gladio has been declassified by the Italians, partially by the Germans, and partially by the U.S., over 200 bombings carried out across Western Europe, blowing up school buses, trains, you name it, to blame political enemies anytime people got uppity, then why wouldn't NATO do it now? That's my question. Who stands to gain from this?
Am I still on?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So the next piece I wanted to toss out there, in light of Gladio, in light of the unfolding events in Boston, is information I picked up yesterday. So here in Chicago, Sybil refers to Chicago many, many times as a major hub of operations for Gladio version 2. And yesterday there was a DHS seminar, if you will, at one of the large towers in Chicago. And it was called Violence in the Workplace. And when the folks went to it, they were surprised that it was really in reference to terrorism in the workplace and the possibility of an event occurring in Chicago. And the officials went on to state that there is a command post in this particular tower, and there will be a significant drill in May, like on a Sunday. So everyone's ears are like, completely up on this and just want to shine.
Oh, yeah, stay away from all drills. And again, usually there's not an event. But they practice also lying to the public. I've been to a drill in Temple, Texas, that's in my film Road to Tyranny. And we knew about it beforehand, and the Army bomb squad comes over and goes, get out of here. And we go, no, we're not going to. And they had Marines there, and the police were there and threatened us. And they go on the news and say Temple was hit by terrorists. And then the next day, it's in the paper that Temple was hit by terrorists. But in the last line, they admit it was just a drill to, like, psyop people. I mean, this is beyond bizarre. And again, it's all about creating this perception of something that doesn't really exist. And that's what these active shooter drills are in schools, all of it. And look, if they'll drone a whole village, to get, quote, one bad guy and the kind of stuff they do, they'll do anything. Thank you very much, Michael. Thanks for holding. Let's talk to Kevin in Boston. Kevin, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, buddy.
It's like martial law over there. We got downtown area and Cambridge, which is very close to Boston, and Watertown. It's all on lockdown. The streets look like a ghost town. The reason I'm calling is I was up all night listening to the police scanner and watching the news and seeing how things were unfolding over at MIT. There was a police officer shot, and the police scanner said that the individuals got into a black Mercedes and were driving towards Watertown, which is, I believe, northwest of Cambridge. And
yeah, where did college students get all this money? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and the guns. The thing that concerns me is what I picked up on the police scanner was the police saying that there are shots being fired from a stolen state police SUV. And the reports of the automatic gunfire or semi-automatic gunfire didn't happen until they reported that, you know, these individuals were in the stolen state police SUV. And the explosions that they say were going on is, I mean, I'm just speculating here, but if this was a black SUV that was a state police SUV, it might have been a special forces, and they might have had an automatic weapon or semi-automatic weapon in there, and they also might have had grenades in there. I mean, I'm speculating this.
No, sure, but they're saying, they said the Mercedes, they said the SUV, that much I know. We should look into it being, look up state police SUV stolen. And yeah, I was hearing grenades. I mean, grenades are incredibly hard to get. I mean, those are super well guarded. And yeah, they were describing hand grenades being thrown like a James Bond movie. Look, it's all speculation at this point, but they may be mopping up special forces they were planning to burn. You have no, I mean, that probably is a hunter-killer operation. You know, they tell the cops that's the terrorist, get them. And then there were reports they got a naked guy and then shot him. I mean, they're just, God only knows what they're really doing in the city right now. And it's despicable, and it shows how we're becoming a third world country. Because when there's no rule of law, a bunch of strong men just take over. So good to hear from you. Glad you're doing okay there in Boston. Let's talk to Mel, also listening in Massachusetts. Where are you in Mass, sir?
How you doing? I'm about 40 miles away, but my daughter, she's in Watertown, and she said there's police everywhere on lockdown, and the MBT's closed. But
notice lockdown. Now we have prison planet terms. We're now in lockdown. We're now prisoners. Go ahead.
She put it because she didn't know, you know, what martial law was.
No, but it is. That's what martial law is lockdown. It's normal. Right. Civil law is suspended, and it's ruled by military force. This is martial law, period.
I got a couple talking points, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. I got an answer to one of your questions I've been hearing you ask a couple times today. You're asking why are they going after the returning vets? Well, my theory is because they trained them so they know what they're capable of. And in the future, it's to keep the other, you know, soldiers in subordinate, pretty much. And another thing with the Department of Homeland Security, I mean, they've had 12 years since 9/11. I mean, how many people have they caught? Other than, you know, jock straps and underwear and, you know, groping everybody, you know. I mean, 12 years and they didn't get it right this time. Nobody know all these bomb-sniffing dogs and thousands of people, and nobody saw anybody, you know, leave a backpack. I just
oh, yeah. I mean, the place is crawling with special ops and police right where the bomb goes off. And then they don't want to talk about that. Like, we had people on the spot trying to stop it. We failed. That makes them heroes. No, they don't want to discuss because there was a drill. And why do you run a drill? To stop the regular police from going up and talking to the suspicious ne'er-do-wells, because normally you would go question those people at the finish line looking incredibly shifty. That's why you do a drill, so you can get the bombs in place. They've done it in Madrid and in London and in Mali and in Dubai, and they do it over and over and over again. I am so sick of it. And then the media comes out. They have the LA Times here, sir, saying that I am a giant fat rat with a huge, and then I say flying monkeys were there. That's a quote, with Navy SEALs. Thinking their readers are dumb. This Alex Jones guy says there were flying monkeys and Navy SEALs. What a loon. There it is. Alex Jones says Navy SEALs were there, backed up by flying monkeys. And then I'm a rat coming out of a sewer. And then a whole article saying I'm completely insane and that there are no Navy SEALs, okay? So there you go, folks. And they're blocking these photos everywhere because they want to destroy my name and say I'm a liar when all I'm doing, and it's too late because it's already in newspapers now about who are the private security people. Good to hear from you, sir. We're going to skip this network break because we're already in overdrive here. Let's go to Steve in Washington. Thanks for holding. You're on the air, Steve.
Yeah, Alex. How you doing today?
That's a crazy world, man. Crazy life.
It is. Long-time listener, first-time caller. In fact, I've listened to you for so long, I feel like I almost know you. I'm ex-military, spent 5 years with the 82nd. I've been awake for a long, long time. I come from a grandfather who was actually pretty high up in the Masons, and he woke me up a long time ago. But just to comment on this whole Boston bombing, you know, I think, honestly, one thing that is important to look at this through all this is with their whole changing of the script, obviously we know they were probably going to come after the veterans, the constitutionalists, to lock us down even further. And I think one reason they've flipped the script so hard is to directly but indirectly try and discredit you and your amazing team and everything you've done by exposing these photos, the questions Dan was asking, you know, at the press conferences. Absolutely fabulous job. So kudos to you and your team. Thank you. God bless you for everything you do.
Thank you. Yeah, guys, let's get Dan Bidandi on the roll. I want to get him on now. I want to get him on after we take some more calls, so try to go ahead and get him lined up. Dan Bidandi, I mean, it takes a lot of courage to march in there with the FBI, ATF, all these globalists, knowing who they are, and then just take over their press conference with real questions. You know, to Michael Savage's credit, I didn't hear it. Paul Watson listens to it when he's doing updates at night. I listen sometimes, usually don't have time. He's a writer, so he listens to Savage over the internet when he's in England. He said Savage was going, of course you want to ask who these Navy SEALs are. You want to ask who all this security is right by the bomb. I mean, of course this should be brought up. Of course there's witnesses with a drill. I mean, that is a normal thing. And now they are all over the news today just saying, I am despicable. I am the scum of the earth. I've never seen them on my website saying, we're coming for you. We're going to put our boots on your neck. We're going to kill you. Look, I already know you killed that little 8-year-old kid. I mean, I know you can come kill me. I mean, I hate to take it away from you guys out there, but I mean, I know the danger I'm in. So you don't scare me. I mean, I hope you get that through your head. I mean, somebody's got to stand up to you. And look, you're not going to shut me down by making me a rat on the cover of the LA Times. You're not going to shut me down by killing me. The info goes forward because ideas are bulletproof, and I want you to get that through your little brain. Anything else, Steve?
No, you know, as someone who has a master's degree in communication studies, you know, I watch these news events and I see the government goon squads right now in Boston going through the neighborhoods, you know, completely geared up. These are the real terrorists. I mean, they're inflicting just as much terror on that city right now as the actual bombs that went off, you know, back on Monday. No,
it's traumatic mind control. It's planting their flag on everybody and urinating all over them, and the average cop doesn't even know that. But, I mean, it's just pure mob psychology, get everybody used to troops going in and out of houses and saying, you're on lockdown. This is martial law. And now I think that the calls Tuesday and Wednesday of military, who sounded credible to me, going, we're getting ready, we're being told to get ready to start rolling it out Friday. And, of course, they tell them that to see if they'll do it. It's also to gauge. But, you know, I had call after call for military, current active duty, saying we're getting told ready to roll out on Friday. Go ahead.
You know, I spent 5 years with the 82nd Airborne from 94 to 99, and even back then, I could tell they were testing the waters with us to see how far we would go and do things, you know, as far as, you know, violating posse comitatus and doing things against the American citizenry. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous what they've done to our military, what they're doing to our republic as a constitutional republic. And every time I hear any of our politicians get up there and talk about the democracy we live in, I just want to puke. And they need to.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. I've read a lot of criminology. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's just it. This isn't a democracy. This is a constitutional republic.
You're right, it is.
You know, obviously, you know, when you hear the words democracy come out of their mouths, they have absolutely no idea on the original founding of this country.
Well, they mean democracy. If 51% says take our guns, we do. If 51% say get rid of the borders, we do. If 51% say we have no rights, we have no rights. You can't take my rights. You can't vote my rights away. It's that simple. God bless you, sir. And, you know, here's the problem the collectivists have. They may have a large portion of people sheep-like, scared, cowardly, dumbed down. But there's a large portion of us that aren't, and we know what's going on. And look, I've studied a lot of history. I've studied a lot of manhunts, a lot of things like that. If you really wanted this, you would set up checkpoints only at key areas you thought the person was in. There's no point in checkpoints citywide and bring everything to a stop. It's ridiculous. The guy will just stay in one spot. You can't search a city of 700,000 people or whatever it is. It's asinine. And what you do is you'd put undercover people out everywhere, and you'd ask the public for help. You wouldn't have just big groups of men marching around behind armored vehicles, bulging their eyeballs out. I mean, it is just pure, these are the jail guards, you're on lockdown, and they're parading around in their riot gear inside the prison. This is pure prison psychology, prison planet. Let's go to Chris in Utah. Go ahead. You're on the air. What's your point?
All right, Alex, thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, actually. Listen, I've got two things I'd like to bring up. One of them is no mention of the other 3 explosive devices that were supposedly found almost within 4 or 5 hours after the devices were exploded at the
Or
end
the
of
JFK library. No, this whole thing's a giant cover-up of what really happened.
Sure. No, but see, one of those devices, I mean, they named a location. Now, I don't know the suburbs around Boston, but, you know, I think that implies in and of itself that there were other actors that were involved in all of this. The other thing I'd like to share with a 43-year career, both clinically and as an executive working in hospitals, involves the decedent's body this morning as he was laying in the street. I listened to a physician. Now, I don't know if it was the coroner or a trauma physician at one of the local hospitals, but he described that he had gunshot wounds, blast wounds, and had been apparently run over by the auto of the younger brother. Yet when you look at the remains of the body, he's laying in a perfectly prone position as the police would place you in. But look at the film of his hands. His fingers are totally hyperextended. When your body expires, your hands go into what they call a position of function.
Yeah, rigor mortis.
Well, but see, it takes a while for that to set in. What I'm saying is the position of function is like you're holding a Coke can, but in a very limp way. And your hands would never be hyperextended unless rigor had started to set in. So that is just simply an observation. The other thing is...
Sure, there's no way he's dead with his hands hyperextended. He's obviously alive, saying, I've seen the photo you're talking about. Now they say that may be somebody else. Go ahead.
No, if he'd been shot several times, had blast injuries, as this physician was describing, and had been hit by an auto, he would be totally unconscious. The other thing is that when you expire, your eyes are always open. And I'll tell you that that's experience from being a Vietnam era Navy corpsman that served with the Marine Corps, one of the first EMTs in the country, later a nurse, critical care background. I will tell you that when people expire, their eyelids are open and their hands are limp.
Sure, everybody knows that. I mean, I'm not a medical person, and I know that. Sure.
Sure, but I mean, it's just an observation because this individual, the older brother, was supposedly already expired.
Sir, nothing about this is true. They've been lying the whole time. That's my point. They're known liars, now involved in a flaunting of martial law power, all part of the takeover because they're getting ready to implode the economy, and they've got to have us prepared and ready for martial law. And Obama executive orders for gun confiscations. This is a lunatic takeover, and they want us to have cops everywhere see this and get it normalized and the public to get normalized. Great points, Chris. Let's go to Dan Badandi, who everyone is just marveling at, taking over just with info, real questions. The media tries to call him a heckler. No, I mean, why are there the drill? Why'd you lie about the drill? Who are all these troops? Dan, great job. What do you want to say about what you've witnessed today and what's happening now in Massachusetts, to the area that you're from?
So far, it's been a long day. I still got to go to West Springfield to the gun rally. I went to Lexington first. The police roped off all the area, and they told everybody, if you step over that line, you'll be arrested. Now, we were there with the oath keepers. Nobody wanted to go do that.
No, I mean, sure. While the rest, there's martial law in the state, oath keepers can't be on the green. Yeah, it's because they can't have real Americans on the green. Now, give me your take. Give me your take on taking over the press conferences.
It was. I think it's just a victory for InfoWars here and a victory for freedom and truth because no longer now they cannot deny this evidence. I mean, like you said, the InfoWars got hit with 100,000 hits a minute. And people are now questioning. Look, I talked to people here that recognize me, and I got mixed feelings. I had some press say, "Oh, I suppose this is a conspiracy," because I'm on Cambridge Street where they detonated the bombs a little while ago. And people just question, say, a couple guys say, "Yeah, I think the FBI is, behind this," but I don't want to, go on camera saying that. Everybody's afraid of the mighty FBI, And,
oh, really? You ran into people that thought it was the government?
Yeah, and they didn't come on camera. And one media guy said he does agree with us, but he said he can't come on camera because...
Hey, let me ask you this. What about when I heard you bullhorning CNN? You took that over, too.
Oh, yeah, I was charged up when I left there. As you could hear me last night, I was charged up, and I told my guys, you know what? Not the bullhorn out of the trunk. We're going down to the corner, and they were having this. All the press were doing their shows and whatnot. I went on and I bullhorned the hell out of them. I could see them reading off the teleprompters. You know, it was crazy. You could see from that view these reporters, these pretty faces, reading off the teleprompters like good old sheep. You know, and the police bombarded us. Okay, what they did was they...
Hold on, we've got Dan Badandi, also known as the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Your secret nickname is now public. We're going to come right back to you and more callers. The Kraken is our guest. Release the Kraken. And then we'll be back tonight at 7 o'clock Central. I'm going to have Jakari Jackson and David Knight come in here with a bunch of other reporting because I tend to get burnt out, then don't cover everything. They'll come in here all fresh in about 30 minutes and continue to take your calls and cover news for a couple hours. We have audio and video streams at Infowars.com/listen. And we do appreciate all your support out there. But we're just trying to fight the globalists just like you are and trying to build a platform to stand up against the New World Order and all the things they're doing. It's really that simple. But going back to Dan Badani, then I'll go to all these other callers. Dan, what do you make? Tell us more of what was happening, but try to speak a little bit lower because it's you're overdriving your cell phone. Tell us what else you witnessed. So you're out there bullhorning. Did the police try to violate your First Amendment? What happened?
Yeah, they came over to us, so you can't be in the street. Then we get on the sidewalk. Then he says you need a permit to be on the sidewalk. I'm like, excuse me. He said the rest of the press was here. I'm with the press too. And they made every excuse in the world. So what they did, I had two shadow camera guys with me. They did the familiar police tactic. They got in the middle of us to try to separate us because they were about to arrest us. They were eyeing to arrest us, and I got close to my camera guy again, and they're trying to hold us apart. And I told them, the only thing that saved my butt is I told them we're on the live transmission feed right now. They backed off quick. They said, you have to go down the other end of the street. They were ready to arrest us.
Well, if they were to arrest you, it'd be a major incident because they don't want attention to get out about what we're covering. Now, you told me you had people come over and try to stop you at the press conference, too, bringing up a pertinent question. Who are all these private security right around where the bomb went off? Why do you say there wasn't a drill? Tell us what happened behind the scenes.
Basically, I sat down. My buddy got there a little bit late, but he gave me photographs. Yeah, I could tell it was a guy next to me or behind me. I mean, he was fed, disguised as a reporter. He's peeking over my shoulder every time I made a text message. Well, anyway, I got handed photographs. He jumps up. He tells some guy in the back, and I guess I heard in the hallway where they came out. They got photographs. So a woman comes out, and she gets on the podium and says, the conference is going to be doing about 5 minutes of getting things together. So when they come out, what was the first thing they said? Ignore all photographs except for what you see on the FBI. In other words, ignore everything else in the world because you have to pay attention to us. We're your gods. You pay attention to what we have to say.
That's right. You had printouts of the people of interest trying to show them, and they said, you only come to us. We're the only credible people in the world. Look at nothing else. I mean, how ridiculous. And when they did that, everybody went to Infowars.com instead. It's like, whatever you do, don't look under my bed. Just look anywhere you want. Don't look there.
The guy behind me, too, when I get up at the photographs, he jumped up and put his clipboard in my way, so I couldn't show those photos to them, which I did anyway, to the media. He was trying everything in his power to stop those photos being shown to the media.
That's right. And the photos were what, of the Navy SEALs?
Yep. The photos of the Navy SEALs and, that first patsy they were going to blame on to demonize the Tea Party. The guy with the beard, typical Tea Party-looking person. And, now we were explaining all this, and once we said Infowars.com, well, first of all, when the press conference was over, I got bum rushed by the FBI. And then in my face, I told them, listen, I'm not afraid of you people. And they said, well, we're not afraid of you. I said, well, you better be afraid of truth and liberty because it's coming your way, and you criminals are going to jail for killing innocent people. And they backed off, and because I stood my ground. And the media come over to me. I had an entourage of media, and we showed the photos. We were saying, go to Infowars.com for more information. And we were basically explaining what the photos are, and this is why the FBI stated, do not go anywhere else photos but there. And that made them look bad. I mean, I've seen articles and whatnot in London and all over the
Boy, they're not used to that. They're not used to that when you say, hey, I think you're involved in a false flag. I mean, No, they don't. I mean, they're so used to everybody being so scared. And it's not that we're stupid. I mean, we know the price we can pay. I know you know as a father. But in the final equation, Dan, why are you doing what you're doing?
Because I have a responsibility. That that parchment paper that's written by a founding father says those who have the ability have a responsibility and duty to to do what we're doing. And you got that, I got that, and everybody else at InfoWars has got that, and that's what we're doing. We know we're risking our lives right now. I know. I mean, I was nervous driving home when I dropped my buddies off. I was driving down the highway, a black highway, not knowing what the heck was going to hit me. You know what I mean? And I was going to be run off the road. I come here. I'm at Cambridge Street now. When I got out of the car, I had almost every Fed, the FBI, just staring at me like I was Satan himself. And I had a provocateur with a camera in my face, like most of the time, yelling insults about you and InfoWars and trying to provoke a fight with me. And, he's causing a big, frenzy over there. I mean, he's causing a big scene over there.
Yeah, well, undoubtedly, there'll probably be repercussions against all of us for this. But, there'll be repercussions by God against people that do things to us. Because look, we're sick of the government letting terrorists attack us, putting the underwear bomber on the plane. That's on record. We broke that. That was confirmed. This is clearly provocateur. Dan Bidandi, Infowars.com reporter. Let me ask you, my friend, what do you, immersed in all this, being in Boston, in closing, and then anything else you want to add, we're going back to calls, what do you think is really going on there in Boston, and the stories changing, and the Saudi ambassadors, and now the Chechen CIA cutouts? I mean, what do you think's going on? They're doing door-to-door. They're saying every house in Boston, and folks, it's a major city, is going to be searched.
The bombs are detonated. I interviewed a couple of the neighbors that lived down the street. They said the FBI knocked at the door. They were told to evacuate the house and wasn't given the reason why. They've been out here since 7 o'clock this morning with no information. They can't go back to their homes. They got it on video. And in the midst of all this going on, between here, Boston, Lexington, I'm telling you right now, the New World Order is laying the hammer down. And what we're doing now is God willing, God and blessing God's hands, they're exposing this and holding this New World Order back because they are laying the hammer down. And I'm in the midst of this evil right now. And, the only thing that's keeping me sane and safe because God says, if I am with you, who could be against you? And that's the only security that I have and I trust. And, because I'm in the midst of like I steered down by FBI agents all day and provocateurs, and I mean it's nuts. They're out to attack us, and because we talk the truth. And I had mainstream media reporters on the sidelines there. Oh, I guess there's a conspiracy too. Saying cocky little remarks like that. And I mean we're getting hit every each direction.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add, my friend?
Yeah, people investigate those pictures, man. Infowars.com, and we get the pictures on the website, and that's why hundreds of thousands of people a minute have gone to this website. And everybody, folks, we're not mainstream media. We need your help to get these reports done. It costs a lot of money, and it's from you people out there, the grassroots. So buy our DVDs, our videos, great stuff from Alex, the Prison Plans subscription. It helps us out because we don't get corporate sponsorship from like CNN does. But thank you, Alex, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, great job, Dan. Just superlative job, and be sure and send us all your receipts and everything, too. And you deserve to stay in a nice hotel tonight, so be sure and take care of yourself. All right. Yeah, great job, folks. Pray for Dan Bidandi. I tell you, I've done stuff like he's doing now, but I've never done anything that big myself. I mean, I've crashed some big press conferences and exposed Janet Reno for murder at Waco, and I've confronted presidents and been arrested, and I've been, I've done some, but nothing where it's a press conference that's, on every TV in North America and most of the ones in Europe. I mean, listen, 100,000 visitors a minute for hours to Infowars.com. 100,000 visitors a minute. And I haven't even looked at the graph. I looked at it yesterday. I was like, what? I mean, it was just like, and it was real traffic, too. All because he got Infowars.com out during that press conference. This is a duty. I want people to understand. I get up here and we joke around and have some fun and stuff. And this is just beyond anything. I mean, this is getting so over the top, I don't even know what to say anymore. But I think it's important just to know that we are at a position now that is just unprecedented in the history of the new media revolution. And a lot of it goes to you, the listeners, to the good Lord above, to our sponsors, our supporters, my doggedness, my crew's doggedness, drudgereport.com, link it to our stories. No mainstream media picked up the Navy SEAL photos and stuff. Drudge did it Wednesday. And then Washington Times now did a thing on it, and Washington Post had a small mention. But at the same time, you've got LA Times showing me as a rat and then saying he used Navy SEALs, Obama did, backed up by flying monkeys from Oz, with a serious article. I mean, they say that I'm, basically said the Navy SEALs did it in the article. I didn't say that. I mean, there might have been an operative from some other group in with them, but I don't think that's probably the case. See, they misrepresent. They prey on their audience. They prey on their readers. And it must feel good to just be cowards and just work with whatever you're told and just read off a teleprompter. And they told the media, don't cover this for 2 days now. We're 2 days plus into this since this news broke, and none of them have covered it, but the Washington Times did a good report. People bash the Washington Times all day long, but that's, and of course its founder was a little strange and stuff, but the point is it's a truly independent publication in my view compared to other stuff out there. I mean, so many times they cover. West Point comes out and Army College comes out and says, we're training to take on the Tea Party. That's an official thing. Washington Times covers it. Forbes covers it. Forbes does some good work. But they wouldn't get any traffic if it wasn't for drudgereport.com. We've got our own traffic from radio listeners and people, but, when Drudge links to us, it doubles or triples our traffic. I mean, I'm just telling you who's out there, because let me tell you, it's pretty lonely. I wish there were more people. Out there. I mean, man, Glenn Beck came out against the Army vet. The active duty, he was walking with his rifle. And, of course, he was walking with his rifle because it had happened to his buddy, and it was an active sergeant. And they took his guns in that same area. And Fort Hood's right there. And so, and they're like, oh, he did it to make a point. So now he's a bad guy. I mean, it's like, man, that's what loyal opposition is. And I'm not even getting, it's creepy that on the libertarian flank, we've got the enemy coming down on us. We know who they are. And then there's just constantly this bayonet being stabbed in our stomach. I'm sick of it, man. I'm tired of it. We need to, circle the wagons against the globalists big time here. And, Bill O'Reilly's another one who did pieces on JFK and E. Howard Hunt 25 years ago when he was on Extra, or was it Hard Copy? And this is kind of bad audio because somebody shot it off their television screen. But Bill O'Reilly came out and attacked Alex Jones for Family Guy and Dan Badandi for asking a question, and they only cover us when they could say we're lying. And all we did was, Watson did a blurb about a clip. He went and checked the original Family Guy, thing. It was 2 clips from the same episode showing how he runs over people at the Boston Marathon, and they say, how'd you do it? How'd you win? And he shows him detonating 2 bombs. He then goes on to blow up the Golden Gate Bridge, too. And it's called a Turbaned Cowboy. A Tea Partier that joins Al-Qaeda. That's the whole thing. And they came out on the CNN, Fox there, and said, we're just liars, that it never happened. I mean, that's how dumb they think you are. And, of course, that was just a minor blurb we put out, so they chose to focus on that. And then censored and blocked our videos online so you couldn't see what we really said. They take down what we really said. They're blocking the Navy SEAL stuff and all the other and the other suspects. On Facebook, that article's up at Infowars.com. They do not want this information getting out there. You've got all these patsies there. They're saying right-wingers are about to blow stuff up. We're going to get your guns. You're about to blow stuff up. And I'm like, no, we're not. You see it all built up. You see the patsies. We released the photos. They released the same photos the next day. Credibility. Does anybody say we broke that? No. There's Navy SEALs and others crawling all over this right around where the bomb goes off, looking right where the bomb is. It's so obvious. Now they've got a city shut down in martial law in other cities, door to door, locked down. This country is in a battle for its heart and soul. And we send a reporter to a meeting to go, hey, you were running a drill. The witnesses say this. There's what looks like Navy SEALs there. What do you have to say? And their answer is, we need to throw you out of the press conference because you're supposed to sit there and fold your hands in your lap And the FBI spokesman says, you only look at our photos we give you. Is that understood? Look at nothing else. Only believe us. I mean, that's like Jim Jones crap. That's like cult stuff. You know, listen, I'm not in the government cult. I'm done believing whatever you say. It doesn't mean I just don't, you know, then believe nothing and go make stuff up. I go research. And I've been saying, get ready. And they were going to blame the right wing. And now they've switched off into Muslims. But watch, they could say Muslims connected to gun owners or something. I mean, because they've been trying that behind the scenes. They are coming after our liberties, period. The globalists have committed incredible amounts of crimes, and they know they're going to end up going to jail if they don't fully take over. Okay, so anybody who doesn't know we're in trouble, and you've heard, I don't screen your calls, cops, military, citizens, we're on AM and FMs all over this country, internet, satellite, XM, you name it. Everyone, except one guy, has called in and said inside job. One guy. So, look, you've lost, okay? I mean, you are... Bill O'Reilly has 3 million viewers a night. Oh, my gosh, and he gets $10 million a year or whatever it is. Bill, this show has 3 million listeners a day, you egomaniac. Yesterday, I haven't looked at the graphs yet. It was 100,000 new people piled on top of the others that were on the site every minute. Every minute. And again, I'm only telling you that because you're little egomaniacs. Talk to your geriatric audience, nothing against old people, but talk to your scared, mainline, elderly audience. A lot of elderly folks are actually awake, but talk to the people. I mean, you look at the ads on Fox, it's diaper ads, man. And you're sitting there telling people, we're 85 years old, God bless them, about how evil Alex Jones is trying to scare old ladies. And it's just fine. I mean, sit there and act like a handsome young man to the old ladies, man. We're going to talk to the young people. We're going to talk to the military. We're going to talk to the police. We're going to talk to people that actually are competent and know what's going on, and we're not going to let you take over. You got that, jackass? So sit there and say I'm full of crap all you want, okay? I mean, you are a piece of work. I dare you, O'Reilly, to have me in studio with you, because I've seen you get like this with your other guests and stuff. In fact, I challenge you, Bill O'Reilly, to a boxing match. Heard your dad used to beat the hell out of you pretty good, so I bet you're a tough guy. Doesn't matter, man. The more you beat me, the meaner I get. I challenge you, you cowardly punk, to a boxing match. How's that sound? There you go. It's kind of a joke, folks. I'm not really serious. He'd beat me up, probably. Anyways, the whole point is hatred of America would come through. Anyways, what we need is the O'Reilly sex tape, but I guess all that got classified. That's when O'Reilly really got bad, became like this liberal, socialist globulate of scum. Let's go ahead, with him and his sex tapes, perverting around with the women at the office. Let's go to Rod in Oregon. You're on the air. Welcome, Rod. Thanks for holding.
Hey, thank you, Alex. Hey, one thing I want to say that you would be on a shadow of a doubt or a raving lunatic, and let me explain why. This is a quote that was put out by Desmond James, and he says, the truth's initial commotion is directly proportional to how deeply the lie was believed. And when a well-packaged web of lies has been sold gradually to the masses over generations, the truth is totally, utterly preposterous, and its speaker is a raving lunatic. So that's why I say you're a raving lunatic. And we're all thankful for you, because you've probably been the spearhead of this whole country, basically, on the information that you've been able to gather and stuff. So it doesn't matter.
By the way, I don't like to actually have to admit that we are the tip of the spear right now, and it's super creepy. I don't like it.
Well, I can appreciate that, man, but you're appreciated by millions of people across this country, and we all see. But I can say one thing, especially your audience, not that I have all the answers, but I do know one thing, that we are going to overtake and we are going to win, and we're going to get on the right side of history. And all these thugs and criminals in the district of criminals up there, and these turncoats that have, tried to down our Second Amendment rights, and that these people, their day is coming of reckoning real soon, real quick. There is a paradigm shift that's going on in this world right today that's going to shift the whole balance of power, of wealth and money and power, and it's coming, and they know it. And I think on top of what you have done, which is a major dynamic, you definitely got these people on the run, and God bless you for it.
No, we've got them on the run, and if they do set me up or kill me or anything, I want you all to continue InfoWars. I want my operation to continue. I want to be able to just have them defeated. Go out, confront them at press conferences, confront them everywhere, take over the info war, never back down. Look, they're not going to stop us. The only reason they haven't killed me, believe me, they love to. They kill people all the time, is they know it'd probably turbocharge everything. Be like in Road Warrior when they turn the nitrous oxide on, and the vehicle goes into, doubles its speed in mere seconds. So whatever. Hell, I'm so damn exhausted. Sometimes they come after me and I don't even worry about it. I'll be like, oh, really? You're about to get me out of my work? I'll never commit suicide, though. I love life. All right, I'm going to go home and see my family. The crew's coming in here. Overdrive at Infowars.com/listen. See the video feeds. All right, Alex Jones here, back in commercial-free worldwide broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. And you've got martial law going on in Boston and surrounding cities as the government just parades their martial law tendency in a giant police state, basically riot. Guns being pointed at families, just running around in intense fear. I mean, if I knew there was somebody in the building coming to try to kill me, I would get adrenaline rush, get my gun, and try to find a place to hide and wait for them. But I wouldn't be just running around, marching around. I don't know how these cops march around like little kids in these uniforms, bugging their eyes out, acting tough like 10 hours at a time. It's like some weird narcissistic mental illness or something. I just don't even get it. I mean, I kind of get white-knuckled when I'm driving down a one-lane road on each side at like 70, and it's at night, and there's deer and stuff, and somebody could have a blowout and go right into your lane. You're going 70, they're going 70. That's a 140-mile-an-hour collision. You're dead, like 99% of the time. And that's when I'll actually try to get over in the shoulder and try to stay away from, because I realize that's a danger. And I mean, just like a city of 600,000 or whatever is just running around in total abject, complete, bonkers, fear, everything else you can imagine. Makes absolutely no sense unless you realize it's a power grab. And there is a major cover-up going on. Their whole narrative has unraveled, and they're just counting on the public being so dumb. It's like Dorner. We're now in the 21st century. They're like, we're going to burn him down. Yeah, kill him. Burn that cabin down. Okay, get the fire. I've got it. We're placing it. The fire's lit. Okay, we got fire. Mission completed. We burned him down. And they go, number one, that's an internet rumor. There's no audio of that. Oh, actually, you got it from 6 different sources, different people saying it. We didn't mean burn it down. We didn't mean burn it down. We didn't mean burn it down. Talking to you like you are a low-grade moron. Now, we're going to re-air this on the Nightly News again tonight. Really great report. Just looking at some of the recent drone stuff, even from their whitewash, it's clear they're lying about the numbers being killed by drones when Obama talks about anybody using a bomb to kill innocent civilians is a terrorist. And I tend to agree with you. And are there real Chechen terrorists? Yeah, they're funded by the CIA most of the time. But there's a chance these could be real Chechen terrorists. I want to know why there was a drill they're lying about and all those intelligence agencies right there when it happened, looking right where the bombing was, using the drill for the stand-down. That's the evidence of the false flag. And if this is proven to not be a false flag, which I think it's gone from 1% chance to maybe 5% chance, I will eat my hat and apologize and be very pleased. I mean, I would do cartwheels and probably go on vacation for a week and run around popping champagne bottles. Because I really want to believe that the government is not this evil. I really want to believe they didn't do thousands of lethal tests on foster kids and black people and Native Americans and poor communities and Appalachians and Jewish kids in Israel, the ringworm kids radiating them to death. I mean, I know about all that, and it's like, oh, yeah, the government killed 4,000 kids here and 5,000 there and 1,000 here, and injected people with syphilis over 45 years. And, yeah, last year the UN gave, millions of kids this polio vaccine, and it killed a bunch of them, and 60,000 got paralyzed or whatever. But, yeah, Gardasil kills the kids, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, autism's from 1 in 30,000 or 1 in 25,000 30 years ago to 1 in 50, blah, 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 blah. And there's all these false flags and all these admissions, and I'm supposed to just ignore all of that. Now, I got the next crew coming in here, and they're going to be in here for about 2 hours, and we're going to have the Nightly News tonight that they're going to do, because I'm getting out of here. Well, actually, I'm not getting down there. I got to go work on the magazine for an hour, and then I got to go. I got to get out of here. I mean, the problem is I'm so worked up that I can't even sleep. In fact, I stopped drinking coffee yesterday at about 3 o'clock, and I went home, went to bed about 10, and woke up at 3 a.m., so that's some of the best sleep I've had all week. So actually, the only reason I say that is so you know I'm not fully operational here because you start getting burnt out. But we got Chris Matthews saying the bombing might be emotional domestic attack in response to Tax Day. CNN warns of right-wing extremists behind Boston bombings, Young Turks. We got even more clips than that. We've got other clips here you guys can play. I never even got to the Austin DA with the police chief. Good job having that clip. We have a bunch of other clips here with Napolitano saying the Drudge Report is incredible. I got a bunch of clips if the guys want to play them. And just continual updates at Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com. Like I said, I already a month ago had it set up to send John Bound and Rob Jacobson, two of our great crew, out to California to do 2 or 3 interviews for an upcoming film. So I couldn't cancel that. Aaron Dykes, God bless him, great guy. He and Melissa Melton have gone off to do their own journalistic endeavor, which I think is just fine with me. That's great. People like to do their own thing. I understand that. Very exciting. I back what they're doing. I wish them all the well. I hope they do. They've been doing some great reports. We hope to link to them and try to support them like we've done other people. What is it? TroopStreamMedia.com, I think is their website. So I'm trying to get more reporters hired in the chamber here, to fire on the enemy. And we've got Jakari Jackson, we've got David Knight, Paul Watson, his wife, his brother, all a great team, all in political science. We've got Marcos Morales. We've got Rob Dube. We've got this whole crew in here with CJ and Chris and Nico. We've got Kurt Nimmo and Adon Salazar. We've got Dan Badandi. Again, Dan Badandi came down here, and then, it's like he wanted to stay, but then I see the family issues with a son. And then, things don't work out moving down here. I'm kind of like, go back to your family. I'm not going to. And it's the same thing with one of the other reporters. I just, issues with family and stuff, too. But I'm trying to expand the operation so we can go 24 hours a day. I woke up at 3 a.m. and went to the computer after I took care of a sick child. At about 4 a.m., I get on the computer, headache from hell, and I see people on YouTube going, why isn't Alex covering the shootout? Well, I went to bed at 9. The shootout started at 10:30. I got to sleep, folks. I don't have a 24-hour crew. We're trying to hire more journalist writers to work overnight and have a night shift. I need money to do that. It takes a lot of money to hire people and run this operation. I've been so busy, I haven't even plugged books, videos, products. Our bandwidth bill is going to be off the charts right now. IT said, you want to turn all these servers on? Because we got all these clouds and CDNs. They can just flick on, but I got to pay for it. I'd imagine we'll probably have a $70,000, $80,000 bill from the video and the extra audio and all the servers. I mean, we're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 million people a day now with a graphic-heavy site. I mean, it's just bonkers. And I don't know, what's an extra 100,000 people a minute for about 2.5 hours piling on, compounding? I mean, that was just yesterday. So be sure and donate to us so we can be strong and robust and have vets on, for their legal defense when they're having their guns confiscated for no reason in Texas. This is a major aircraft carrier in the fight against the globalists. We are not that big a mothership, but we're the biggest ship we've got. And when we're able to fire on the enemy with history and common sense, we're about all there is out there engaging them. We're about all there is. Again, I'm going to go to this report by Leanne McAdoo on drones, 5 minutes, and then it's going to be Jakari Jackson and David Knight. And just to switch things around, we'll put Jakari Jackson over there in the shotgun seat and put David Knight right here. They both just been absolutely kicking butt. That's it. If stuff breaks or there's more false flags, you're seeing chemical plants blow up. You're seeing weird killings, shootouts. It looks like there's some kind of government coup thing going on, counter coup. That's what a lot of analysts believe. A lot of people. There's lieutenant colonels going public. A general's gone public. You've got Pachenik gone public. I mean, this is just bonkers stuff going on right now. So we'll continue, and then we'll have a more refocused event, maybe with a roundtable tonight, 7 o'clock. And again, Rob Dew, the shipping crew, the graphics people, from Janae Meadows to the rest of the crew, you're all kicking butt. It's not like when you're jogging a marathon talking. You can't stop because you're so exhausted. All right, so we're going to just leave it at that. Support us, donate, buy books, buy videos, InfoWarsStore.com. PrisonPlanet.tv memberships. You know, the video streams are free right now, but we need people to be subscribers to help pay for all that bandwidth for everybody else, because as of Sunday or Monday, I'm going to have to turn it off and not have the free streams because it's really starting to go viral, and the bill is going to be gargantuan. All right, we're going to go to this report on drones, and then we're going to come back with the hosts, Jakari Jackson and David Knight. Stay with us.
This was a heinous and cowardly act, and given what we now know about what took place, the FBI is investigating it as an act of terrorism. Anytime bombs are used to target innocent civilians, it is an act of terror.
I'm Leanne McAdoo, and this is an InfoWars special report. The Obama administration has insisted that drone strikes are authorized only against specific senior al-Qaeda leaders and their associates that were directly involved with the September 11th terror attacks and those who pose an imminent threat to America. This is in direct contrast to the findings reported last week by McClatchy, who reviewed top-secret intelligence documents obtained by their national security reporter. The documents show that drone strikes in Pakistan over a 4-year period didn't meet those standards of authorization, and at times the CIA killed people who were only suspected or who probably belonged to militant groups. McClatchy found that during a 12-month period ending September 2011, at least 265 of the 482 people estimated to have been killed by the CIA were not senior al-Qaeda leaders, but instead were assessed as Afghan, Pakistani, and unknown extremists. In fact, according to news media accounts, drones killed only 6 top al-Qaeda leaders in those months. The report also lists killing of Afghan insurgents whose organization wasn't on the U.S. list of suspected terrorist groups at the time of the 9/11 strikes. 43 of 95 drone strikes reviewed for that period hit groups including unidentified individuals described as foreign fighters and other militants. In a June 2011 talk at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, CIA head and drone mastermind John Brennan said that the U.S. is exceptionally precise and surgical in terms of addressing the terrorist threat. And by that I mean, if there are terrorists who are within an area where there are women and children or others, you know, we do not take such action that might put those innocent men, women, and children in danger. He added that in the last year, there hadn't been a single collateral death because of the exceptional proficiency, precision of the capabilities that we've been able to develop. Accordingly, the reports McClatchy reviewed estimated there was a single civilian casualty, an individual killed in an April 22, 2011 strike in North Waziristan. However, according to a report by the BBC of that exact strike, out of the 25 casualties, 5 women and 4 children were killed in a nearby house. A 2011 investigation by the Bureau of Investigative Journalism found at least 10 individual attacks in which 45 or more civilians appeared to have died. Pitch Interactive created this graphic showing the casualties of children, civilians, high-profile individuals, and others resulting from drone strikes in Pakistan between 2004 and 2013. All of this information conflicts with what Brennan had to say last year.
We only authorize a particular operation against a specific individual if we have a high degree of confidence that the individual being targeted is indeed the terrorist we are pursuing.
Contrary to the CIA's position that civilian casualties have been exceedingly rare, the documents show that drone operators weren't always certain who they were killing. In light of these facts, the deadly potentiality of domestic drones is even more pressing. The mass introduction of unmanned aerial vehicles is set to sweep the national airspace by 2015, yet our government has yet to set the rules by which the president is authorized to target civilians on American soil. The 12-hour filibuster in March by Senator Rand Paul highlighted this issue.
I think we should all judge as inadequate the president's response when he says he hasn't killed Americans in America yet, he doesn't intend to, but that he might. I don't think that that is a response that we should tolerate. We also know that we have targeted people for sympathizing with the enemy. We've had many people who have dissented in our country. We've had people in our country who have been against the Afghan war, against the Iraq war. I was opposed to the Iraq war. What are the criteria for who will be killed? Could political dissent be part of the standard for drone strikes? And you say, well, that's ridiculous. We have listed people already on websites and said that they were risk for terrorism for their political beliefs.
Considering the recent media spin targeting patriots and then lumping them in the same category as Al-Qaeda, are we not setting the stage for drones to be used freely on American soil against those with dissenting opinions?
Can you kill non-combatants? And people say, well, the president would never kill non-combatants. The problem is that's who we're killing overseas.
Reports show that 98% of the casualties from U.S. drone strikes are civilians.
Anytime bombs are used to target innocent civilians, it is an act of terror.
So by his own definition, does Obama consider himself a terrorist? I'm Leanne McAdoo, and this has been an InfoWars special report.
Yes, these men and their hypnotized followers call this a new order. It is not new, and it is not order.
All right, and welcome back to the Alex Jones Radio Show. I'm Jakari Jackson filling in. I will be joined by David Knight in just a few minutes. He's actually over in the TV studio conducting an interview. And I just want to take a moment and pause from this this Boston news. We'll definitely be talking about that a little bit later on when David Knight gets here in studio. But this weekend, I wouldn't say we celebrate, but we observe the anniversaries of Waco and Oklahoma City, and even the new situation in Waco with the fertilizer plant, and also, I guess, the Boston bombing as well. This is a very jam-packed week, and other definitely incidents that have happened during this week in history. I would like to start. There's something that came to my attention a little bit earlier today. This is something that you can find on Infowars.com. Facebook blocks Infowars posts on suspicious men wearing backpacks. Now, I was reading through the tip line earlier today, the show tips at Infowars. We do read those. I was reading those before we came in and got a lot of tips off of it. This was one of them. And basically, you can find this article on Infowars.com, and it talks about how Facebook is blocking our post on Facebook's blocking our post on Facebook and allow myself to introduce myself. But not just there, also on YouTube. There's a video I put up a couple days ago on the Alex Jones YouTube page. It was from my nightly news segment a couple nights ago, and people kept questioning, why is this post blocked? There is no explicit content in that video except for the truth. I believe it's now off the block's settings, but all it was titled "Trendies Call for White Terrorist," and what that is, it was about the Salon article that said they wanted a white terrorist because if it was some type of minority group like Muslims or some type of maybe like homosexual group or some type of group they deemed as a minority, those people would be targeted. But when it's a white terrorist, there is no targeted group. But as I pointed out in that article, it targets Timothy McVeigh, Oklahoma City bombings and so on and so forth. So I'm not exactly sure why that happened, but there has been some censorship of InfoWars over the last couple of days, and not surprising, you got guys like Dan Badandi, going into press conferences, shutting them down, making the mainstream address him. And that's a major victory, not just for Dan, but just for the whole alternative news movement, because so far they just want to ignore you. Then they tried to fight with you. Now they're trying to say, Dan and Alex are sewer rats and, all this other silliness. But if the guys can get ready, there's a clip of the naked man. And what this is, I believe it was CNN, ran a clip earlier today, earlier this morning, I believe it was, after the shootout at MIT concerning the Boston situation. There was a shootout and a car chase. And after that, they produced I guess it was a suspect at the time, a naked gentleman who was told to strip naked by police or FBI, whoever it was, and was escorted into a car. And guys, just let me know when you have that. And my question is, who is this naked man? Because there have been conflicting reports that he was a suspect, and then he was let go. I'm not exactly sure if he's still in custody or what happened to the guy. Okay, so we do have that clip, so we'll just go to that right now, then talk about it afterwards.
The individual had been stripped naked by by law enforcement, presumably out of caution to make sure that he didn't have any explosives on him. This is the individual CNN photojournalist who you had heard just a minute ago shot this in Watertown this evening. Police handcuffed a man, the man you see in this video getting into the police car. He's believed to be associated with the shooting at MIT and the subsequent chase through the streets of Greater Boston.
So you saw him right there. He was a naked, fairly in shape guy. They placed him into the police car after telling him to strip himself butt naked. And conflicting reports, some people say he's still in custody. Some people say he has been released. But when we open the phone lines up a little bit later when David Knight gets in here, we definitely want to hear from you. If you have any information who this guy is, if you live in Boston, especially if you're one of the people who have you're in one of those lockdown situations where your house is being searched, you're told don't go outside or all that other stuff. So we want to hear from you when we open the phone lines up in a little bit. And David Knight's going to touch on this when he gets in here, but I want to talk a little bit about the Branch Davidian compound at Waco that was raided some 20 years ago. Now is back in not a few years ago, but years back. Says during the standoff, several women and children left the compound, but on April 19th, nearly 80 sect members died when the compound burned after tear gas was fired into the building. So sect members, they had to throw that in there. And then they said they died after tear gas was fired into the building. It was the tear gas, not the flame-throwing tank or the officers climbing onto the roof and busting out the windows and throwing incendiaries and all kinds of other madness. It was this tear gas canister, just like we saw in the Chris Dorner case, where, you know, they can throw the flashbang and the burner, which burns your whole house down, apparently, even though we heard him on the radio saying, burn that mother effer down. It was the tear gas, it was the flashbang grenades, and not anything else. And David Knight, I believe, is actually conducting an interview over the Waco massacre, and we'll have much more on that in a second. But in the meantime, let's talk about the current situation in Waco. That is the fire that has 12 dead confirmed and 60 still missing in the city of West. Now, this happened just a few days ago. It started at a fertilizer plant. We haven't been talking much about this because, you know, it's hard to get these things in the news when we have manhunts and so forth going on, but I definitely want to take the time to point it out. And also we'll take calls on this as well. Waco, the fertilizer plant, the Branch Davidian situation, Oklahoma City, all that stuff. We want to make sure all of our callers can call in and address those situations. But here in West, the fertilizer plant went up in smoke. The investigation is still ongoing. Definitely have a fume situation out there. And it was just very curious to me. I'm not saying this is directly related, but it's a very convenient thing that they had this fire at the fertilizer plant right around the same time as the Waco, I'm not sure if anniversary is the right word, but the Waco remembrance. And so that's going to scare a lot of people away, because even David Knight was talking about going down there. And then we got, you know, of course, inundated with the Boston news and the other news in the Senate. But there were talks about going out to Waco and, you know, with the cherry on top of the fume situation, I would guess you would call it. We didn't have a chance to get out there, but we definitely want to take your calls on that in the upcoming segments. So do we have the phone lines open? Can we open those up? Okay, we'll give those open in just a second. So let's go through some more of these news items here in the stack. Also, somebody called in yesterday, and I wanted to address this. A gentleman called in, I believe it was a gentleman, called in and said, hey, have you guys seen these pictures online of, you know, the alleged unit craft at the Boston Marathon? And, you know, we've had some of those on our website on Infowars.com. But he says, hey, if you take a look at this website, I can't remember the name of the website, you can check it out and see these gentlemen all crowded around a particular vehicle. Well, Mike Adams, the health ranger, he called me last night and he said, hey, I followed up that lead from that caller, and it does indeed seem to be true. And you can find that on naturalnews.com, Mike Adams' article about the gentleman who, you know, appeared to be affiliated with Kraft around a vehicle, huddled around that vehicle. So it's a very good question. You know, I believe we are on the case trying to find out if Kraft was indeed there or not. And if they were there, what were they doing there? So that's another call we got off the tip line. Also, the naked man, somebody sent me that. I was searching for that video, and then I saw it in our show tips at InfoWars, so we definitely use that, just like we got the image of the guy having his papers checked in Boston. That was off the tip line as well, so definitely give us your tips at show tips at InfoWars. Yeah, of course, there is a lot going on that website, or excuse me, on that email. But we get to stuff when we can, and we do the best we can to shift through that. So you guys let me know when you're ready to go with that. So let's look at this. Police going door to door and hunt for second marathon bomb suspect. So it just makes me think, when you have situations like this bombing in Boston, the Chris Dorner situation, one man, or I guess in this case, two men in Boston, pretty much shut down a city, or at least a suburb in the case of Boston, in a more rural area. Okay, I guess we'll give out the phone number right now. It's the 877 number. The guys are telling me we're ready. So it's going to be 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539, and we'll take your calls and get you on the air. But back to the point I was making with the lockdown situation. You have a situation where two guys in Boston and one guy in California can pretty much shut down the city, send the police, the FBI, and all these other agencies into a panic. And it brings the question, what if there was more people? If 10 people decide to go off and do this, how would they be able to handle this? They can't handle one guy in LA and two guys in Boston. I mean, what are we paying these people for? And don't get me wrong, the police definitely have a difficult job, but implementing pretty much martial law, checking house to house, show us your papers kind of deal. That's what the city comes to, or I guess what the country comes to, when you have one or two people out there highly motivated to inflict harm. And definitely, regardless if you believe the complete stories of the Chris Dorner situation or this Boston situation, I don't believe the official story on either one of them. Not saying there aren't elements of truth, but we saw the aunt of the suspects on TV saying, I want to see the footage. And that's the big deal. We were watching that footage last night during the FBI press conference, and they said, hey, here are the two guys who did the deed. And we're saying, okay, so we're watching the guys walking around the corners, and we're saying, okay, so when's the guy going to put down the bomb? When's the guy going to put down the bomb? And they never showed the guys putting down the bomb. I'm not exactly sure why that is. I don't think it's disrespectful to the family to at least show the guys placing the bomb down. And then there were the pretty much ridiculous reports that these guys have multiple backpacks and backpacks, like they're pulling rabbits out of hats. They're pulling bomb backpacks out of bomb backpacks. The colors don't match, but, CNN had a nice analysis, a nice visual representation when Dan Bidandi was bullhorning them. They said, hey, just pull it out, just like, pull a rabbit out of a hat. And that was pretty much their explanation, going hard to get the official story out there. So I'll take a break from ranting, and we'll go to Kyle in Iowa. Yes, go ahead, Kyle.
Hey, I was curious. I don't know if you guys had been paying attention to it, but earlier this morning when they released the names of the suspects and all that, my wife had went on to see if the guy had a Facebook page. And she noticed a couple things that were peculiar, and the page did not stay up very long. And I took several photos of it. It was kind of a wing-ding, or kind of a whiz-bang kind of thing, because I pulled it down right away. But there was a bunch of pictures that were dated from like October, January, April, or whatever, that were supposedly on this guy's page. But if you looked at the little clock right next to it, they were all posted this morning.
Really?
There was a gal who had called that out, and within 4 minutes of her calling that out, because I just got up to go check it out because my wife had got me, and I was busy, so I didn't go to it right that second. I was like, quick, print off a bunch of that, take pictures, da-da-da. She did that. By the time I got there, the guy's one of the suspect that's still alive, his whole Facebook profile was taken down. It was replaced with a different one, same pictures, and all these pictures, he had a bunch of weird, like, mugshot looking pictures.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Well, since you brought that up, let's talk about that now, about the mugshot looking pictures, because when I was first watching the news today, and they announced, once they identified the guy's the name and identity, they said, here's a picture of him. My first question was, where did they get that picture? It looked like a mugshot. And then one of our reporters, Leanne McAdoo, she said, they got that off his Facebook page. Now, I've seen some pretty silly-looking pictures on Facebook, but I haven't seen one that looks that much like a mugshot.
Yeah. Well, hey, on Aaron Dykes' Facebook page, because I'm his buddy on there, I actually sent him a private message, and I posted a bunch of the pictures on his timeline of the ones we took down, and there's a few more. We printed off a few of the comments and stuff that were on there, like when the girl was calling that guy out and everything. But the whole thing with his Facebook URL, it had his name in there. So if they created a fake Facebook, he never had one before, or it was somebody trolling that had his exact same name. Now, when they took it down and put it back up again, it was, in the URL, or the Facebook, it was some chick. It was, I have to pull it up here, but it was her name.
Well, the thing about Facebook, like, sir, I haven't seen the particular page you're talking about, and like I said, it was taken down, so I can't really address that situation myself. But, anybody can make a Facebook. Somebody can make a Jakari Jackson Facebook, so you have to be aware of those situations.
The way, I understand that, because the way it was done seemed, it just seemed really fishy that all of a sudden this Facebook page got pulled down when they got called out. And like I said, on Aaron Dykes' Facebook, my wife did a write-up with all the specifics, because she knows more of the specifics than I do.
Right.
And we're kind of looking at it like, well, it could be a troll, but these are the things that seem a little weird. All these pictures were posted today. And in his first initial Facebook, it looked legitimate because it had a whole timeline and everything to it. It wasn't just like, I just put up a Facebook page today. There's a whole history on there. She checked that out because she wanted to see what this guy was about.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the next one, it was just a bunch of mug shots, and then all of a sudden, he, she, or whatever, apparently lived in Chicago and changed their address to Boston, and then all of a sudden, boom, that was gone too. But the full write-up, and it's a rough write-up. It's like a rough draft.
Right.
But I wanted to get it out, but it's on Aaron's Facebook page.
Okay, well, definitely, if you're listening, Aaron, check that out. But you can also send it to us at showtips@Infowars, and we'll try to take a look at that. Thank you for your call. We're going to move on now to Jeremy in Texas.
Hi, how are you today, sir?
Doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I want to preface this with 90% of all warfare is psychological. And so the war that we see fought on our streets is not the war to be concerned about. Everything's a test bed. And I had a caller call in earlier and say that we have to have multiple exit points, so that's what the FBI does, whenever that happens. And I really see that bombing as a kiss of death, if you will, because they could have easily blown up that whole corridor and caused much more havoc.
Oh, yes.
But having small little proxy wars like this, what it does is create a test bed for future events. I mean, and people think that martial law is going to slowly come to America. It's going to happen all at once. And I don't know if the whole movement is quite keen on that, but I really feel like whenever it really goes down, you're going to see events happen all over the country. And when that happens, you'll have martial law happen all over the country. People will beg for it.
Yeah, and just like you said, because they think of big events like 9/11 or the Oklahoma City bombing, and those things are huge events, but they happen with good spaces in between. But now you have these small explosions, a movie theater, shootouts, and those could happen anywhere. Those could happen in small town America. They don't have to be fairly decent sized cities like Boston, and that's when you're going to have people begging, please take my rights. Please come check my house, even though nobody's in here except me and my dog. Please come check my basement and my attic to make sure that I'm safe.
There is a line being drawn in the sand right now, and that line is those who think for themselves and those who do not. Because when this martial law comes in and it's implemented, hand-me-downs, whatever it is to be concerned about, it's not to be concerned about the handing in your guns or someone knocking on your door. What's really to be concerned about are your neighbors who either think for themselves or they do not. Because Moral Technique even said they don't have to institute martial law. They can just turn the water off.
That's an excellent point.
They can prevent you from having food. They can prevent all these very simple things. So what's really concerned about is do you think for yourself or do you not? And it's up to us. It is our duty not just to do things to stop this, but to get into contact and to build our community as an equal force of opposition against what it is that we believe we're facing.
Excellent point. Thank you for your... finish your point, sir.
Yeah, and so I want to just make one quick point on Seth MacFarlane, because he has a joke. He says, it's not so bad that we're running over all these Boston runners. Had someone done that, then it would have been bad. But since it didn't happen, it's okay. So Seth MacFarlane, if you're listening, you're a joke, and that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, that's he was referencing two things there. One, the Immortal Technique interview Alex did, I believe it was 1 or 2 months ago on the InfoWars Nightly News. So you can definitely check that out on prisonplanet.tv or even on the YouTube archives. And as far as the Family Guy situation, you know, people will take that as what they will. You saw that episode was called Turban Cowboys, and Peter Griffin, I believe, is a Tea Partier, teamed up with some type of extremist group and was doing some ill deeds. So you can take that as what you will. Like the clip they showed right there was spliced together, but it was from the same episode. That was one of the earlier criticisms that, you know, Paul Joseph Watson took these different pieces from different episodes. No, it was the same episode. He just put them together for the sense of simplicity, and you can take that as what you will. But anybody who is not familiar with the Family Guy show, they have all kinds of outrageous scenarios, demonizing religious groups and so forth. Somewhat similar to South Park. South Park is a little more extreme in that aspect, but, you know, you can watch that and make your own conclusion. We'll move on to Laura in California.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Oh, thank you.
Listen, I want to say, first of all, that you and your partner there are excellent.
Oh, thank you, miss.
I love hearing you guys, and I just recently started, so I wanted to make sure I said that. You really compliment each other. You both have nice, deep voices, and it just sounds real professional.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so anyway, I work at a sheriff's department. I won't say which one.
Okay.
But the question has come up about the media and the police and the sheriff's department and how they handle things. Let me tell you, I handle the media. And I am under strict instructions never to ever let anything out until they have the exact information to give the media. So I found it very incredulous that they would put all this stuff on the media about this whole event and then pull it back and change it and change it and change it. I said, this does not make
Laura, can you hold on for just 1 second? I just want to talk to the guys for 1 second. Can you guys cue up the clip, Boston Cop Intimidation? It should be in the new folder. Go ahead, Laura. Go ahead, Laura.
I know that because, you know, unless an event is completely staged, like I suspect Sandy Hook was to some extent, to what extent I don't know, but they may have been able to get support through threatening officers or whatnot. Certainly I know Eric Holder came in under the cuffs. It was reported through, I think it was ABC or NBC. I have the document on that. Mm-hmm. And he came in and talked to the first responders. What do you want to talk to first responders for? I know first responders. And, you know, there'd be no reason for him to do that unless there's some other thing going on. But anyway, I did want to mention that. And also when they, in the beginning of the Boston race, and all the special ops people that we saw there, and we know they were there, as soon as that happened, within so many feet, even if it was 20 or 40 feet, they would have gone in the direction of the guns, and they would have had an immediate lockdown in a vicinity of that area. Mm-hmm. I'm saying and suggesting to you guys that they would have found them. They would have gotten the guy at that time. So, you know, all this is really, really kind of murky, isn't it? All the information we're getting, and I feel that they would have caught him. Also, I wondered did you hear, Jakari, that he was with his brother, the younger brother, apparently got away. Now, how do you get away when there's so many people there? They kill your brother. Was that
you're referring to after the shootout? Is that what you're talking about, Miss?
After the shootout, and after they got his brother, they apparently escaped in a car, right? And then and they shot and killed his brother. But then I heard a report that he left or got away. Now, I find that interesting.
I heard that as well. You know, like I said, the story is ever changing. Now, thank you for your call. We'll have to move on. And but that situation, I heard it earlier this morning, probably about 8:30 this morning. I was at the gym and I was running on the treadmill, and they had the TVs in there, and they said the younger brother actually ran over the older brother, and you know, has that changed since 8:30 this morning? I'm not exactly sure. There were reports, like we just showed you the report earlier, of the naked man being placed into a police car. So I'm not exactly sure what that ties in. If that was the older brother, I mean, to me he looked somewhat like him, but, you know, it's not the best quality of video. So it's definitely a iffy situation. I am like you. If these people were as armed and as dangerous as they were, you know, hyped up to be, I think there would have been more of a police presence. But in the meantime, let's go to something that she alluded to, the cop intimidation factor. So let's play that clip right now.
Here he is. Look, here's a police right here. What does it say on the thing? Here's a police officer pointing an M4 at a reporter's face. Look, here he is. Just so you guys don't think I'm wrong. Pointing an M4 at the cameraman's face. Who's this guy? Who is this guy? Looks like a terrorist.
But then things really picked up.
It looks like a terrorist. Look at this guy. He's just running around with his M4.
Okay, if you guys can get that clip ready again, I want to play it from the beginning so people can clearly see that the back of his jacket does say police on it. This is something after the Boston bombing. I'm not exactly sure at what point, but after the Boston bombing, you saw the officer there running around recklessly endangering people. Now, there it is right there. You can see it right there on your screen if you're on prisonplanet.tv.
Here's the police right here. What does it say on the thing? Here's a police officer pointing an M4 at a reporter's face. Look, here he is. Just so you guys don't think I'm wrong. Pointing an M4 at the cameraman's face.
Can we roll it back and freeze it when he puts the gun in his face? You can cut out if you have to, but let's freeze it right when he puts the gun in the guy's face. Yeah, just let it play, and we'll freeze it when he gets there.
Police right here. What does it say on the thing? Here's a police officer pointing an M4
No, wait until he gets to the cameraman.
Face. Look, here he is. Just so you guys don't think I'm wrong. Pointing.
Right there. Okay, so if you're watching on Infowars.com/listen to leave it up for a second. This is a police officer. You saw him with the police on his back. He's holding an M4 rifle, according to the person reviewing this video. You can see the cameraman there with his camera. I can't see what the cameraman guy's face looks like, but just from the back, he doesn't appear to be one of the suspects. So why is this officer running around recklessly endangering people, showing his firearm in their faces? That is called menacing, as you saw in the, okay, you guys can take it down now, as you saw in the Project Veritas video. And the guy goes to the police station. He said, well, can I be like Joe Biden and, you know, wave my shotgun around and to scare people? And the woman said, no, that's called menacing. You will go to jail if you do what the vice president tells you. And there's like the guy said, I call that guy a terrorist. He is terrorizing the media there. You know, we've heard reports of media having their cameras confiscated. We've heard reports of death threats even. In some cases, I believe AP reported that against different media personnel. And there you go. There's your martial law at its finest, your police state at its finest, somebody having a gun shoved in their face by the police, not these terrorists, but, you know, some police officer who I'd say was terrorizing the people in that situation. We'll move on now to Stephen in Florida.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hey, I wanted to say, first of all, on the heels of what the lady caller had said, you know, I think that listening to you and David and Darren and the others there, you guys epitomize what news reporters and media people should be. And so I just wanted to commend you for your professionalism. And I think the key is that you deal in truth and not fiction, unlike the dinosaur so-called mainstream media.
It's coming out more and more, just like you saw the Bill O'Reilly clip. And if you want to see some more Bill O'Reilly clips, you can go look at his stuff from, what is it? He was on Hard Copy or some show back in the day. He's yelling and freaking out at people. But yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. So anyway, but thank you for your comment, sir. But go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say about, you were mentioning about the situation in Waco with this fertilizer plant. You were hearkening back to Waco. And you might want to check into this. Alex would probably know about this because he's good friends with, there's a guy named Tex Mars that's also there in
I know of Tex Mars, yeah.
Yeah, and years ago, after that incident occurred there with the Branch Davidians and the whole debacle, he came out with some intel that said that Janet Reno, the pit bull nickname, was the one that gave the order for the, ATF, and it was a whole military operation of basically murdering those people, but that it was given at the behest of Hillary Clinton. And that's the angle I've never heard really covered in the whole thing about, the whole thing that happened at Waco. So she had her own personal agenda, I guess, is what the way Tex was putting it. And so you guys might want to kind of check into that angle. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that's true, knowing the history of the Clintons and how ruthless they are, and the murder trail that's in the wake of everything they've been involved in, how many people have died, because of them. But, I just wanted to say, too, I'm a runner, and I was just thinking about this. I went out and ran today. I'm wondering how long it's going to be till we get to the point where somebody like me is just going to be running along the road, and all of a sudden the cop's going to pull me over, and I'm suspicious just because I'm running. Just because of, what happened there in Boston. And, I go out to a lot of races, and, there's a lot of people that come out there with, backpack type of bags where they carry all their gear. Right. And, I'm really leery of seeing the day. I'm kind of expecting it now where, they're going to try and not just the major races like Boston or New York or Chicago, but even smaller ones, because we always have police out there just directing traffic, but where it's going to come down to where they're going to want to be going through everybody's gear that comes out there to participate in these races.
I don't think that's a very far-fetched statement. I definitely appreciate your call, sir. Like you were saying, the bombing in Boston, and he's thinking that the day could come that, everybody's going to be searched just for showing up. And I think that is a very real possibility, especially with your school events. I think that's definitely could easily happen. Like I've told the story, I went to my niece's, not funeral, good God. I went to my niece's graduation. She is very much alive. I went to my niece's graduation a few years ago, and they were checking people's bags to get into the graduation. Now, when I graduated, it was an open event. Anybody could just walk in the building. I think they may have had a metal detector or something, but that was it. They weren't checking anybody's bags. They weren't patting anybody down. It was just, come as you are, as long as you don't, leave the Roscoe at home, and you could come in. But you had to have a ticket to get into the graduation, and that's the new thing. You have to have your bag searched and all that. So I definitely think that is a possibility. I believe it was the Illuminati card game or something along those lines. They had that picture of the jogger, and it says nobody expects a jogger to have a bomb or have a gun or whatever the card said. And, that's going to be a new thing. It's just going to be anybody can be a terrorist at any time for doing anything, just like they got the Saudi guy. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the situation is with the Saudi national, if he was a terror threat or not. But it seems, like a very probable case, I should say, that they just saw a dark-skinned man running away from the scene. Like, that guy's running away from the scene. Well, so is, are the white people and the brown people and the yellow people and everybody else. But, they want to target this guy for X, Y, Z reason. I'm not saying he was, clear of any charges, because we saw the congressman question Mrs. Napolitano about that. And she says, well, I don't know anything about that, and we'll tell you if that's something you should be concerned about. Very similar to what the FBI director and some of the other major news organizations have said. We'll tell you what to be concerned about. Don't concern yourself with anything else. We definitely appreciate your call. The number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. And we'll go on to Colin in Missouri.
Hi, how you doing today?
Very well.
Good. I just kind of wanted to weigh in on my thoughts on the fact that West Texas is kind of taking away attention from the Boston bombing. Boston bombing really took attention away from the fact that they burned up the JFK library.
Yes.
And then while in the midst of all this going on, we've got CISPA being passed through the House of Representatives, and different things that are taking our attention away from the things that we really, should be focusing on, especially the fact that Bush and Cheney and Obama have been indicted for war crimes. No one's really focusing on these things, and I just kind of wanted to weigh in on that.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday and also the day before with Dr. Steve Pachinik. He was on referencing that, so you can go dig in the archives for that stuff. But that stuff is very much important. David Knight has spoken at length about CISPA and some of the other things going on, because people think, well, we won the gun debate. Well, like Obama said, he just put it on hiatus. I'm pretty sure he's going to come forward with some executive orders. So, don't even rest on the gun issue. But just like the gentleman said, there are plenty of things going on in the world. We have Waco and Oklahoma City, those memorials and many other things. So definitely be vigilant of those. And, sir, do you have anything in particular you want to talk about with the JFK library?
That was it. I just wanted to let everyone understand that we can't just be focused on one thing, that there are multiple avenues that we have to explore, multiple things that we have to focus on when we're fighting for our freedoms, because they're not just attacking on one issue. They're focused on multiple issues. So, just remember to stay vigilant and focusing on everything that's going on, not just one or two issues.
All right. Appreciate your call, sir. Yes, and we're taking calls on numerous topics. It doesn't have to be about Boston. That's one of the hot button issues right now, but you can call about Waco. You can call about the JFK library. You can call about whatever you want. You can call about GMOs or anything else. So just let us know what you want to talk about. We'll move on to Jason in California.
Yes, Shakari, it's a pleasure to finally talk to somebody at the InfoWars team. Long-time listener, I've been calling a lot, never got through. So,
well, congratulations. Today's the day.
Well, yeah, it's a happy day here in California for me. But that's the only thing I'm happy about. What I'm curious about is if anybody, I'm sure it's talked about there in the office with all of the InfoWars team, but with the numbers growing of people that are opening their eyes, essentially, of things that are going on and that questions that go unanswered, is there any sense of an end game?
Well,
we're finally going to get somewhere and people will answer for whether it be war crimes, lies, whatever.
Well, the big thing is people just don't want to hold their public officials responsible for things. Because you take a look at, just use Obama, for example. He has Fast and Furious and Benghazi and multiple drone strikes that have killed children. But he hides behind the Sandy Hook kids and, other people saying, hey, well, I'm trying to help these people out. And you can, debate whether he's trying to really help them or not. But these are the people I'm working on, and I don't care about anybody else. I mean, why doesn't he fly around with the parents of the children that died in drone strikes, or, of course, the other things I've referenced, Fast and Furious and so on. So it's really up to the people to hold these people accountable. Every press conference, every book signing, or wherever else these people may be, go there, say, hey, don't just, do the flowery answer. Oh, I'm so thankful you're doing this stuff about Sandy Hook. Go in there, hey, what about this? What about that? Eric Holder, what about Fast and Furious? Mrs. Clinton, what about Benghazi? That's what it's going to take. You have to go in there, and you can do it a little more eloquently than maybe Alex Jones or Dan Badani, but definitely get these issues out there. That's what it takes. And remind your friends of that. Anytime somebody wants to talk about whoever, Mrs. Clinton, oh, I love Mrs. Clinton. Well, did you know that, Benghazi or whatever the situation is? And you just have to keep reminding people, because people often forget.
Well, you brought up Alex and Mr. Bondini. But people with that attitude, what I've always said, they have a place. Mm-hmm. They do. A perfect example was Alex on Piers Morgan. I wouldn't have expected anything else from Alex, and he got his point across. And I guess what I'm trying to get to with so many of us, I mean, I can't remember the exact numbers that Alex brought up about as far as unique website visits and all of that information, but with so many millions of people daily, sooner or later we're going to get to a point where we're going to have, I mean, comparable to a political party, we're going to have enough numbers where we can say, answer this. Mm-hmm. Why were there Navy SEALs at the Boston Marathon? Why do you kill civilians in drone strikes? Any number of things. And I'm trying to be an optimist that, well, surely someday we're going to get there, mm-hmm. where the criminals and liars have to answer. And it's just like you said. I just wish there was a way other than being a fan of InfoWars and talking to an individual. I wish there were more ways that weren't just. But don't get me wrong, I'm a big believer in Second Amendment, but
right.
They just weren't only Second Amendment rallies or something, something like that. I think we spend too much time concentrating on, especially since Sandy Hook, concentrating on Second Amendment, and not enough time concentrating on all 10 in the Bill of Rights.
Right.
Just as a group, as a group of people that are opening their eyes. And I was just curious what your thoughts on it were, if we're ever going to get somewhere with it. I have hope that we will, but I also wanted to ask if there's anything that I personally and a large group of my friends, Alex said that he's trying to get to maybe a 24-hour status. Mm-hmm. We live in California. I know you've got a few people that work with you guys out here, but we're willing to do stuff for free just to get the word out there, and I'm sure a lot of people across the country are.
Right.
So anything we can do, you or Alex or Mr. Knight, whoever, say the word, and you're going to get people to help you. So I just want you to keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you for your call. All right. And as far as what the caller was addressing, people who want to be active. I mean, you don't have to wait for, InfoWars to tell you, we'd like to do something like we have the bumper sticker contest. We have the Paul Revere contest. And those things are great. You want to make a video and put InfoWars in the title. But more than anything, just be active, because it's one thing to, you write your friends on Facebook and Twitter and you put out articles. I mean, and that does help. That may wake a few people up. But the big deal is go out there and confront these people. It doesn't, like I said, I'm not bashing Alex and Dan Badani when I say, you don't have to do their tactics. But the reason I say that is not everybody is, up to, not everybody's bold enough to go stand in the front row and yell at the FBI. Not everybody is bold enough to go yell at President Bush like Alex does. You don't have to do those things. I mean, those things are, great. They're great news pieces if you do those things. But just anything, just be active in your community. You can go hand out flyers on the corner. I mean, you have to engage people personally. That'd be the only advice I'd give to people, because I meet people when we do various things around town. They say, hey, what would you recommend? Engage people personally, whether that's in a very friendly sense, you're just trying to spread the message, or could be a little more hostile sense, like you're going out there to confront, some corrupt politician. And that would be the advice I give to anybody. So I definitely appreciate your call, sir. We'll move on to, is that Darren in New York?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's Darren. I'm from New York. I was just trying to touch up on a little bit of the Boston and what I've been seeing compared to the news media and then the photos that people have been sending about the whole entire police force basically taking their own people and putting them as prisoners, basically. I see in my eye.
Really? I haven't seen that. Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
I have a couple of family members down there, and thank God they left before all this happened, but when before the manhunt started, they tried going home to go get some of their stuff, and after the shootout and everything, there was a blockade set up along, I forgot what exit it was, but the police basically told them to get out of their cars. They searched everything, asked for their identification, and my sister-in-law, she didn't have her identification, so they took her to, like the drunk tank type deal, and interrogated her for what seemed like almost hours, she said. But all it ended up being was the police force patting down the kids and the whole entire family and basically calling it a good day and told them that they can't get in the city. And
you told them, you said they patted down the kids. They patted down the kids?
What's up? Yeah, they patted down everyone that was in the vehicle this morning.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean...
This morning? You said this morning?
What's up?
You said this morning? They did that this morning?
Oh, it was like basically like a couple hours after the shootout and whatnot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm in the service and stuff like that. So, I mean, when I heard about InfoWars, it was back in 2011. I was like, oh, this is a bunch of hoopla, because I was like, the government can do no wrong. But after this happened, I kind of opened my eye a little bit, and I kind of started talking to the people in the company, and I was like, this seems like more than just this. And then there's been a lot of soldiers like, dude, they're like, this looks like if the government wants to try doing something like this, it's like we're on the brink of almost what seems like a civil war. Because it made everyone believe a little bit more. A couple of guys that are saying it because they were like, watch, these people in Boston, they're going to get tired of being locked up. And next thing you know, it's going to take that one guy to accidentally get shot by a cop or something. And next thing you know, you're going to have a whole town basically trying to riot against the police. So we might have an LA riot on our hands if the government's not too careful trying to finish up their comic book story.
Well, I definitely, I think nonviolence is the best thing in this situation. But I do agree that the people of Boston will soon be very fed up, if they're not already, with the police presence there in the police state, telling them to remain in their homes and having their papers checked when they want to go out to the grocery store and whatnot. But I definitely hope for a peaceful solution. Thank you for your call, Darren. We'll move on to Ronald in Texas. Hello, Ronald.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, now there's a couple things I wanted to bring up. I don't know if you noticed that photo of that supposed leg injury victim from the bombing.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Have you noticed the photo of that leg injury after the bombing attack?
I saw a picture of a photo, had a picture of a victim who was hit by shrapnel, supposedly. It was on one of the big New York newspapers, if I recall, and that photo was doctored. Are you referring to a different picture, sir?
I'm not sure which one you saw. It shows this individual supposedly with a severe traumatic leg injury. Now, I spent 3 years Special Forces as a medic. I worked as an RN, yada, yada, shock trauma, you name it. Now, number one, if you have your legs are blown off like that, you're going to have a tourniquet. There's no tourniquet. Number two, you'd be bleeding profusely. Number three, you would not be wide awake. You'd be actually in shock.
Right.
And yet here, he is sitting up. He's awake. There's no blood. The rescue workers had no blood on him. So that was all a staged event.
Are you talking about that particular image that you saw, or?
Yes, exactly. And I have a lot of friends of mine that are on Facebook. I use it to get the word out because I also write for your InfoWars Prison Planet.
Sure.
And a lot of them are also in journalism, and so they've been forwarding me photographs, etc. Like, you know, what's going on up there in Boston and so on. Now, a lot of people aren't bringing up the fact that they're using the military there and how it violates the Posse Comitatus Act. They're also not bringing up the fact that in 1803, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Marbury versus Madison that any law that violates the Constitution is automatically null and void.
Now, it's my understanding, sir, I guess I can ask you, it's my understanding that, and I'm not making an excuse for him, but people like the National Guard can be active and on the streets if requested by the governor. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes and no. They can aid in rescue work, but they cannot aid in police work.
Okay.
Because that's what the Posse Comitatus Act was meant for, is a separation of the military from doing civilian work. In other words, they can't go in and we're going to police this area like they did in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina.
Yes.
Now, the other thing I would like to bring up is the fact that you notice that the Obama and multiple others were indicted. And then suddenly you had the bombing, and next Obama said, oh, this one white guy sent letters to him and someone else, and it had ricin.
Yeah, the guy, who was he, Elvis impersonator?
Yeah, the Elvis impersonator, the one that just popped up on the screen. The unique thing is, to manufacture ricin in large enough quantities to kill a human, you need at least in excess of over 200 pounds of castor beans. And you'd actually have to remove the beans out of the husk and then scrape the white powder, the fibers, and then you have to process that, dehydrate it, so on. And you have to have almost a degree in chemistry to manufacture it. And yet, here the people are believing this.
Well, sir, I'll ask you, have you seen the Alex Jones interview where he talks to John McAfee?
Yes, I had, and how he went ahead and John McAfee actually brought up that. And the bad thing was when Alex Jones thought, oops, you know, he's going kind of nutty. And I thought, no, you can always tell when a person's serious by their voice. And here he suddenly went from, ha-ha, I'm joking, to deadly serious. Now,
You're talking about McAfee.
It was the Belize government or the Colombians or whoever, but it goes back to that point, the same with the anthrax scare. You know, it was weaponized anthrax. Well, here we're going to need to create a patsy, all in the name of stripping away our rights.
Oh, yeah, I definitely believe that all this stuff is about stripping away our rights, sir.
And like myself, as a disabled veteran, and I've talked with a lot of veterans here in where I live in East Texas, we're not going to go down quietly in the night. If they try to bring in martial law or they try to bring in the UN peacekeepers or whatever to take away our guns, we're not going to just go off and whisper and hide and, you know, turn everything over.
And many veterans are saying that. I definitely appreciate your call, sir. I want to read this article. This was from a few days ago. War veteran arrested for rudely displaying rifle. Now, I do believe Alex talked to this guy yesterday or the day before, and this was a gentleman. He was outside with his son hiking, and they have some wild game in that area. I believe some cougars and wild hogs and so forth. And he's approached by the police, a war veteran, and the police say, hey, why do you have this rifle? He says, you know, there's wild game out here. You know that. You live in this area, or at least you police this area, and you can see it right there if you're watching on prisonplanet.tv or infowars.com facebook.com/listen. Then the police they have the guy up against the police car, and why do you have this gun and so forth. And veterans aren't going to put up with this. I'm definitely not advocating any type of violence, but I do believe there's a very high powder keg scenario. There, the police in Boston or wherever else could, knock on the wrong door with the wrong kind of, right type of circumstance, or should I say the wrong type of circumstance, and, end up with a shootout because people don't want people in their home. Hey, they tell the cops straight up, hey, I'm in this house by myself. It's me and my dog and my gun. Just leave me alone. And, bad things can happen. I definitely don't want that to happen, but that is definitely a possibility. The number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. Is David Knight out there? Is he still in the back studio? Okay, that's fine. We'll continue on. We'll move on to, is that Barbara in Virginia?
Yes.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm very well. Yourself?
I'm actually very disturbed at everything that I'm seeing on CNN. Since this morning, I turned on the news this morning and I see the picture of the older brother and it said dead, and I'm like, what? Wait,
Yeah, how did that happen?
Right, it happened overnight, and the whole thing. I saw a movie years ago, and it basically had to do with government corruption, and it was called Double Take.
I don't recall that. But go ahead.
It's like this had Double Take, just painted all over it, meaning they're showing you one thing, but what's really happening is something completely different. And what's been aggravating me since this morning is that everywhere, all these reporters on CNN are like, oh, well, police believe that these two are the suspects for the bombing in Boston. Like, okay, so basically you gunned a guy down on a belief. Whatever happened to evidence?
Exactly. And that's the question everybody keep asking. They say, if these are the two guys and you're confident that these are the two guys, why can't we see them placing the bomb down?
Exactly. They show other times when there's something accurately happening, they show you things. Now this time, there's no footage, there's nothing. A few minutes ago, I actually saw that their mother came out and she was speaking. It was just her voice, and she said that the eldest brother had been followed around by the FBI for over 3 years.
Are you referring to his mother, their mother, or their aunt? I saw their aunt. Did you see something else?
No, it was their mother. She said anybody would know how these boys are, it would be her. And the aunt had came out previously and had said, you say that they did it. Where's the evidence? Show me the proof. She said she's a lawyer from back home, from their country, and she says, you can't just show me what you're showing me this, you're showing me that. Where is the proof that they did it?
Everybody wants the proof. They haven't produced any proof besides the FBI's testimony that these guys were the culprits in this situation, or at least they have reason to suspect these guys were the culprits in the situation. They have shown us no bomb drop, no, bloody hands or whatever the case may be. They just say they did it, and we're supposed to abide by that.
Exactly.
Ignoring
we're
other.
To believe they did it because they told us to believe that they did it.
Yeah.
And it's what's to keep them from being, for anyone who was there to be pointed out and say, well, you were walking down the street and you had this, so you must have did it. At this point, there is no documented proof that they actually did it. All you see is them walking down the street casually, and then disappearing. The other thing that is, I see on the CNN ticker that comes up every once in a while, because every once in a while, because of the fact that they put so many news statements on the ticker, and it says that there will be a controlled explosion.
Yeah,
in
when
Cambridge.
is that? Do you guys know, have they updated that situation of when that is supposed to happen? Do we know anything about that? Okay, the guys are checking on it. Yes, I saw that earlier this morning, and my reaction to that was, don't they have bomb-sniffing dogs and robots that can dismantle bombs and so forth, but they're just going to blow up a scene and then go in afterwards?
Yes, this is true. This doesn't make any sense to me. You have, and they're sitting here, they're ready to sit there and take guns from everyone who, you have an assault rifle, you have a rifle, and we want to take it away. But all these people, policing every innocent, bystander just in their house. Oh, well, you can't leave or you're going to get shot. So they don't believe they're creating terror on a town?
Oh, they definitely are. Definitely are. Okay, we have an article on. Thank you for your call, miss. We're going to move on. FBI evidence photo shows Boston bomb suspect standing near child later killed in marathon blast. Okay, so we can see Mr. White Hat standing. Is that the 8-year-old who died? Is that him? Okay, so there's the 8-year-old who died if you're watching on prisonplanet.tv. And Mr. White Hat, suspect number 2, as they're calling him. Okay. And the lady brought up a very valid point talking about how the police are mishandling the situation, in some cases harassing innocent people. And we showed you the clip earlier of the officer menacing people with his rifle, menacing people who are obviously reporters, or if not, reporters, these people who are running around with camera equipment, and the police are menacing them with their rifles. So the number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. And you can call in on any topic. Many people want to talk about the Boston situation, and that's perfectly fine. If you want to talk about GMOs or whatever else the situation may be in your area, you are welcome to do that as well. We'll move on to Marcus in California.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Jakari. Great to be on.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
The last lady, Barbara, she nailed it right on the head with the cops. And actually, I noticed that they mentioned that it's a voluntary lockdown. They kept emphasizing that on CNN. And they had somebody on there saying it's just, it's a voluntary lockdown.
Yeah, I heard them say that, and then I was listening to the police scanner a little bit earlier. I believe they'd taken down most of the police scanners, but we found one, and I was monitoring it before I came on air, and they said there was some lady who worked at an animal shelter, and she was trying to get to the animal shelter, but she had to get permission from the police just to, go to her job to feed the animals there. So it doesn't sound too voluntary to me.
And I also wanted to mention that CNN showed an interview of the father of the boys who the alleged suspects, and he was convinced. The first thing he said is they were framed, and he said that the coward police killed his other son, and they're probably going to kill the other son. He wants to see justice, and it was really interesting. And then when they went back to the anchor, he added, it was very interesting after they conducted that interview that some Russian government officials came in to question him and took him away.
They questioned the father?
That's correct.
No, I didn't hear that part. I did see the interview you're referring to, but I didn't know that he had been detained by Russian officials.
Right. The reporter who queued up the interview, after the interview, he came, he said, it's also interesting to note, he was talking to Anderson Cooper, it's also interesting to note that some Russian government officials came to further question him, and they took him away.
Well, we'll definitely have to get that out. We'll have to look into that. So I was not aware of that, but we'll definitely take a look at that. Thank you for your call, sir. We'll move on to Josh in Ohio. Hello, Josh.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
This is something that nobody has really touched on. Now, I know Alex has said he doesn't really know what's going on in Waco. Now, does anybody know about Operation Black Rain? Scheduled drill.
Black Rain? No,
have you heard about it?
No, tell me about that.
You haven't heard of it? You have not heard about this? Okay. I have a screenshot on my cell phone from the Regional Full-Scale EMTF. It's for Texas. It's their response team. But it was conducted. It's supposed to be April 17th, 9 a.m. to Thursday, April 18th at 5. The scenario was a radio.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you give me those dates again? April 17th to what?
To April 18th.
Okay.
And there's a video on YouTube of a guy in Waco on the 17th before the fertilizer plant explosion happened. And this is what's creepy. He took a video of a bunch of government vehicles, FEMA trucks, first responders, all staying at a Marriott hotel in Waco when the drill was scheduled for a town 60 miles away. Since the real explosion did happen, they since canceled the drill, and all of the people that were scheduled to do the drill are assisting.
Really? Can you guys look that up? You said Black Rain?
Yeah, it's called Operation Black Rain, and I sent 3 different links: the original page from the people that organized the event, and then 2 other pages that had just touched on it. But I wanted to send you the official links. That way, the other ones weren't like.
Yeah, send it if you can send it right now. With put the headline in what you said in the headline, Operation Black Rain, and put that.
Now, one other thing, the screenshot I was talking about on my cell phone, they took down this logo from the site. I figured they would cut the whole site, but they didn't. But the logo had TSA on it. It was this weird symbol. It was a black and yellow circle. And my buddy has it on his iPhone. We might be able to send that picture too. But it was taken down from the page.
Yeah, we just saw they had it on the screenshot. It said FEMA in Texas, and I couldn't see the whole article, but it definitely looked interesting. Yeah, if you have those, send those to show tips at InfoWars and also writers at InfoWars, and we'll definitely take a look at those. Thank you for your call, sir. We'll move on to Steve in Nevada.
How you doing?
Very well, sir. Go ahead.
I just wanted to draw everyone's attention back to an article that Paul Joseph Watson wrote, Boston Bombing Culprits Identified.
Yes.
In that article on April 17th, there was these pictures, all the Navy SEALs and all those guys, but there was also some, like a screenshot from a guy named Anonymous, and he said that laws were being written, screw you. He said, I work on a security commission, and I just received word to start campaigning on a campaign we've been working on for the last 2 months, and now it all makes sense. He goes down and says, they're going to pin this event on a male in his late teens to early 20s. And he said he's going to do it because he's unstable. Well, he said one person in that screenshot, but what we have here now are 2 people, one in his teens and one in his in his 20s. He's a young guy. And so then he goes on to saying that they're going to find firearms and an MRI book in his home, and they're going to use reloading powder for the explosion, and that the reloading powder shouldn't be on sale for the public, and because you can make ammunition with it and all that. So I just want everyone to go back to that article that Paul Joseph Watson wrote on April 17th called Boston Bombing Culprits Identified, and look at that screenshot that anonymous guy put up where he wrote that out, because some of that sort of seems to be playing out. Because what's really interesting in that, what he wrote there, he said, they won't find the suspect till later this week. The raid is issued to occur Friday. So that's today.
Hold on, is that the actual article, guys? I can't see it from this distance, but that is the article we have on screen. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's it. And so, yeah, so that's very interesting to me, and I'm wondering, you know, did this guy have a tip? Did he know something was going on? And
yeah, we have addressed that earlier. That was brought to our attention a day or so ago, but I'm definitely glad you brought that back up. People can go to that, scroll up to the top so guys can see that headline.
Because that says even if they planned to do something like this, or he did have secondary information and he wasn't exactly accurate, it seems to be unfolding and sort of like he was showing. And you know that the plan can always be changed, but it seems like he knew something was. He had some kind of. He knew something. It seems like he knew
some type of tip. Yes, we were informed of that the other day, and thank you for bringing that back up. People can go to that article and see it there for yourselves. It was definitely chilling to us, and it's unfolding just like the article had pointed out. Thank you for your call, sir. So everybody go to that. If you were ever in doubt, you can go check that out and see it for yourself. I've just been joined in studio by one Mr. David Knight.
Hey, Jakari, how you doing?
So you just did an interview about Waco, is that correct?
Yes, actually, it's going to be on tonight's Nightly News, and I just talked to Mike McNulty.
I can't hear him in my earpiece. I don't know if you guys are having any audio difficulty, but go ahead.
He's got me. Am I online?
Okay, I can hear him
now.
now. Yes.
Well, I was just interviewing Mike McNulty. It's an interview that's going to be on tonight on the Nightly News. And for those of you who don't know him, you may know his films. He did Waco Rules of Engagement, and he also did Waco A New Revelation.
And we actually have that right here in the InfoWars shop. So that's right. Check that out.
This is a new version. He also did a third film that kind of came out, the second film caused a lot of stir within the administrations and caused a revelation of some flare tapes. That's forward-looking infrared that showed some thermal imagery. So he did a third documentary about that. This package right here has those 2 most recent documentaries there. And it's really interesting because this is someone, he's looked at the Waco incident over the last 20 years. This is the 20th anniversary of the ending of it, where so many children and men and women died in a fiery conclusion to that. And he's looked at this, but what we talked about in the interview was how much things really haven't changed, the way the government deals with these types of things.
Right.
How it comes out of nowhere, essentially. Sometimes it's hard to tell where the malevolence ends and the incompetence begins. It's kind of this thing going back and forth, and the way that they manipulate the public opinion and the way they manipulate the press and the stories that are set up to cover that kind of incompetence. And so it's really important and very pertinent to today's debate for people to take a look at this. And if you look at what happened with Waco, if you look at what happened with Ruby Ridge, if you look at what happened with the Oklahoma City bombing, all these different things, you realize that there's a pattern of behavior here, and that's why we were so quick to jump out and say some of the things that we did, that they just were not adding up, and that it looked like a pattern of behavior. And what we saw at the time this all happened in 1993, the internet wasn't there, but I was involved with a group of people in the Libertarian Party, and we were passing around information on bulletin boards. And just as we see today with the internet, we were sharing information with people who were on site, and we were seeing very different information than was being presented to the public. And the people who are in power right now at the FBI and at CNN and Fox News, they don't want you to see this stuff. They've got a very narrow-focused story.
Only look here, nothing else.
Exactly, and they're desperate about that now, because it really was a seminal moment for those of us who are looking at it at that point. And it was just... because again, it was a wake-up moment, and for people my age that were active at that time, it's really a bigger deal than September 11th, because we see the whole framework of our country changed legally after September 11th. But for those of us who saw just the mass propaganda, manipulation, and malevolence of our government at that point in time, it was a really seminal moment. And these films by Mike McNulty really lay it out. So it's very important for people to see this. It's very important for them to get this information to their friends. And finally, I'll say he's got a very detailed blog that is copsproductions.com. And if you go there and look at his editorials, you'll see it's essentially overflow information. But he talks about, and we talk about this in the interview tonight, when they come for the guns, you can do one of 3 things. You can either turn them in, you can wait for them to come to your house and have a firefight like the Branch Davidians did, and we see how that ends. Or you can do a third thing, and we talked about that third thing tonight. And if you want to see it, you can tune in to the nightly news tonight.
All right, nice plug for that. Can we show the video on the shop site, Waco, a new revelation, so people can check that out on the InfoWars store. So guys, just throw that up whenever you get a chance. Now, David, Waco is something that's very near and dear to your heart. Why is that? Why is this one so important to you?
Well, like I said at the interview, it was really a crossing of the Rubicon. I could see public opinion absolutely turned against these people, even evangelical Christians 10 years ago, especially because this was a guy who had messianic fantasies, and he believed he was some kind of reincarnation of Jesus. I don't know exactly what his theology was, because it didn't really matter to me. No matter how bad his theology was, there was no excuse to burn him and a bunch of women and children to death. He had had situations before where there had been disputes, some of them even violent, and he had had his due process with a sheriff who had come out and served him, and that could have all been handled very easily. But we had a federal bureaucracy that interjected itself into the situation for political reasons, for funding reasons, because they were trying to extend their jurisdiction and their control, and because they were trying to pull back some of the bad PR that they had gotten in the Ruby Ridge investigation. And so when they came in and they started doing this, things immediately came out. They said, well, we came after him because he had a fully automatic machine gun. Well, it turned out that he just hadn't paid a license. That was the technicality that was there. And so one of the things that we learned about that was that gun laws can be so complex and so lethal that we need to be really careful about infringing on the Second Amendment. You know, as if you infringe on the Second Amendment and you make it a big issue out of a gun crime, people die frequently because of that. And so that was part of it. But it was also, for me, I guess, a seminal moment because I saw how the press and the government were able to manipulate opinion from evangelicals to actually, I heard so many of them say, well, he deserved it anyway. He was a child molester or whatever. Child molestation is not the jurisdiction of the ATF.
No, not at all.
They did not start all of that because of child molestation. And if there was child molestation, give the guy due process. But we hear today that if somebody is adjudicated, or as some psychiatrist, I should say, has an opinion that somebody is dangerous, then that person ought to have their guns taken away from them by force if necessary, lethally confiscated if necessary. That's the implication of that, right? That is something that can happen. And yet, here we are 20 years later, and who is in the crosshairs of the government? It's those same evangelicals, right? Now, 20 years later, and I said it at the time, it's that old cliche that if that you heard out of Nazi Germany, the guy said, when they came for this group, I did nothing. When they came for that group, I did nothing. When they came for me, there was no one left. We were telling people that over and over again 20 years ago. And like I said, some of the people who were the biggest to criticize the Davidians and who had the least sympathy for what had happened there were the evangelicals. And now we're seeing people like Lieutenant Colonel Frank Rich sending out this email to his subordinates saying that the Family Research Council and the American Family Association, two of the most mainstream evangelical organizations out there, are hate groups.
Yes.
That is so close to calling them terrorists and justifying what you want to do to them and telling his subordinates they do not share our Army values. And I mean, this is in a document where he is talking about radical revolutionaries. I mean, we're talking about white supremacist groups and Ku Klux Klan and Islamic terrorists and everything. And he's lumping the American Family Research Council, the Family Research Council and the American Family Association into those categories. And so if we do not stand together for the Bill of Rights, all the Bill of Rights, not just the Second Amendment, we're all going to be in this together. And that's the thing that really stands out to me, how that all unfolded. And as we see now in just 20 years, and we see the same people in place as well. Eric Holder had a big role in the Waco subsequent investigations.
Yeah, and not just Waco, also Oklahoma City this week.
Yes.
And I'll just tell my Oklahoma City story. When Oklahoma City happened, I was in third grade. David Knight smiling over there. I guess he's thinking about how old he was at the time. And I lived in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is about a little over an hour from Oklahoma City. And I've, been to the memorial out there, and all the teachers were scared and, a little freaked out about the whole situation, and came out, or, the official story is Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols handled that situation. Even though there have been multiple tests, you can see it in a noble lie that we have here, that the bomb, as the official story says, was constructed, could not bring down a building of that magnitude and cause that kind of damage. Also in the noble lie, you can see the then governor of Oklahoma saying that there were multiple bombs found inside the Murrah building. Nobody wants to talk about that. And how did those bombs get there? Because the official story says that neither Timothy McVeigh nor Terry Nichols ever stepped foot inside that building. So if they didn't step foot inside the building, and bombs were found inside, that tells you at least one other person had to be involved to place those bombs in there, but nobody wants to talk about that.
And I remember when that happened, the New American, which is a publication of the John Birch Society, had an article from a retired general whose specialty was demolition. And he said there was absolutely no way that a single car bomb could have caused, A, that much damage to that building, and B, it would not have done a blast pattern in that particular, it sheared off the whole front of the building, essentially. He said it would have been concentric going out. That was very convincing for me. Right. Very convincing. And that documentary, A Noble Lie, goes, there's a lot more to that story. I mean, that right there was, you can look at something, and when they're, that's why we call BS on a lot of these things. When you look at some of these lies, they are so profound that you say, okay, all right, I don't believe what they're telling me about this. And at that point, you've got to start doing the research. And it's going to take a long time for us to get to the bottom of what really happened here at the Boston Marathon bombing, just as it did for Oklahoma City, just as it did for Waco. But we can tell already that the government is giving us an inconsistent and a dishonest story about this.
And the thing that you've highlighted there with Boston, Oklahoma City, and Waco, evidence was destroyed. Because we just heard them say they want to destroy the crime scene in Boston. They burned down the Waco compound, and they demolished the Oklahoma City building, even though, you know, there's plenty of evidence to be found. Same thing in 9/11. They got the evidence. They knocked down the buildings, and they quickly escorted the remains away from the scene.
There are certain, like you said, and it's why it's important for people to look at this Waco documentary. There is a certain pattern of behavior involved with these quote-unquote investigations that lays the groundwork for deception and dishonesty. And, you know, they're not being transparent with people. They're not being honest. They're changing their story. They're covering up and removing evidence. And when they do that, you know they're up to something. And usually what follows with that is they then turn around and use that official narrative story as the basis to fundamentally transform our society in some way. We've seen it happen over and over and over again, and that's what we're calling right here. We don't have all the answers. All the answers didn't come out for Waco for over a decade.
Right.
But when he started uncovering this, doing his research, doing his Freedom of Information Act, it had profound implications for Janet Reno and other people, although they were never brought to justice. As a matter of fact, they're now in charge of justice, if you want to call it that way, the Justice Department, which is not really justice. But, you know, Eric Holder has been, you know, very well rewarded for his towing the line for the bureaucracy. And one of the things that Mike McNulty said in the interview was that we often think of dictatorships as being centered around an individual, around Adolf Hitler or Stalin or Julius Caesar or whatever. But it's really centered in our country around these bureaucracies. They're the ones that have this, and unfortunately, these bureaucracies never die. They just get bigger. You know, they're almost like a corporation that never dies. There's a lot of you know, the names change, but the game stays the same. That's right. That's right.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you for that, Dave. We'll move on to our calls. Did we already talk to Steve in Nevada, or is he still holding? Okay, let's go to Steve in Nevada.
Well, I was your previous caller.
Oh, okay.
I stayed on the line, but I wanted to interject something to what he was saying about Oklahoma. I think the furthest column, according to the blast information, would have only been receiving 23 pounds per square inch of pressure from that blast. Any lady in high heels, it puts a lot more than 23 pounds square inches per inch down on concrete. Matter of fact, concrete's often rated at like 5,000 pounds per square inch or whatever. How in the world does that concrete shatter with 23 pounds of pressure on a square inch? I'll leave it with that and get off the air. But I just stayed on in case you wanted to come back to something.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve. All right. We'll move on to Michael in Nevada.
Is that me?
Yes.
Great. So, long-time listener, first-time caller. Finally got an opportunity because you're running all day.
Yeah.
I'm a mathematician, software engineer, inventor, 165 IQ guy. And the subject of proof is what you've brought up again and again. And one of my interests, it's a very strong interest, I've had it since I was a teenager, and I'm in my 60s now, is a field called horary astrology. That's where you look at the event as it's described by the time and place where it occurs, and you can tell what's going on in circumstantial-wise. It's told actually in the event itself. And if you look at the event for the bombing in Boston, it's an extremely clear astrological event.
Why don't you tell us your findings, sir?
What?
Why don't you tell us your findings?
Yeah, well, it's clearly where we did it to ourselves. That is to say, the ruler of the first is in the 8th, Mercury. It's a communication by the people who did it to us. In other words, it's not a foreigner. It's the people themselves. There are a number of elements. The Sun and Mars are both in the 8th house of death. In other words, it was going to be a fiery event. I already had it on my calendar as a very dangerous day I was going to stay off the road, so to speak, because it was tax day, a day where everybody gets crazy anyway, and that particular conjunction was something that was easy to see coming a long time before.
Right, sir. Can you give us your ultimate findings? What you've discovered?
It looks like people very high in authority did the action. Public servants, people in very high in authority, liars who deliberately caused the event and did so in order to improve their power, improve their authority.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to Fred in Oregon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to talk about a brief similarity between the Aurora shootings and Boston bombing.
Sure, go ahead.
Alex Jones talks a lot about how people, or about the elites have their own beliefs about Luciferianism and that sort of thing, and that's what they believe and not what he believes, and I'm the same way. But you'll notice that the guy that did the shootings at Aurora, he associated himself with the Joker, and he'd paint his hair all orange, and, associated himself with the Joker, and the Joker is a symbol of Revelations 9:11, Apollyon. It's kind of like this devil general, crazy guy who causes chaos. I noticed that the suspect who is fleed and is fleeing right now, his name is Jokar. The DZH sound.
I'm having a difficult time pronouncing that name, but we'll go with that pronunciation. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So if you just, plug it into like Google Translate or that sort of thing, it totally makes the J sound and the Jokar. And I'm just saying there's the side of it you got to do, the info side, and it's all info, but the more realistic side and more tangible stuff at all. But these elite people also have these spiritual beliefs that are really messed up, and I think if you look into the spiritual side of all this and understand that, then you'll have a greater understanding of what they do and why they do it and when they do it. And that's all I really had to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
I think people looking at Alex's Bohemian Grove, that was a real eye-opener for me, I think, to see the Luciferian context of all of that, But
right.
Kind of reminds me of what he's saying there of the that movie with Robert De Niro, Angel Heart, where his character was Louis Seifert, and it was really it was really Lucifer, it was really the devil in it. But sorry if I gave that away for anybody, but it's a pretty old movie. You probably won't watch it.
Right. All right. The number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. We'll move on to Liberty Lover in Indiana.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
First off, this is separate my comment. Common denominator to all of this is Eric Holder. You guys are talking about him. He is the common denominator. But really quickly, I'm going to run through these points. It's only 3 of them, and then you guys comment. Benghazi. All right. What was the administration's original story? A man's freedom of speech through YouTube in America caused riots in the world that led to the death of Ambassador, in which it seems...
You're cutting out a little bit, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We're losing you. We're going to have to let you go. I'm sorry.
I think I know where he's going. What he's saying is that the common thread here is that they're trying to blame, like he said with Benghazi, it was somebody doing a really incredibly bad movie in Hollywood that precipitated all of that, right? They're very quick to blame us for our freedoms. We like to say the Muslims are attacking us because of our freedoms. It's like, no, they're not. It's the
they're trying to say Bin Laden and his crew hate us because we have big screen TVs and Hummers and all that stuff. I'm like, I don't think that's what the cause is.
I don't think the Muslims hate our freedoms as much as the feds hate our freedoms.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. We'll move on to Allen. It just says South. I don't know if it's South Carolina or wherever. Hello, Alan.
Yeah, this is Alan.
Yes.
I'm glad getting through, guys. I just got a little bit of info here that I wanted to cover real quick. The guys that were seen with the black backpacks and the Navy SEAL looking guys there. If you look it up online, you'll find that these guys, what it's stating was that they were National Guard CST teams, a civilian support team.
I saw something about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you search it, you can search it on Google Images, and it'll pull up the image of the guys, and it'll show them actually walking later in a group, and you can see them all standing there. A couple of them have their CST vests on. And there is an article, I can't remember the name of the article, but there is an article that was stating that they were scheduled to be there, and they were there during the running. So I don't know if that was those guys, but one more quick point I wanted to make about the Kraft International guys. Kraft International does not have operatives. They're not a private security contracting company. They're a training company. They're basically like a firearms training company. They teach civilians, law enforcement, military, but they are not a contracting company. Now, if one of these guys attended the class and bought a hat or something like that, but I don't know. But I do know that Kraft is not a contracting company. They do not do private security.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, now I had heard the possibility about these guys being National Guard, as he pointed out, and I'm not too familiar with the Kraft organization. I was familiar with the logo, but not too much with their organization.
Yeah, we went to their site and we have requested information from them, a public statement. They have not responded to that, and they also, there's a lot of people who are asking them the same question on their Facebook site, and they're not responding there either. We've also sent in a request to them there, but so they're kind of closed. I mean, when you go to most companies, they'll give you a phone contact or something like that. They only have info@thecraft.com to send them information. So they're not really, they're kind of a bit secretive, probably where these guys came from, and there's pictures of some of the trainers there that look exactly like what these guys look like. These guys did not look, as Alex has said, they look like they came from the Kraft or from former Navy SEALs or current Navy SEALs. They did not look like National Guardsmen.
Sure, when you see all the Kraft photos in their own training videos and online, that's what they wear. Then it's the Punisher that the SEALs all use, but then it looks like the red Kraft there, as you see. That's why we're saying, so we call them. And sure, I know they're for training. Maybe they were hired as part of the exercise. And and again, I don't think they were involved from the body language. I think they were part of the drill. So that's what we're saying.
Yeah, we didn't say that they were, complicitly involved in, the bombing.
Exactly. And I'm not, and I said day one, the different Saudi Arabians, the redneck, all those people, I believe they were patsies too. Now we're seeing Photoshop stuff, because I've been looking at it pretty clear in the media, of the guy, they're now chasing around, where it looks like he's standing behind a little kid that got blown up. I mean, this is just disinfo heaven. And that's what I'm saying. That's what you see time and time again in a false flag, is this swirling confusion.
So you don't know what's real. That's what they
all
want.
The operators have called in and said, no, that's how it is. Well, that's how it was in Oklahoma City. I said 5 groups. It's 6 groups they had there. 6 groups. So that they always should just keep falling back to the next patsy.
If you go back and you look at YouTube and look at the 7/7 bombings in London, they were interviewing a guy, and he was with a security organization. He was saying, this is just amazing. We were here training with our security organization, the exact same scenario, at the exact same time, in the exact same place. What are the chances of that? Well, it turns out the chances are like astronomically 0, So it's the sort of thing when we saw that and that's why Dan pressed them so hard on, is this a drill? Is this a drill? And they would not give us a clear answer. They avoided that question. The police chief avoided that question when he asked him that, because that is a real telling sign. That's a telltale sign. And it's not to say that the people who are involved in the drill are aware of it. Just as I said, it was an amazing thing to that guy who was with a security organization there in London on the 7/7 bombings. He was absolutely amazed himself. These people, if they were involved with the Kraft there for training, as part of an exercise, that's why it would, we're not saying that they're involved with it, but we're also not able to get any confirmation from them one way or the other whether they were participating in it in any way.
Yeah, so I hope we answered your question, Alan. We're not saying that they were, involved in, pulling the trigger or anything. We're just wondering why they were there. We'll move on now to Dusty in Michigan.
Hey, how you doing there?
Very well, sir. Yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. I'm calling from the Michigan General Gerald Assembly.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. We were talking 45 minutes ago with a couple of guys about what we can do to take back our country. That's what we're involved with.
Okay, go ahead.
What's your take on it?
I take is we got to stand up and take our country back. We got to get rid of these criminals, and there's nobody going to do it but us.
How do you propose we go about that, sir?
Forming lawful assemblies in all states, taking back our governments.
Sounds good. Get together with your friends and your neighbors and learn the laws of the land and hold these people accountable. Dave, did you have any thoughts?
Well, I was just curious what he meant by a lawful assembly. Is that something that is outside of the electoral system?
Yes, it is. It's completely constitutional.
Do you have anything? You said you're involved in a group. Is that what you do in your group?
It's not a group. It's a lawful assembly. We're about 400 people strong in Michigan, and we're working with the assemblies in the other 50 states.
Do you have like a website where people can get information on how you formed your assembly?
Yes, MichiganDejure.org. And you can also hit the contact us and send a message, and we can connect you with an assembly in your state.
That was Michigan what?
Michigan Dejure.
Dejure.
D-E-J-U-R-E.
D-E-J-U-R-E. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for your call, sir. I will move on to Jamie in Washington. Hello, Jamie. Yes.
Regarding the police radio at the time just after the bombing that you have linked in your archives on the 17th, deeper into the recording, there's a possible transmission that could be an operative talking. I have sent the dialogue and the timestamps to show tips, but I'd like to go over the timestamps that are of interest and think it would be very powerful to play these segments for the audience to hear as well for their own.
Sure, that'd be great.
Go over quickly, 25909, and of course this is at Blog Dog, Boston Marathon Police Radio, if you search that. But at 25909, someone says, "This is the real deal. We're just checking on your ETA to downtown." There's a long silence, and then someone pretty upset says, I'm dumping, I'm not getting near there. I just got to dump and run. I'm dumping and running." Lady breaks in. "I'm sorry, Stanley. Repeat. We can't hear what you're saying." "I'm dumping and running. I can't see the pro."
I can't see the what?
The pro, P-R-O.
Okay.
I just got to get going here. Is that okay? I got to go. And the lady goes, "Yes, go." So that, to me, is pretty worth listening to.
Wow.
And just a quick second tip, at 2:55:45, it sounds like an officer. He says, "Bleachers over here and the library." But the note to think about here is the library explosion announced at the first press conference by the Boston mayor or police around 5:15 p.m. Eastern on the day of the bombings, that the library explosion had only happened about 30 minutes ago. So why did the cops know about it at 2:55 and are directing others to that location besides the bleachers? So thank you, and I hope this cracks things more.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Love to hear you play it.
That's interesting information. Thank you so much.
And as far as that, resend that to show tips and put Blog Dog timestamp in the headline. Thank you. Alex.
No, gentlemen, I'm just looking for my keys.
No, we do this
if anybody
quite often.
knows where
Alex Jones' keys are, call in. I don't know. This is almost a daily game. We get to play Find Alex's Keys and Find Alex's Phone. It's usually the phone.
Well, I'm working around here.
Yeah, he's a busy guy.
Bigger things on his mind.
Like a bumblebee.
All right, the number to call in is 877-789-ALEX. That is 877-789-2539. You can call about a whatever topic you want to. You don't have to talk about the Boston bombing, but that's a hot topic, and if that's what you want to talk about, that's perfectly fine. We'll move on to Chuck in Oregon. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
How you doing?
Good.
I just wanted to mention that my brothers and I have a program on Blog Talk Radio, if I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah.
And we received an email today after our program saying that we might not be able to, because of the situation in Boston, we may not be able to have our regularly scheduled programs this next week.
Really?
Why would that be? Are you there? Are you there? Are you located anywhere near there?
No, I'm in Oregon.
Oh, wow.
So they just said because of the situation in Boston, you can't have a broadcast, is basically what they said.
Yeah.
What type? I'm just curious, sir. What type of programming do you have?
Basically, you know, we go over the headlines, the news of the day, and
so you
the
call it a news
situations that are
show.
going.
So are you, did they give you any reason for that, or they just said that you might not be able to have it simply because of what's going on in Boston? That's the only reason?
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was very strange.
That is very strange.
Well, you know, we have seen situations all across the country. The day after this bombing happened, USA Today had pictures of essentially martial law type of things going on in cities all the way across the country, all the way out to L.A. And, I mean, we looked at it and we were just absolutely amazed, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean, even today I was watching CNN and they had a Hummer or a Humvee, whatever you call it, parked on a city street just like it's a mailbox or something, like it was supposed to be there.
And that's what we're so concerned about, is that this is being used to fundamentally transform our society, to take these military drills, which have been occurring in big cities on a more and more frequent basis, to do this even more in the open and make it more of our day-to-day life, and to use this as a justification. Well, because there was a bombing in Boston, no longer will you be allowed to openly congregate without turning this area into a police state. You know, wherever you are, we're going to do a TSA number on you. And we know the TSA has been building up for this for quite some time. They've been stockpiling the tools to do this. They've been running test runs with Viper at various public places, typically having to do with transportation, things like train stations and bus stations and that sort of thing. But they've also been at sporting events, which has absolutely nothing to do with transportation.
Not at all.
They were at Romney rallies and some of the other candidates during the election. So they're aching to expand their jurisdiction and their little bureaucratic empire, and that's exactly the types of things, as we said before, that were going on, and that was the backstory to Waco.
Yes.
Why that happened.
Now, sir, I'm sorry to hear that's happening to you. Is there a phone number or maybe an email somebody can, you know, viewers can contact to say, hey, I want this guy's show on the air?
Let's see. I guess you could just contact Blog Talk Radio, but I'd like to know if this has happened to anybody else that has a program on.
Yeah, if anybody else.
Blog Talk.
Yeah, anybody else who's on Blog Talk or any affiliate, and they say, hey, my show's been canned, at least temporarily, because of the situation, we want to hear from you. Thank you for your call, Chuck. We'll move on to Drew in Indiana. Hello, Drew. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I had two questions. One, whatever happened with the Oath Keepers at Lexington? And two, there's a woman walking in front of the two guys that her face is bleeped out like the Fed that's putting his wire in.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And her balloons go up like it's signaling the second bomb to go off.
Well, I'd have to look at the images again. I remember when I was watching that CNN, the clip, well, when I first saw it was on CNN, the FBI footage was, you could see some people, not just that woman you were referring to, but some people had their faces blurred, but some people didn't. And I thought that was very strange that if you're going to blur, you know, this guy in the crowd, why don't you just blur everybody's face?
Right.
You know, I mean, you're the FBI, you should have the resources to, you know, blur people's faces. So I thought that was odd. And what was your other point, sir?
Whatever happened with Lexington today with the Oath Keepers? Did they show up or
well,
what happened?
They essentially declared, I think, some sort of martial law there, and we were hearing that they were telling reporters they couldn't come out and cover things. So I've been in and out of the situation today. Like I said, I was working on other aspects of the show, so I'm not really sure. But Alex was talking to Stewart Rhodes earlier, and I believe that they weren't letting anybody meet anywhere. They essentially had the whole area in lockdown because they've got this manhunt going on. The narrative is that they're hurling bombs at people. And
yeah, they said they were driving down the street throwing bombs out the back of their truck. Sir, if you want to find out more about that, I believe you can either do, I'm not sure if, was Stewart on earlier today? I know he was on yesterday. I was busy. Oh, he was on today. Okay, I was busy monitoring the radio traffic of the Boston situation. So you can check the archives of earlier today, and you can hear it from Stewart himself. All right, thank you for your call, sir. We'll move to Jay in Texas.
Question: what legal authority? How can I'm looking at Fox News and all this, telling people to leave their homes immediately, and then they go in there? Don't they need a warrant? What's going on?
Well,
it's called martial law, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Did they declare martial law?
No, they haven't declared it, but they're
acting like it.
Yeah,
it's a state of emergency, I believe.
I mean, how many times have they declared an actual war in all the wars that we've had that we've been involved in, right? Mm-hmm. They don't necessarily get a declaration of war, they just do it. And they don't necessarily get a declaration of martial law, they just do it. And that's what they're doing right now. They don't follow these rules that we're...
Yeah, I mean...
I am blown away by this. I can't believe it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just in perspective, we've had shootings and other bombings. I mean, it's not... I mean, I hate to say it, but it's not, the most uncommon thing in the world. And they don't shut down cities and go house to house and get out your house. I do agree they should have some type of a warrant, but they're just doing whatever they want to do pretty much.
And that's why
this looks like a very easy way to, I mean, they're clearing out whole neighborhoods, telling everybody to leave their homes. Mm-hmm. Go to the police station and wait until we tell you to come back. And then they go into everybody's homes. That's total insane. I can't believe it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we were saying from the very beginning. And that's what the mainstream press was saying. They said this is going to be a transformational event, just like September 11th.
Right.
And we were saying, yeah, and it's going to transform us into the next level of tyranny, which is what we're seeing happening right now today in Boston.
Yeah, and when it first happened, I was just calling out to obviously going to have checkpoints and all that, in which they did. Having troops check your papers on the streets and so forth, and they went even beyond that. We're going to come into your home, and you need to stay outside until we get done. I really don't have an answer to your question, sir, but I do agree with you that they shouldn't be doing those type of things.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. And is that Fabian in Indiana?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi there. Been wanting to call you guys. I was wanting to specifically talk with David Knight because I heard him mention Mike Golden the other night. The Radio Rebel.
Mike Goldman? I'm not sure.
Golden.
Mike Golden?
That doesn't ring a bell. Yeah.
David Knight mentioned him the other night, just 2 or 3 nights ago.
Did I?
He was a Radio Rebel out of North Carolina. And was wondering if he had heard that Mike had been found dead.
No, I didn't know that. I am from North Carolina, but I don't recall, the name doesn't ring a bell, and I'm not sure what you're talking about. But yeah, we'll definitely.
It was one of these late evening, after the daily, when you guys take over after the 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wanted to say was ask you, too, do you know who Rod Class is?
No. Rob Class? No, that's not familiar to me.
Rodney Class. You guys really need to have him on as a guest. Him and Mike Golden as well had been just exposing the system, and we've got to attack this system from every angle available to us.
And who is, what exactly does you said Mr. Glass?
It's Class.
Oh, Class. What exactly is his area of expertise?
Well, he considers himself a PAG, which is a personal attorney general. And the North Carolina courts, they had a tiger by the tail here recently.
Tell us about Mike Golden. You said that he was found dead. What were the circumstances?
I didn't know that much about him. I had heard about it through Rod Class. And he feels like that his death was under mysterious circumstances. I did an internet search and tried to find out something about it, and the only thing I saw was a blog somewhere that said, Mike passed away at home. But Rod Class, he holds these conference calls that are on the internet through AIB Radio on TalkShoe.com, and he said that the family has told him that Mr. Golden died under mysterious circumstances.
Well, we'll look into that.
Yeah, thank you for your call, Ms. Ford. Just about out of time, so thank you for your call. We actually got through all of our calls today, so pat ourselves on the back for that. So stay tuned. InfoWars Nightly News tonight, 7 p.m. Central. We'll have a lot more information for you at that time. David, any final thoughts?
Well, yeah, we just want to reiterate what we said at the beginning when I came in, and that is look at the patterns. Look at what's been happening. We've seen these patterns over and over again. When we see certain things like this happening, even though it can take a very long time, like it has in the case of Waco, or it has in the case of the Oklahoma City bombing, these inconsistencies that we see here are going to eventually be found out. The truth will eventually come out, and it has come out about those two things. And I would really encourage people to take a look at this Waco, A New Revelation, because that's a lot of research that Mike McNulty has done. Excellent research.
Right. And if you like this broadcast, you want it to continue, we've been running the extra overdrive. Consider becoming a member of PrisonPlanet.tv. You can get yourself a 15-day free trial. It supports the broadcast and allows us to do things like we've been doing lately. So, InfoWars Nightly News tonight, 7 p.m. Central.